Texans Ring of Honor, a future first ballot Hall of Famer, an absolute dog of a human. Ladies and gentlemen, JJ Watt.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Jay. Hey, Q. Got something for you.
Hey, it's the back.
Let's go. I need that.
Randy. I know you're a good fan.
That's right.
You're a good fan, so I got you one.
So,
Thank you.
Randy, by the way, you make auto parts for the American man or American people because that's what you are. Is that what you're wearing?
You can get a better look at T-Bone by sticking your head up and full that. Wouldn't you rather just put the word for it?
Very thankful for you every single week, bringing up incredible movies of our past so we can have great nostalgia. You know who Tommy Boy is?
Did you watch Mighty Ducks?
Rest in peace. Did I do what?
Did you watch Mighty Ducks?
No, I did not.
I mean, are you kidding me?
DJB.
Tommy Boy?
What are you doing, DJB?
The kids.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at him.
Kids don't know. They got too many options these days, man. We got all this.
He had one job.
He's got 6 jobs. That's the problem.
I tried, JJ. I tried.
You did not try. It sounds like you didn't even make an effort.
No, you literally didn't. You literally did not try.
Sorry, guys.
It's all right. You know what? We'll just,
Know this one, though.
okay, that's good.
Doesn't matter.
That is great to hear. But the Mighty Ducks one, I think you need it in your life, actually. You know, especially about halfway through the season right now. You've been working hard.
Did it age well?
Yeah. Dick Gordon Bombay.
Minnesota Miracle Man did it age well.
Yeah, I did it age well. What a joke. This is disgusting.
Sorry, man.
Sound like an idiot.
He did know Tommy Boy, though. So
He did.
That's a good movie. Great movie. Let's move along here. JJ, how's Burnley doing? I heard we stink. What's going on?
We are finding ways that don't work so that we can find ways that do work.
You get Bournemouth.
That's what
You
we're
get
doing right
Bournemouth
now.
this weekend.
Gump, you got anything else you want to tell me? Anything else you want to any advice on?
I have a large wager on you guys against Bournemouth this weekend, JJ. I believe in your squad.
Yeah, I didn't know Bournemouth
All right.
was a team. Yeah, so good luck against Bournemouth. You guys need to get a win over Bournemouth.
Yeah, boy, oh boy.
Yeah, if you don't beat Bournemouth,
It's going to get loud.
especially from that Canadian man back there.
Mm-hmm.
Gumpy, what's this Burnley squad do well that we can tell JJ? You know?
They don't defend terribly.
Okay.
That is 100% the opposite correct answer. That is literally
I don't know. You lost 3-0 to Brentford, JJ. What do you want me to say? Brentford State.
If you let in 3 goals, you probably shouldn't say they're defending.
Well, you didn't score either. What do you want me to say? You had a red card. Not even the discipline was good. Get the boys going. We got to win a match. Gee.
We have belief. We have optimism. We are going to find a way. It is the American Minority Owners Bowl this weekend. Michael B. Jordan is a minority owner in Bournemouth, and obviously myself in Burnley.
Are you guys going to be there? Are you going to fight before the game?
Kick his ass.
No, that already happened in Creed 2 or Creed 3. It was Dragon.
And he won. He is.
Yeah, he did win.
Well, he is.
He's
Property job. Yeah, maybe shake his hand instead of punch him in the face.
He played football last year.
Good looking human being. He's a good looking human being.
Yeah. All right. That's a good transition, actually. I saw maybe the best put together human being of all time this weekend, up close and personal. And I know that you are a strapping lad, big man. Wasn't able to use your golf club at the hole for challenge
Waste
management thing where I'm on 60 to 80 milligrams and I get dropped into maybe the most electrifying environment of all time. And I didn't even have a golf club, so I need JJ's. And it was way too big. The thing came out, it was like a hockey stick. I couldn't use that. So I'd use one of the fake ones. And then people say, you duffed it. No shit. I mean, I had no idea. That was awesome. That was awesome.
I mean, you were trying to hit that golf ball from a spaceship pad. You were
Normally pretty good at it. Normally pretty good at it. I didn't have good handle of that club. Nonetheless, you are incredibly built human. You're big, you're strong, you're fast, you're fierce, blah blah blah. Myles Garrett, this thing, I've never seen anything like this. Obviously, that is what he looks like without a shirt on. So that's a nice little thing to have whenever you look in the mirror. Congrats to Myles Garrett being stropped, absolutely. But then you watch him play football. He's seemingly unblockable. He knows what the Colts are going to do. He jumps over the guard and the center from a 4-point stance at 270 pounds. It's like he's unstoppable. Is this guy And I know in the pass rush community, there's a lot of guys on the Mount Rushmore and everything like that. But he has to be talked about as one of the guys like of all time, right? Already, is that how you're feeling?
He's an incredible player, man. And some of the things that he does from a physical standpoint. I mean, the field goal block was truly like an impressive thing. I mean, they basically tried to ban the jump over a few years ago because you can't put your hands on somebody's back while you're jumping over, which is what a lot of guys did. So he just said, screw it. I don't even need to put my hands on anybody's back. I don't even need to be standing up. I'll just do it from a 4-point. I mean, he is an impressive, athletic, physical freak, and then you combine it with good pass rush moves with the ability to do some of the things he does against double teams, against anything. I mean, this play against the Colts is a great example. The Colts put 2 guys on him now. If you're going to put 2 guys on him, I want to show this play from a different angle, from this angle. So let's take this play. You got the tight end, you got the tackle. Both guys are now on Myles Garrett. So if you're that tight end, you want to push Myles as wide as possible so that he has the furthest distance to go and also pass him off to your tackle. The first thing that the tight end does is kind of switches his feet, and Myles also notices that he jumps the ball, so he's off the ball quicker than the tight end. So already, boom, he's past the tight end. Now, if you're the tackle, AQ, you can talk to this. If I know that I've got a tight end to help me, and he's going to push Myles wide, I'm going to set back even further because I know I can get in front of him and then make it tough. I feel like that didn't happen here because this is way, way, way too easy for Myles just to run directly past 2 people. Give me your thoughts.
Hey, dude, what the hell happened?
Jeez.
That was right in front of our suite, bro. Like literally
Sweet.
right in front of our suite. Made eye contact with Myles Garrett. Right.
Right about there?
No, not yet. He sees that the balls are covered. They have a touchdown. This game's probably over. And he turns around and starts doing the shrug thing. Right there. We are making eye contact. And then he just starts doing this one. And then he starts bouncing all the way off the sideline. And then the 4th Myles Garrett chant started from the Cleveland Browns fans that traveled very well. Why are they setting so shallow? That guy should have been getting straight back as fast as he could, AQ. Coach him up.
Listen here, and the thing that he's not talking about, they're also sliding the line that way. So if I'm the tackle, I want to almost get to almost head up because
standalone video now on his channel. Opie finally reacts. The Jim and Anthony show. And so he's trying to get some views, and it's doing pretty well. 1,000 views from a day ago. That's good for him.
Tearing it up, brother, man. Now, I know you guys kind of already discussed his reaction. I guess, I don't know if this was a surprise to you, but I was surprised that he seemed to go way more in on Jim than he did Anthony.
And do you know why? Do you know why that is?
Is it because is he still holding the possibility of maybe that O&A reunion somewhere down the line?
Well, that's a good point, because
yeah,
he even said to Ron the waiter, he goes, listen, if I put in a call to Anthony to do the reunion, he'll drop Jim immediately and do that.
Yeah.
So Opie said, yeah, maybe that's part of it. I think the real reason is Jim never addresses Opie, doesn't talk about him, doesn't ever bring up anything with Opie, and that drives him insane.
It's gotta, yeah.
I think that hurts him more than Anthony going on and saying that he sucks at broadcasting, which is what we're about to watch. This is Anthony's response to Opie's hot takes on him and Jim starting a new show.
I do love that video next to it has 66 views.
Yeah, that's why I pulled that over, just so you guys see that. Yeah, so Opie's video's got 66 views, or if he's talking about Jim and Anthony, 1,000. So I think that's the point that Anthony makes in this video, too. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you can check this out. It's on the Compound Media YouTube channel. And it's a longer video, like almost 40 minutes. And Anthony makes the point that, like, yeah, Opie's not talking about him and Jim. No one's tuning into that show. It's so boring.
But he'll shit on me like that, and I won't acknowledge it. There's nothing, it's him doing him. But then when he has his little sidekick there, Ron, the waiter, and he's trying to do an impression of me. It's so bad. It's so embarrassingly douchey that I feel like I should probably just address it, because it's kind of interesting and funny on that end. Like, what are you doing? So, also, I did the great Legion of Skanks show. Me and Jimmy went on Legion of Skanks Monday night at the Stand. It was a sold-out show. It was fucking unbelievable. So much fun.
All right, so they're promoting their new podcast. They're going on shows. Just did Legion of Skanks, and I have a clip from the Legion of Skanks because they had to take a lie detector, and then at the end of the episode, they went through and gave him the results, whether he was lying or not. And this one stood out to me anyway.
And the final question: you asked Anthony, "Do you think Opie is talented?"
Can I bet on this one?
He said no, and the lie detector test determined he was telling the truth.
Opie sucks chant going on Legion of Skanks.
Well, and also Opie's thing is like, I mean, I almost want to kind of defend him, but I'm not going to. But I know he purposely puts clearly no work into his show, right? Like I shouldn't even call it a show, his stream or whatever it is. But I do wonder if he did put in effort, if it would at least be something listenable or like seem like a show. Because it really is amazing that the heights that they reached and what he does now, it's just so embarrassing. Like, I can't even believe he does it. It's so ridiculous.
The last time Anthony reaped praise on Greg Hughes was when Greg started the drinking beer at the bar show. Remember, it had like an intro to it, had like a drum thing, right. Produced like audio, like video of him like going into the bar, and it's like he had his sidekick Matt from Gebhardt's there, and the other characters being milling around. I remember when that first started, and like, he's trying to do a show. Cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, Opie, go. Do a show. That turned out to be a fucking disaster. And so we're going to have Ron the waiter. Yes. That's the second mic now. But yeah, I don't think he has it in him anymore, Jim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I guess probably because for years anyways, even when they were doing the Opie and Anthony show, he was probably just so comfortable with having producers, interns, whatever. They're just serving up content. So he just thinks, hey, turn on the camera. We'll just make the magic happen. And it's, yeah, I mean, there's a common theme with all these people we're watching. They're all delusional,
Yep.
and they all just think they can just coast, and people are gonna love it. They're gonna eat it up or some shit.
One
It's
of
like, put some effort.
One of the greatest clips that I know we played on this show by multiple times was when Opie and Anthony were having an argument live on the air, and Opie goes, "I don't need this. I can do something else." And Anthony goes, "Like what?" Like what? And Opie always had this delusion that he didn't need Jim or Anthony. You know, he went to afternoons, and then he had Carl Ruiz and Vic Henley and Sherrod Small. These are my guys now. So no one cared about that. Everything's done with this podcast. No one's cared about any of it. He needs Anthony and Jim to do a show.
Yeah, and he just needs other people to do all the work. Like, and again, I don't know if it's a weird defense mechanism where he knows people are going to shit on what he does, so he assumes, well, at least I can tell myself it's not like I put effort into this thing. I'm just, streaming. We're just having fun. What does it matter if anyone watches?
He's even said, if I put effort into this, I would be bigger than Joe Rogan.
Yeah, no.
He's like, if I wanted to, I can flip the switch, and it'd be the biggest podcast.
Why would you want
Why
to?
would you want to do that? So you just say you're a lazy asshole? Okay. Yes. Actually, I am a lazy asshole. So anyway, Opie got wind of this Anthony saying that he has no talent, and so Opie responded on Twitter to that. But that's what you do. And Opie writes, "Holy shit, Anthony said I wasn't talented. What a pathetic loser. Sure hope you pushed back on that nonsense, or did you just lap his..." There's someone that doesn't get it. Oh, pathetic loser. And I posted on X, I'm like, what in Opie's mind, what should I have done? Hey, Anthony, I'm on lie detector, the camera's on me. Do you think Opie has talent? Well, Big J, back when I first got together with the Opie and Anthony show, Opie had the ability to, like a long-winded monologue about the great talent that is Greg Opie Hughes. Or understand you're on a comedy show and you know what the audience wants to hear. The simple, quick answer, no. And the audience loved it. They're laughing. The Legis Gangs guys are laughing. We're having a good time. And you told the truth.
Yeah, it turns out he's not talented.
Opie should bring any awareness to this.
No. And I mean, it kind of almost what Ant's saying there, too, is like, kind of does, it's similar to what we were just talking about. Like, he does think that at least there was a time when he was putting in effort and trying something, but those days are long gone. And the fact that he's like, who did he think would be pushing back? What, like Louis J. Gomez or something like that? Or Big J? Like, who's he saying, I hope you push back on that bullshit?
Yeah, Louis J. Gomez is going to be like, actually, Opie's a very talented guy. They've asked Opie to go on the show. Yeah, everybody asked Opie to go on their shows, and he won't go on anyone's show. Because he knows he's untalented and will look like a fool.
And like all these guys that we talk about, they all claim that they don't watch any of this. And Opie always seems to be abreast of the situation.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Also, he's on Twitter firing back and promoting his podcast. That's the part Anthony didn't read. After that, he's like, check out an awesome episode of Opie Unfiltered.
Yeah.
He changed the name of the show from Opie Ratings to Opie Unfiltered, Jim.
I meant to ask about that because he made a new channel. Was this a long time ago? Or is this fairly recent?
This is brand new. Now, there is no channel called Opie Unleashed NYC.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Sometimes it's unleashed, sometimes it's unfiltered.
Yes, because
Sometimes it's unfunny.
I saw the tweet of the video, and then I tried to pull it up later, and I was on like Opie Radio or whatever, and I'm like, where is it?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, he's on there. Oh, he's Opie Unfiltered.
Opie Unfiltered now, because it was brought to his attention that radio's not cool anymore.
By some children.
Yes. It's like, Dad, no one wants to get the radio. It's like, oh, that's what I call my show.
Oh man, that's going back to like what you were saying with Jerry Banfield to be one of the Opie's kids and knowing that his dad is doing these embarrassing live streams every day, ranting about the haters in his tooth fund or whatever.
Well, I'm going to change the name of it, and I won't be embarrassing anymore.
They won't be able to find it. That's a good point. Jim, I think about this. These kids are in a private school in Manhattan. So all their friends are rich. They're all like rich families. And hey, your dad is trying to raise $2,000 for dental work?
Yeah.
That's got to be embarrassing.
Your dad's hanging out with waiters and puppets online?
All right, so as you heard in the previous clip, Anthony was like, Ron's trying to do an impression of me. And if you remember when we played this, Ron was pretending that Anthony is just chiming in and laughing along with, oh, that's right, Jim. Like he's Ed McMahon or something. Yeah. It's a really shitty impression, you know. And Anthony's like, yeah, obviously you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, you're an idiot. But what I love here is that Anthony pulls up some of Ron the Waiter stand-up.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
When I was watching that, I honestly had no idea what Ron the Waiter was doing. Like when he was doing his
when he's doing his stand-up?
In Opie's video, when Ron
right.
kept doing the Ed, like I literally thought he was just doing an Ed McMahon bit. I didn't realize that he was doing his Anthony impression.
Right. That was a reveal for all of us, Jim.
Yeah.
None of us knew what the fuck he was doing. And then when he finally explained it, I was like, oh, that's what you're doing? Because that's dumb.
It was much worse than I thought.
Yes. All right, so this is Anthony. He wants to see how, obviously, Ron's making fun of Anthony and his ability to be comedic on a show. So Ron must be an amazing comedian to feel that way.
So, we have Ron. Do you got the clip of Ron on stage, Sean? Oh, here we go. This is Ron the Waiter. This is Opie's sidekick. He's a comedian. Obviously, if he's talking about me and Jimmy doing a show and he brings up a break and he explains the joke and he doesn't find it funny, he must have some crazy good comic chops to make that distinction. But let's look to...
You know what I love about this? This is all so far below Anthony. Like, he doesn't have to address any of this. There's no reason for him. It's so petty, and I love that. Go ahead and fight them on a little bit, Anthony. Why not? Have some fun with it. Yeah. He really enjoys his life.
Together and see how fucking scary talented Ron the Waiter, what's his last name? Ron. There's one Radio Ron who has, and then there's this Radio Ron who is Ron Berman, right?
Ron cancer, but
Ron the Waiter Berman. Let's watch and try to hold your sides because they're gonna hurt from the laughter. Let's watch.
Football is back. Thank God, right? Because there was no basketball.
Dipping sticks on my left.
There was no football. So besides baseball being shown on television, the alternative is like ball tossing.
Lady.
They're showing what's it called? Cornhole tournaments. It's a beanbag. Apparently the qualification for this is inbreeding. Thank God football is back. No more eating peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't give a fuck if they ever go back. Because now it's all about eating meat, football, chicken wings, fucking wings, little pieces of blanket, constipation, maybe not shitting for 3 days. Thank God football.
I love Anthony's face during this. He's in disbelief. When does he get to the punchline?
Yes. Where's this going?
Where are you going with this, right? I got the poop joke. That was great.
Antonio Brown is now with New England Patriots. How did that happen? Is Bill Belichick like one of those evil characters in Star Wars? Like, is he the Dark Force? Is Tom Brady Darth Vader? Well, that would never happen. Because he's so fucking good looking. There's no way they're putting a mask on him. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm a straight guy. I would absolutely be Tommy's fight at. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what the Patriots do. It's called the Patriots way. Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, was caught dating at an Asian spa in a strip mall, and they were featuring table showers. I don't know what the fuck table showers. It sounds like a zoo animal being sprayed off. You know what I mean? So Robert Kraft.
People are laughing at him.
Yeah.
Anyone in this club who's laughing is laughing at him for thinking that's a joke.
It just keeps going. It just keeps going. And now, was he doing stand-up before he partnered with the Opster?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
He faced himself a comedian, which is why he wanted to get on Opie's show. He found out that Opie was famous. He was serving him at 4 p.m. at the restaurant. Found out Opie was famous. He's like, oh, I got to get with this guy. I'm a comedian. It's so sad to me. It's hard. It's hard to get up and perform stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult thing to do, and people who try to do it, I know it takes a long time to work through it and to get good and find your voice and all that kind of stuff. You get into your late 50s, early 60s. If you're not funny, it's fine. Do something else.
Yes.
You're not funny. It's okay. Learn an instrument. I don't know.
You don't have to do this, Ron. You don't have to do this.
It's just embarrassing, man. It's not happening.
Entered the spa at 11:02 a.m. Exited the spa at 11:10 a.m. Now that's fucking efficiency. Have you seen the mugshots of these women? They're not like pretty little Asians. They're like women in their 50s. They look like Bucci MMA fighter with the swollen cauliflower ears. I'm sure the last thing they want to see is an old white man coming to get service. I'm sure there's no small talk. They want to get it over with as quickly as possible, like taking lug nuts off a tire.
Has there been one
You move past that.
one laugh aside from that one guy?
$59. You pay now. I'm getting a light, so consider this.
Jesus Christ.
I was gonna ask, where the fuck is the light? Give him the fucking light, please. Let's go already. And his horrendous accent. Like, is it a Massachusetts accent? Is it a Long Island accent? I can't. I mean, I grew up in Massachusetts, but I don't really remember it. I've been away for so long.
No one else talks like this. It's so obnoxious.
Fucking $1 billion coming up. I'd be bathing in it. My football's back. Thank you.
Ooh.
I wanted to play the whole thing, his entire set, that was. So people wouldn't say, oh, you pick and choose a joke that bombed. That is the worst stand-up I've ever seen. I really am hard-pressed to come up with a worse little 3-minute set of stand-up comedy. That was nice. He had one of his buddies or something in the crowd.
I'm going to say it. I think Tom Myers is better than that. We've always had Tom Myers do worst stand-up in the history of stand-up comedy. But I think Tom Myers is funnier than what Ron just did.
Yeah. I was thinking the guy with the light wasn't flashing it because that was the guy laughing. He's like, I'm going to let him hang himself.
Yeah.
Torture.
Well, come on, guys. He was referencing, Tom Brady and Belichick and Antonio Brown. I'm sure that's years ago at this point. That has to be like at least 8 years ago. I bet you he's way better now. He's a seasoned comedian.
Right, he was up and coming back then. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Or a drunk guy, whatever it was. There wasn't a peep out of anyone else in that room. Maybe there wasn't anyone else in the room. I thought I saw some people, though, on the side. They weren't even jokes. How about football? No hockey, no basketball. Tom Brady's Darth Vader from Star Wars. What? What? This is the guy who is going to critique Jim Norton on his comedy and delivery and material. Holy mother of fuck.
All right, well said.
Yeah,
I love
mean,
that Ron got some shrapnel back. Well deserved.
yeah, I'm starting to second guess Opie's eye for talents. I mean,
No
you
shit.
know, he did. And like as he would say, he like plucked Anthony out of obscurity, and then they found Jim Norton, and they made the classic Opie and Anthony show from
Yeah.
the early 2000s.
Let's talk about that. So
Yeah.
Anthony was writing these funny parody songs with his brother, submitting them to the radio station, the morning show, and Opie show. And he was like, these are funny. And he would play them, the people liked them, and call in and say, hey, that's really funny. So they had Anthony in. And then Anthony joined up with them, and they became the Opie and Anthony show. And then Anthony does an amazing Dice impression. So Dice started calling into the show, was friends with them. Jim Norton's opener was Dice. And Dice one day goes, you guys got to talk to my opener, Jim Norton. He just had a prostitute last night. You got to hear the story from this guy. And they put Jim on the phone. So my point is this.
Yeah.
Opie didn't make this happen. He didn't seek this out. Anthony sought out an opportunity to get out of tin knocking and get on the radio. And then because of Anthony, they got a connection with Dice, who got a connection with Jim Norton. So, it's once you don't have a radio show anymore, your options are limited. You get Rod the Waiter and Tony P. Speaking of Rod the Waiter and Tony P, yesterday was FU Friday. And we love FU Friday on this show. It starts off with a bang. Opie has no idea what he's talking about.
I saw Tony's Magnum PI.
Yeah.
He looks like he's ready to solve a mystery on the island. We're eating.
Yeah, I want to get into Magnum PI. Wasn't that the show with Mr. T and all that, right?
No.
18. Oh, that was the 18. Never mind. Magnum PI was Tom Selleck. All right, Tom Selleck with the stupid mustache that he can't let go of. He's now an old guy with the same old. That's my first FU.
Way to pivot, Opie. And you went from looking foolish to actually, no, that is what I want to talk about. Mustaches.
He looks like you, Tony P.
Yes. Really up to date references, really telling it like it is, taking pop culture to task on the Opie Unfiltered. This is some fucking deep shit. Now I did want to ask real quick because unless I'm misremembering, in the video where he was shit talking the Anthony and Jim show, I did see the Venmo for Tony P. Is that it? But I don't think I saw a Ron one, although this one might have had one. So is he letting Ron accept Venmos now?
Yes, Ron does have a Venmo. It's been extremely controversial.
Okay.
Because we know people have donated hundreds of dollars to Ron. I've gotten the receipts. And Ron has never been thankful or appreciative. He always says, yeah, no one's giving me money.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Ron.
it's really shitty.
We liked you. We were rooting for you.
And there's two theories. One is that Ron's a piece of shit and can go fuck himself. The other one is that Opie set up the Venmo for him and controls it and is stealing the money.
Ooh, or I mean, this could be a conspiracy out there giving Ron too much credit. Maybe he knows if he mentions that he's getting donations and Opie hears that, he's gonna get bitched out by Opie, or Opie's gonna ask for some of it. So he's trying to keep that.
That's interesting. Yeah, because Opie also wants money. He's got the PayPal thing set up now, so you can just donate to him whatever you want. And so, yeah, if Ron was just like, holy shit, Opie, I'm popular on this show. I got $300 yesterday. I can see Opie being like, all right, we're not promoting your Venmo anymore. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's smart enough to not really broadcast that out where Opie could find out. But then again, he probably was just a piece of shit.
Yeah,
or Opie's just stealing it. He's got his hand in the pocket.
I have a clip right here. It's a short one. But I'm saving this for Wednesday for when Adam Bush is back on the show with us.
No one wears mustaches anymore. Get rid of it.
Well said. Well said, Opie. He's so in touch, isn't he?
He really thinks he could just lean on that angry guy voice. And for someone who gives Jim Norton shit or whatever, in that video he's talking about, okay, Jimmy, you just want to rant and yell about people's kids. But he literally, that's just what he does. He does his Opie rant that he's half. It's either an old ass, outdated reference, or he's wrong with whatever he's bringing up.
Dude, this episode specifically is just all the things that are grinding Opie's gears, and that can be funny. There are guys who've definitely turned into comedy gold when they're just pissed off and bitching about stuff. Opie has no ability to do this. Mustaches are stupid. Okay, I mean, you got anything else for that?
Yeah.
And then I'm sorry.
That would be a funny Jim Norton rant. Like Jim Norton could do a rant on something like that, and it'd be hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off.
But no, because Opie doesn't have any like comedic ability, and so he goes off on these rants on things that you couldn't possibly be actually concerned about or care about because it's not very timely.
Oh, it was the 18 that drove me nuts because weren't they escaped convicts? And they were sort of
military. They escaped from the military prison.
all right, but they were in prison and they escaped, and they're rolling around. Was it Hawaii in a discreet van that no one would recognize, trying to solve crimes? It was stupid.
They weren't solving crimes. If you found yourself in a bind and nobody else could help, that's when you hired the AC. You understand?
You just described Scooby Doo.
Yeah, and you don't solve crimes.
This is like great granddad talk. Like this is fucking.
How
This
timely!
is like a goof.
Finally, someone explained that the whole plot and premise of the A-Team doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I used to like that show, but after Opie told me this is nonsensical, I guess I'm out.
I'd be pissed off too if I couldn't figure out what the A-Team was about.
Yeah, just turn on the stream. Let me go. I got something to get off my chest.
That's a good point. When the A-Team was on, I was single digits years old,
Mhm.
and I understood what was going on. It's not that difficult.
Also, this Tony guy's doing himself a favor next to these fucks.
Yeah.
He looks like a dashing, charming gentleman.
Oh, he loves it too. He's in love with himself. He's like the Jerry Banfield of this show. Fucking himself in the mirror every morning. Now, there's a new show out called The Hawk, and it's about a golfer who isn't a great golfer anymore. He becomes a caddy, but he's trying to work his way back into the PGA. Most people have said it's not very good. I haven't watched it, but Opie really doesn't like it.
So I haven't had real jobs ever, and one of the I never had a real job. I mean, I went through life without a real job. It's crazy. And one of my fake jobs was being a caddy. So I love the golf culture. I love golf movies, and I love Will Ferrell. I think Molly Shannon's hilarious. I think Fortune is very, very talented. I watched The Hawk on Netflix. What a pile of garbage. What a pile of garbage.
Great rant.
Ugh. Well, it's hilarious to see that he's still bringing up his old caddy days.
Yep.
I mean, he was showing kind of self-awareness of like never had a job, and I know he means something different, but it's more so it's what we were just talking about of how like once he got into a position where he had other people doing all the work, he literally didn't do shit. He literally would just come in and yell at people and try to fucking shit on the interns who were doing everything for him. But it's so funny that he just thinks he's still like longingly looks at those days where he was a caddy for what like 6 months or whatever it was, and uses that as a great in to rant about a fucking shitty Netflix movie.
But the problem I have with this is that he watched the movie, like that Kevin Hart movie he watched, and he was bitching about it nonstop. He just goes, "It sucks. It's not funny. I didn't like it." You're like, okay, if you're gonna watch something and not like it, get something out of it that tells us why you don't like it. He's just like, "Oh, it's a pile of garbage. Oh, it sucks." So, can you elaborate on why you don't like The Hawk?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is because you're excited. Will Ferrell, and he has some chemistry with Fortune, who I think is very, very talented, and Molly Shannon is pretty good in everything she does. This thing just sat there like a fucking wet fart. It was terrible.
He just repeated everything he already said.
Mm.
I didn't like that thing. It sucks. Also, who goes, well, I bet this new Will Ferrell project will be funny.
Yeah, no.
He hasn't made a funny thing in forever.
Exactly. He sucks. He's still like everything's dated, and I'm sure that movie's terrible. But probably he was on his phone ranting against the haters through the whole movie.
Right,
That's why he has nothing to add to it.
Yeah.
He
didn't
was
pick up on
flying
anything.
the haters, and then he was like, "That sucks, piece of shit movie."
And Molly Shannon. Oh, good, a new Molly Shannon movie is out.
Oh, sweet.
Awesome.
Finally.
I'll get tickets for all my friends. I'll ask them if they want to go. I know. All right, so Opie is having that week in the summer that he always brags about. It's the time when he drops the kids off with the in-laws down in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And so Opie's got the whole house to just him and his wife and dog.
Also, I got to say, this time of year, we ship the kids off. They're down on the Jersey Shore with my in-laws and their cousins, and it's just me and the wife.
Nice.
What did we do last night? We just laid around.
Good night.
We watched Ted Lasso, and we had clams in red sauce.
Oh, nice.
Because the kids are away. What about the dog? The dog's away or no? No, the dog's here, and I know what you're getting at, Rock. You need to go there, and honestly, what am I gonna say? We were heading in that direction, and then we fell asleep.
I mean, you're gonna brag about having the house and just you and your wife.
Yeah. And he immediately gets defensive. He can't just have fun with it. He can't be like, I'm a man of a certain age. Like, make fun of yourself a little bit.
Yep.
Do something here. That's the classic Opie where, back on the O&A show when everyone would be busting on each other, and then, like, Voss would say something about Opie, and he'd be like, oh, you're going to come at me now? You want to do this, Rich?
Right.
You really want to do this?
Yeah, he's brought up the whole reason to bring that up. The kids are away.
Yeah.
It's like, cool, you and your wife can fuck, right? Is that what's going on? She would have. I swear to God, I think she probably would have.
But Ted Lasso tired us out.
I was so tired.
Yeah, wait, what did you say? They were eating oysters? Isn't that like an aphrodisiac?
Right,
I mean, supposed to get you all ready to go?
Yeah, a dinner, a movie, great. What's next? Bedtime.
And at the very, if you just lean into it at that point. I mean, comedians do that. Like, here in my old age, it's not about the sex; it's about the Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
Whatever fucking hack bullshit you want to do, go for it.
Instead, Opie does the opposite. So he's bragging that the kids are away. And it's just him and his wife, and then he has to reveal that they didn't fuck. And so then he's like, "But hold on, guys, I fuck all the time."
I think Tony's another guy that doesn't schedule shit. The fact is, I work from home. My kids are gone Monday through Friday, all day long. We don't have to schedule shit. When it happens, it happens.
Then why are you bragging about it? You and your wife are fucking all the time.
You're the one that brought it up, Opie.
Right.
Shit goes down when the kids are at school. The Opes are getting his butt wet.
I think this episode's called Opie Fucks.
Fuck so hard, bro.
Yeah, you go, Opie. You guys notice
Brought to you by Blue Chew.
You guys notice he's freezing up all the time?
Yes.
So this was a major issue we had. And the cable company had to come out, and they ran the Ethernet through the neighbor's garden, and he had to have it buried, and they wait for someone else to come out, connect to the house. It's been an ongoing saga. It's like last year's air conditioning saga.
Of course.
It's been ongoing. And it's freezing up again. And Opie addresses that.
Yeah, we're not going to pay attention to the fact that after dealing with the cable company pretty much all summer, I'm still freezing, and I tried to tell them what they were doing was not going to solve the issue.
Man.
So now I got to go back to the cable company. We're back on the phone. Yeah. We went through the whole thing the other day, so I'm not going to go through it again. But literally dealt with this all summer, and 4 different guys. I think we're up to 4, maybe 5 different guys from the cable company came here, and they didn't pick shit in the end.
Right. All right. How is it? Opie can't get his air conditioning fixed. He can't get his central air working. He can't get his internet working for him. He lives in the Hamptons. I have a theory on this. Because this is what happened last summer for him. He's always looking for a guy who can give him a deal.
Oh, yeah.
He's never dealing with the company directly and, like, let's just get it fixed and send me the invoice. It's always like, oh, really? You know a guy who used to work for the cable company who knows the way to configure it so I can do this? Like, because how the fuck did I just fix the cable? All of his neighbors have very fast internet, I guarantee that.
Yeah, sure.
You think the doctor next door is just going, well, my speed's not great, but what are you going to do?
Yeah. No, Chief Cheapo, and probably for a good reason. He's like, well, I can't just be dishing out money
Yeah.
to have someone come and install my Wi-Fi.
Yes.
I need a guy. You got a guy. I was ready for him to go into like some other fucking hack rant of like, and then they tell you they'll be out between 10 and 8 p.m. and you're sitting all day, and then they show up at 8:30.
See, that would be if he actually called the cable company, though.
Yes.
He doesn't have that story. So the other thing he said there that was crazy, he goes, I knew the fix that they had wasn't going to fix the issue. Are you an expert on high-speed internet?
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah, why even have them come out at that point?
Right.
Just get the Oaksters on the case.
That was dumb. And then Tony said something that's even stupider.
No question, bro. Back in the 70s and the 80s, and the time when we grew up, we would just watch television. There was no cable, there was no nothing. It was just a fucking signal that came out of the air and went to the screen. Why can't we go back to that?
With the antenna?
Well, whatever. Why can't we? Yeah, because it'd be easier. All you'd have to do is wiggle your antenna right now if you were fucking freezing up. You wouldn't have to wait for 75 people to come to fix your cable.
Tony, I don't know how often you were live streaming from your television in the 70s. The fuck's that? Did he use the airwaves to live stream?
Yeah, why don't we go back to the 3 channels? It was
Right.
much easier.
Yeah.
You'd have to keep track of all these things.
Yeah, and when you went to work the next day, everyone saw the same show. It was great. We talked about it.
And Opie flexes his comedic chops by wiggling.
I was going to ask about that.
Look at me, I'm an antenna.
I was going to ask, what was that? He's just like doing a little dance around about it.
Oh, he's amazing.
I mean, they do have satellite internet. I know that Anthony got that stuff, the storm, and swears by it, whatever Elon Musk's thing is. So I guess theoretically, what Tony's saying, it could be done for Opie,
Yeah.
but I don't think Tony's understanding this at all. It's like, once it's zero, don't fly through the airwaves, you idiots.
Yeah, I think you're giving Tony quite a big leeway and credit.
What a stupid thought that was. All right.
Yeah, it's like the person that complains about their phone, and I get it, phones are annoying, but it's just kind of like, if you don't like it, just put it away then. What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, well, we're always just a slave to our phones these days. Yeah, okay, shut up.
Yeah, that's your fault.
Yeah.
All right, so Opie is going to get into his FU, and there's a little callback. I thought we were past this, but apparently not.
Here we are. Yes, it's FU Friday. My first FU goes out to Tom Selleck and his stupid mustache. I was always obsessed with the celebrity, and maybe people could give us a few examples in the chat of celebrities that had a special look that they had to wear for the rest of their lives so people could recognize them. Like Raleigh Fingers in baseball had to have the spinny mustache.
I think, hold on, I think mustache.
Wait, hold on.
These references keep getting older. How is that possible? When did my fingers fix? The 60s?
Yeah, it was like Satchel Paige was always coming out with that mustache.
And what about Shoeless Joe?
Yeah.
What the fuck's he talking about?
And this is a horrible bit, but like he clearly kind of went in with this already in his mind.
Yeah.
But he couldn't have spent 20 minutes just like looking up mustache guys to have a list or something.
I have a different thought on this.
Oh,
Probably because I watched the episode. So
All right.
it starts off with either Ron or Tony making the Magnum PI reference.
Oh, okay.
So Tom Selleck was brought up on the show. Opie pretends he does all the show prep, and his first FU is Tom Selleck because they were talking about Tom Selleck at the beginning of the program. It's like, I have mustaches in my FU this week. It's like, so you didn't do any prep at all.
Yeah, no, okay, you're right.
Yeah. That's why it's so
Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker weighing in on WNBA drama. Shane Gillis has not been one to shy away when it comes to clowning the WNBA, so I'm very intrigued and excited to listen to this conversation. Let's get into it, shall we? Like the video, have the video, let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Subscribe to the channel, I would greatly appreciate it. Here we go. Also, me and they were discussing the WNBA drama. Do you think that was deep? Do you think that was deep too?
They just full on like
a black aunt when it comes to WNBA.
No,
It's fucking crazy.
No, I'm a black uncle.
She literally punched the lady in the head and then tweeted white privilege, and you're like,
No, that's fine.
no, I said that sucks. That the white privilege part sucks, but the foul is not that big a deal. That's the point. Like everybody's mad at that foul. It's like that's basketball. Sometimes the flagrant 2 happens. She's gonna be suspended for the rest of that game and the next game.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Tweet also white privilege onto it.
That was the late part.
Now we got a ski ball.
Yeah, but everybody was mad. Well, I don't know if everybody was mad before the tweet. I only saw it.
I don't think they were that upset
before the tweet.
Well, I think flagrant fouls happen, but when it's a clear targeting. See, we would have just been talking about the flagrant foul, and was this a targeting moment? I think it was a targeting moment. I think Dejanay came into that game with a clear motive, a clear agenda, a clear initiative. I'm going to go viral this game. I'm going to go viral for clotheslining Sophie Cunningham. The numerous flagrant fouls have happened where it's clearly an accident, but damn, I mean, it just looks really bad. Or it's in the swing of the game. Like you lift up your elbow and you swing. Yeah, they'll call a flagrant foul on that. But this Sophie Cunningham flagrant foul, this was as clear to like targeting. You're ejected from the game in college football. You're suspended for the first half of the next game in college football. This was as clear as that as you could get.
But if I showed him, he goes, no, they do more fails than that all the time. So I pulled up WNBA fails. It's a lot of trips, is what it is. They snag each other's sneakers. When there's a scramble,
Sophie.
Oh, dude,
Sophie,
yeah.
Yanks
Snags someone's foot.
You hate Sophie, dude.
I don't hate Sophie. I like Sophie. I like that she's a dog. I like the type of player she is. It was crazy to me that they gave her a shoe just for. It's like Draymond doesn't have a shoe. She's just Draymond. She's just Lady Draymond with like worse numbers.
You thought you were saying
Lady Draymond? She's definitely not Lady Draymond. But in the WNBA, I mean, does this guy know that her shoes sold out like the day of? Within 24 hours of her shoe PE coming out, it sold out that exact day. Does this person know that?
Saying she got a shoe for pointing in a black lady's face.
They gave her a shoe. Yeah, they gave her a shoe for making black ladies mad.
I mean, the sales themselves.
They're going to sell. They're not bad looking shoes either, but it is funny to just go and look at a shoe deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
she got a shoe deal for telling black ladies to shut up.
And I mean, again, I like the kind of
what brand covers her shoe?
I believe Adidas.
What Adidas? Draymond had shoes.
They did what?
Next.
I don't think he had.
Yeah, I thought he had PEs too or something.
Shoes. He might have like a signature shoe. Like she has a signature shoe.
And so no, she doesn't. She has a player exclusive. Did they give her a signature shoe? Are they giving her own signature shoe because it's a player exclusive? I'm not sure where this guy gets his facts from, or if he just reads headlines and doesn't dig further than that.
Adidas went for
they went for the bag. I mean, they're going to sell, and they're not that bad.
They went for the bag. That's what businesses are supposed to do, isn't it? Isn't that the whole point of having a business, to go for? Now, Adidas isn't a nonprofit now, right? Adidas isn't a nonprofit. They're trying to make money, right? They're trying to get some dollars, right? They got mouths to feed. They got employees to pay.
Bad looking for basketball shoes. It was just funny to me that I think it was like
it's definitely strange that usually it would be like, I remember like, if you're like LeBron or like any like the most notable player would get a shoe. Now if you go viral,
yeah,
maybe the one guy will get a shoe who wants to play in the WNBA.
Now this is my fault, and I don't want to take your time looking this up, but it seems like everybody gets a damn shoe or a player exclusive these days. Doesn't Aaliyah Boston have a shoe or a player exclusive? I mean, everybody gets a damn shoe or a player exclusive these days. So it's really not that crazy to think of that Sophie Cunningham got her own player exclusive. Not crazy to think about at all.
Yeah.
He just can't. Maybe. He's always been the.
But again, you think that they did this solely because she pointed at DeWanna Bonner? I wouldn't think it's solely because she pointed at DeWanna Bonner. I would say it was probably a process, and the point at DeWanna Bonner probably just sped up the release date. But it was a process, because we saw in the summer that she was on a Damian Lillard commercial. So we know that her and Adidas are close, and Adidas was throwing her out there to see how fans would react to seeing Sophie Cunningham's face affiliated with a sneaker, affiliated with a shoe. So they probably, from that moment on, once they saw the reaction, they probably said, okay, let's start collaborating, let's start talking, let's start engaging, let's start thinking about going forward with a shoe, going forward with a player exclusive. And then the DeWanna Bonner situation probably just sped up the release date. If I had to guess, it could have been within 3 weeks. Hey, 3 weeks. Hey, what's your favorite color? Okay, we'll put it on the shoe. It could be that easy. It could be that easy. But who knows?
The me.
Yeah, he declared for the WNBA.
Yeah.
Him and another guy.
I'm gonna wear one Sophie and then one Tanner. Mismatch.
The inappropriate size.
Just go there and be the
Just
most
sell the fuck out.
Yeah, what was your shoe?
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
they don't
we're-
fly. We're gonna have to start wearing these.
They're honestly kind of fly.
I'll wear a pair of those.
Those neon.
No, I'm just gonna point at Nate.
I was spam.
You'll get so upset.
How many black people do you think got pointed at in the next like 2 weeks afterwards? Just like you're in a dispute at like a store. I think there's definitely some dumb
You went definitely so.
It probably worked.
A point? Yeah, a point would make me
Point
so
makes
mad.
So fucking point makes everybody mad.
Point would kill me.
You can make a dog mad. But fucking market. Point sucks.
Yeah, point is rough. But yeah, the WNBA, we were talking. It is a. I wouldn't even say sad. It's just very funny that you know it's like there's all this talk.
The people that ESPN invests its money into it. It's always lost money for as long as it's lived. Obviously, they're the ones stirring the pot, trying to turn it into wrestling.
Yeah.
The only time anybody's ever paid attention to it was when Caitlin Clark got into the league.
Yeah.
And that's a hard fact for a lot of people to admit.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard fact for a lot of people to admit. That is the truth. How much is it professional wrestling? How much are the storylines professional wrestling? I think it could be more so like the cable guy, right? No, not the cable guy. Oh, fuck. What's that other movie with Jim Carrey? Where he's locked into a skit. Damn. The Truman Show. I think this could be.
Saving the Glades. After a long night in the Everglades, we get some bad news when Uzi takes a bite from a venomous water moccasin. She got bit really good. We get a lead on a construction site we've never hunted before.
Hey, I just got off the phone with someone from the States.
A normal scouting mission quickly turns into one of the biggest finds of the season. Big snake, dude. Big snake. Is it squeezing area? Oh, yeah, it's squeezing the shit out of me.
Saving the Glades.
It's not as easy as it used to be to go out python hunting every day, sleep in the truck without a care in the world. Now I got 100 dogs at the house, puppies on the ground, little girls I gotta take care of, and a business to run. So today we're out here getting that done, doing some iguana hunts. Thankfully, with a crew behind me, it makes that a little bit easier, but I still gotta be out here present.
Good thing he wasn't bigger. He was searching for me. Yeah, end up like old Sammy. He's a wily little bastard. He's swimming. Who's diving on him? Who's diving on him? Get it. Dive on him. Put your hand. Swimming back there.
From all of our late nights, I was getting a little bit sleepy, but this iguana woke me right back up.
Hold fire. Don't see.
Stay right there.
Oh, good night. Get him, Uzi.
Sniper shot. Good dog. Load him up. Bring him here. Load him up. Load him up. Load him up. Load him up. Good dog.
So it's not a snake, it's actually a lizard.
What?
It's a legless lizard. No, I'm dead serious. It's a legless lizard. And if you're not careful with them, that's why I was being so careful. If you grab them here, they'll break in half. Like a lizard, their tail breaks off.
Wow. Good spot, yeah. Especially for me, this is an awesome find. I haven't seen one of these since I was a kid. I think with all the pesticides and development, there's just not habitat for them. I don't think they're doing very well in Florida. And if you're not careful with it, it'll break its body in half like a lizard that's breaking off its tail to get away. And we don't want to hurt this guy, so we're going to be careful. All right, let's get back home, feed these pigs, take care of the animals.
That other pack of hogs we just put in here recently, there's maybe like 6 of them or so.
And they'll come out. See it moving right there? They come out a little bit, but they're not fully confident yet like these guys are. Y'all hungry? Got some dinner. Saving the Glades is all about long days, hot weather, and doing the work most people never see. That's why we're pumped to have Poncho supporting the series. When you're out in the swamp, dealing with critters trying to sting, bite, and injure you, the last thing you want is the wrong shirt, son. I'm battling with critters. I don't want to battle with my shirt. That's why I like these Poncho outdoor shirts. They're lightweight, breathable but still extremely tough and have some nice stretch in them. So when I'm diving, climbing, or running, they work with me. Like me, these shirts are built to be outside. Whether I'm chasing the dogs, catching snakes, doing chores, they're the shirt for me. I know. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I just got off the phone with someone from the state. They have a bunch of pythons just south of the lake. They're doing some sort of maintenance or construction job down there. And they're asking if you can do a removal. So.
Really? Yeah, that sounds awesome. You got a point of contact or something for me over there?
I do. I'll send that over your way.
All right, send that to me. I'll give him a call.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. All right, y'all. We met with the project manager. They gave us a layout of the whole area. They gave us keys, access, everything we need. And now we're out here road cruising. Gonna see what we can find tonight. Get a feel for the area. And I got my number one employee with me, old Clementine.
How do you call the pythons?
You find them up the dogs and the dogs
That's right. Knowing her, she wants to find a hog rather than a python. But we'll take either one. We got old Nip, so we're ready to catch him. So while I was out here touring the place with the project manager, she was showing me pictures and videos of the pythons that they found out here while doing work, construction, managing the area, and they found some big ones. And I was surprised by how many they found, being this far north and just this far west. This area is like a big preserve and reservoir in the middle of essentially a trailer park and cattle ranches. So it's a real kind of unique area, and it holds a lot of wildlife, and I think it's holding a lot of pythons. The swamp's about to come alive. That's what happens. All the creatures start to come out. We got some kind of egg. I think it's like a soft shell turtle egg. It's just busted into. I'm gonna bring it to you. Hold on. I don't know if that's an hatch there, but a little turtle egg. It's out. I think it got eaten.
What happened to that?
They got chomped. This is my first time out here, so I'm doing my best to collect all the data I can. We got some good holes over here. When I notice good holes, I take a look, mark them, and plan on returning to them.
1, 2, move.
Shit with that light. I'm blind with that light.
Good thing it's Spanish out there.
The more information I can gather, the better I can hunt this area. Some of the stuff I'm using. This a whole grip. Yeah, there's a couple of little holes. It looks like, oh, look at this. Damn, look at that.
A milli.
Alien on your finger. What the heck?
Yeah. Platinum can't fly.
He can fly. Put it back out there. I don't want that nasty thing in my truck.
I want to. Why, Bud? You can't fly.
Go.
Why?
Fly, buddy. Oh. All right, he's gone. Yay! Clementine is a true Florida girl. She's been raised in the wild, and she ain't scared of no snakes, lizards, or bugs. This guy here, it's a tobacco worm. Horned caterpillar. How did you see that? Eagle show Clementine. It's called tobacco worm. You touch him?
Why?
Yeah.
Like, where
A
is
little caterpillar. You can't see it. You touch him.
where him going?
I don't know. He's doing his thing. I don't want to let my trailer. I'm put him back. We'll catch more stuff. Say bye-bye. Woo! You see him fly? There's a lot of bugs out here? There's bugs everywhere! Monster python. Monster python. Big snake, dude. Big snake. Let me grab my hat, Cam. Keep your eyes on that snake. I don't even see it. Come here, Clementine. Big snake, baby. Big snake. Here. You go. There you go. Come on, hurry up. Where's it at? Right here. Oh. Am I red light blinker? Yep. Holy shit. Dude, it's a stud. Oh, I'm stepping all over. Big snake, dude. She's shedding like a bitch. Hold on, baby. I'm gonna have to get in there. I'm losing her. I can't even move her, dude. She's coming. I gotta get away from this wood. I want her to get in there. Dude, she is giant. Hold on, baby. Come down here. Come down a little bit more on the edge. Monster snake. Absolute monster. Dude, this is the biggest snake I've ever seen. I can't even stop her, dude. She's too long. She's not being real aggressive. What do you think about this snake, Clementine? I'm just gonna have to go for this grab. Yep. Oh. She's a stud, dude. She's about to pull out my hand. Monster. Woo! Stop! Clementine, come down here. Come on, baby, take your time. Holy crap. She getting out? She getting out? Yep. Oh. You got a lot of energy, too. Come on, darling. Clementine, come down here. Your dad is kind of in the middle of something. You got to come here. Come here, Clementine. You almost got me a few times. Did I get bit by that? Yeah. Is she going to latch on? I already know that. Wow, look at your daddy caught. Look at this big old thing, girl. Here is your thing.
Ooh, look at that snake. Oh my god. Jimmy.
What do you think? It's okay, I got you. Your daddy's got it. That's a snake, girl. Is that the biggest snake you've ever seen? You ain't even seen one in the zoo that big.
In the zoo?
Look, it's shedding everywhere. What a sight, dude. What, do you see a big black thing? Yeah. I knew it. All I could see was that tail end. Uh-oh. She's getting it, dude. She's fine.
That's a girl?
Oh, yeah. It's a big mama. Look at this.
She wants to
What it's all about. Our first night on this freaking site. Absolute monster. I think this thing will maybe go 17 foot. I mean, it is a stud. No, she ain't gonna eat you. I ain't gonna let her. She's trying to let her daddy let her. Look at this. Is it squeezing me right now? Oh, yeah, squeezing the shit out of me. You need help? No. She definitely got some fight in her, though.
Dude, how are we going to carry this thing up the hill?
I don't know.
Wow. Well, she's not on A's.
She ain't on days. I'd say she probably laid last year. I mean, she's got some fat, but you can tell she's eating. You can tell she don't have a whole bunch of fat reserves. More than likely, she laid last year, I would assume, somewhere in this area, which tells me there's a lot more snakes. That's a stud, guys. Even though this snake was on the skinnier side for her size, these videos and pictures just did not do her justice. The shadows in the grass hid her body and just really didn't show her as impressive as she really was. Epic snake. I think I broke my back. Not even catching this thing, but taking pictures with it. Oh, my back is destroyed. Woo, hopefully we don't got to take a couple days off. But either way, this bad boy was worth it. Your dad is getting old. Listen to him talking about a sore back. What the heck? Little girl's first monster snake. Give me a high five. And what a snake indeed. I think this snake might go 17 foot, definitely 16. I can get it to 16-10. She'll go over 17 when she's dead, 100%. Without a doubt. That's a hell of a snake. Y'all don't go by the head coming time. You can see right now I fought so much with her that she's in almost a coma. They build up, I think, lactic acid in them and it puts them in like a state of comatose. I'm no biologist, but it definitely happens. This was a successful mission. I can't wait to tell the state what we caught out here tonight. They're going to be very pleased, and so are the local ranchers. The local ranchers said they've been seeing a really big snake around. I'd like to think this is it. We'll see. But either way, we are very happy, and I would call that a success. Heck yeah, girl.
As big as you.
You know, while we're celebrating and consider tonight a victory, it's definitely bittersweet. It's a reminder that these snakes are continuing to work their way further north, closer to where I live. I live up in the Okeechobee area, and this is just south of the lake. With a snake this size, it's definitely a scary reminder that we have a possible breeding population up here and large snakes that can easily start affecting our wildlife populations. So it's definitely something I want to stay on top of, especially being so close to home. And we'll be back out here for sure. Good luck, Uncle D.
Uzi, girl. What happened last night? She's leaking pus everywhere. You see this? She got bit really good.
Hair cover that you were in.
Well, I saw last night. I didn't know if she was just wet or what. I couldn't tell. It was so dark.
And of course, I'm woken up all night by broken down boats, Uzi getting bit by a moccasin, helping her in the middle of the night. And now I got to get up early as hell to get a new guy ready and to take old Uzi here possibly to the vet. She's probably fine. She'd probably be okay. But I don't like that raw spot that's starting to form and how much it's oozing. I feel like she got a good dose of venom and it's maybe starting to rot some of that. Usually for the moccasin bites, I don't take them to the vet. I don't do any of that. I give them our at-home remedies, raw hamburger meat, a lot of salt. Sometimes I think they're having a kind of allergic reaction to the venom. It doesn't help with the venom itself. And just letting themselves flush themselves out with water all night. And a lot of times, if the dog has already been bit before and has a little bit of that immunity, I can hunt that dog the very next day. They're perfectly fine. Uzi here is supposed to help me tonight. I definitely need her tonight, so we're going to try to get her to the vet. I already talked to him. He's already going to give me steroids and all kind of other stuff to get her under control. And hopefully we can hunt her tonight. We'll see. But we'll take her in, and make it quick. Oh, Uzi's oozing everywhere. Is that where you got the name from, girl? Alright, we're letting the old cameraman sleep. We're gonna go get it done ourselves. Taking these little pups to get the rest of their tails docked off. We do it ourselves, but a couple of these puppies, their tails are taking a little longer to fall off than we like. So we're just going to do our due diligence and bring them in and get the vet to dock them the rest of the way. You know, it's not just for looks why we do this. There is a reason behind it. These are high drive dogs. And when you get these dogs in a dog kennel and they're hunting or see an animal or something like that, their tail goes nuts. And they'll actually beat their tail in that dog box so bad that they'll bust their tail open and it bleeds everywhere and it's just a constant problem. So it's better for the dog, it's better for us if we dock those tails while they're puppies, and it's also breed standard. So if you're breeding these dogs and you want to be registered, you have to do this. And it's necessary, I believe in it, and that's why we do it. Alright, girl. You oozing all in there. Okeechobee vet always taking care of us. Dr. Gerald just gave her a shot. He gave her some prednisone and some other stuff. He said she should be good to go for tonight. Alright. Clean bill of health. Puppies are taken care of. We're good to take Uzi hunting tonight, and that's good because we definitely need her. So get back home, get some stuff done there, and get ready for tonight. Yes, sir. Never know what you'll pick up. Just another day. Guess I got a rusty nail in the tire. We gotta fix it before we go. And it's pouring. Never ends. It ain't one thing, it's another. Dealing with this rain. Hopefully it's gonna clear up here in a little bit so we can get to hunting. We'll see. Alright, y'all, here we are. Night 2 back out here at the new site. And we waited out the rain. Unfortunately, the cameras don't work in the rain. But should be good for us. Everything's nice and wet. I think it should bring out the bugs, unfortunately, which will bring out the critters, which will bring out the pythons. And we're going to hunt the interior tonight. Last time we hunted, we caught that monster 17-foot python, which is absolutely epic. But we only hunted the perimeter levee. So now we're breaking off in the side-by-side. I got the dogs with me, and we're going to hit some of the interior. I've never seen it before, never even scouted it. We'll see what we get into. All right, last but definitely not least, we got old Uzi here. Old snake bite. That swelling has gone down a whole bunch. Definitely still in there, though. Old turkey neck. She says she's ready to go, though.
Fuck.
That's not good. Glad I have my Ditto, son. Alright, we're back out here. I got Auto Pump OJ, Auto Pump Blue back there. I got Nip, and we got Uzi with us, fresh off of a moccasin bite last night. To everybody gonna be in my comments saying I should have left her at home and we're being cruel to her. This dog was dying to go. She was hunting lizards back on the porch all day, and the vet gave us a clean bill of health. He said, "You're welcome to take her tonight. She'll be good to go." And we got her out here. So we'll see how she does. Right now she's doing good. Ready to hunt. I'm I'm not gonna push her hard. It should be an easy night anyway. So let's get at it. I don't think this main road even exists anymore. Every road and plan we had picked out for the night ended up being a dead end.
We'll check the other side, but I think it's the same thing.
Because I mean, you can look over here.
It's a real skinny road. It's a road. I tell you what, you gotta be careful of the dogs around here, dude. These things are stacked full of gators.
Unfortunately, all the roads had to change since satellite imagery was taken, and we had to come up with all new paths and trails that really did not go anywhere.
You definitely crank that, baby. What's that? Let me get through this shit.
Yeah, keep coming straight out. And to add insult to injury, Old Blue decided to take a dump in the box. All the dog hunters out there know a dog pooping in the box is like breaking one of the dog hunting 10 commandments.
Hey, it's the first time any auto pups have ever shit in my box. They're usually really good about it. But I guess he had to go. I didn't really get him long enough.
Load up, you nasty bastard. Hey, come on. Come here. Load up. Birds and armadillo. Let's see if we can't get these reptile dogs to catch an invasive armadillo. Looks like this armadillo got lucky and made it to his hole. You're gonna have a hard time catching him because of his armored shell. But Blue's been good at learning to get him by the head or that tail. Yeah. So armadillos are invasive. Many people don't know that. And out here they're causing issues because they're digging all the embankments. Might have already hit a hole, if I had to guess. Up top. Good girl. Here's my dog. Come here. Good girl. The elusive South Florida cheetah. Do not touch. May carry STDs. She's out. A lot of times these stacked up piles of vegetation that they make when they're clearing everything out can make good nesting locations for pythons. A lot of pythons have been caught out of stacks of vegetation like this, where they find a gap inside of it where it's nice and dry, lay their nest, and do their thing. How shiny its eyes are, it's probably a bobcat. Bobcat or raccoon, I can see it. Turn off the yeah. Oh, cat. I saw that cat. You're lucky, little kitty. You almost just caught a 300 blackout to the head. At first, I wasn't positive what it is, but after watching it move for a little bit and seeing the size ratio to the grass, I figured it's a feral cat.
What's up, dude? You alright? You got the bird flu?
Newsy, relax.
What's up with you, dude? I think it's that same one.
I had to redeem myself on that catch. I was a little killed here. I think he's That's fine. I don't want to mess them up. We're gonna put it back. I think it's just that's safe. You know what it was? That fucking cat probably. He probably just saved his ass from that cat. A lot of people don't know that feral cats are probably one of the worst invasive species in the entire world. They kill just for fun and have had a major role in over 27 extinctions. Well, no success tonight, unfortunately, with, tonight was more recon than anything it turned out being. We got a better feel for a lot of these trails, got a better game plan of what we need to do. We need to come back out here during the daylight, use the drone to scout around, and find the best areas for us to take the dogs and be able to safely use them. I don't want to come out here and feed them to the alligators, so we're going to use what we can in front of us and do it the right way. We had a real successful first night out here, so we're still happy about that. And keep using that for our motivation to come back out, get some more. Come here! Up next on Saving the Glades. We are tired, running on very little sleep, but with the season winding down, we are checking every hole we can find and giving it all we've got. Island after island, hole after hole, we keep pushing until we make a find.
Atlanta Dream, they are not happy with Angel Reese. Angel Reese was an absolute travesty to the game of basketball today. She humiliated herself out there. It was ridiculous. The girl missed about 8 or 9 layups right at the rim. She blew a fast break layup all by herself, and she blew the game-winning layup. Alicia Gray not happy. Alicia Gray did her part, 34 points, and she's pissed off Angel Reese blew this game. Head coach Carl Semesco also pissed off with Angel Reese for blowing this game, embarrassing the team. Head coach Carl Semesco blasted Angel Reese about 4 or 5 days ago for all of these knee bounds and her not kicking the ball out. She gets the rebounds and just keeps throwing it up and throwing it up and throwing it up. And he got at the podium and said, hey, when we get offensive rebounds, we need to kick it out. That was a direct shot to Angel Reese, and they are even more frustrated now. We got to get into it. Welcome to Keep the Vision. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, share the channel, hit the bell notification, hype the video. That'd be greatly appreciated. We'll start with Alicia Gray before we go to head coach Carl Semesco. Angel Reese, terrible.
I don't know. I just feel like we just came up short tonight.
Pissed. She's pissed. She's pissed.
Angel make the shot.
And secondly, y'all kind of surrounded Angel and we're kind of saying some words of encouragement. What are some things y'all said there and kind of some things you'll go forward and saying to encourage each other after this loss?
Yo, Alicia Gray is so mad right now. She got her shades on. Look at her body language. Like she's trying to hold back from saying the wrong things. Look at that pause. It sounds like she drunk a gallon of water in between that pause.
It happens like we know any other time like Angel will make the shot. I mean, she knows she'll make the shot, but in that moment, you just gotta encourage your teammates. Like no one person lost us the game. It's a team effort, and
she's frustrated. She's trying to be nice. We know she'll make the shot. No, you don't know. The last 4 games now, Angel Reese is shooting less than 25% on layups. You don't know she'll make it. And you know who else don't know? This man right here, Carl Semesco, is not happy with Angel Reese. The girl stunk it up.
Great crowd tonight. Disappointing finish to the game.
Look at it. Yo, these pauses they're taking in between are insane.
Yeah. Great crowd tonight.
disappointing finish to the game. You know, kind of a tough fourth
Here
quarter
we
for
go.
us. We had a chance to win it at regulation, and it just didn't go down. And
we had a chance to win it in regulation, and it just didn't go down. He trying to say it like they missed the three. She missed a point-blank layup. He's pissed. This is the same man that blasted Angel Reese 4 days ago.
You know,
It's a decent
kind
block.
of a tough fourth quarter for us, and then we had a chance to win it at regulation, and it just didn't go down. And then we had to try to compete in overtime. I thought players try to execute the game plan really well, especially defensively.
Fuck.
It's just disappointing to come up short when we had an opportunity to win.
We had an opportunity. He keeps saying it. We had an opportunity in regulation. We had an opportunity to win. This is directly at Angel Reese. He gonna keep going. He's gonna keep going.
Although that's that. I mean, I'm not sure at the end. Indiana outscored you 31-19 in the fourth and overtime. What do you feel like was the difference in that?
Well, they went to a zone, and I thought we kind of got really stagnant. You still got to move against the zone. I mean, you got to look to penetrate and move the ball, flash into a window and cut. I just thought we got, standing around watching one person with the ball. We talked about it during timeouts, but it's still, we haven't seen a lot of zone, but we have worked on it in practice. I think in practice we've done really well against it. I just think today, late in the game, we kind of went away from what we typically do against zone and just kind of watched one person with the ball instead of, creating the kind of shots that we usually do versus zone. And I think if we would have done that, we probably would have seen like 2 possessions of zone. But I think because we were, passing and just letting them get matched up and stay matched up, I think we saw it a lot more than we would have otherwise.
Hi, Coach. I'm Annabelle Ryder with Decatur-ish. Just curious, you already mentioned kind of refreshing on how you guys respond to zone defense, but are there any other next steps that you guys are really highlighting when moving forward?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of positives today, I thought.
We're just at the Angel. Let's see, Brian, at least you're kind of there to console. What was your message to the Angel after she missed that shot?
Yeah, what was your message to Angel after she smoked the layup and smoked the game?
Well, we just had to move on to the next play. I mean, we did what we were. I mean, we didn't run there was supposed to be one screen in there, and we kind of forgot the screen. But then when I, took the shot, and we told those two to, really crash the boards and give us a second chance. They both did exactly what we asked for them. And then we got 2 looks, right at the end of the game that, could have won it for us, but, they rolled out. Just
He's pissed. We got 2 looks right at the end of the game, 2 layups, and they just rolled out. He's pissed.
Kind of a bad break.
And one quick follow-up: how much of a difference not having Jordan Canada in today's game kind of potentially maybe have impacted the outcome of this game?
Yeah, I mean, it happens. You have to go with what you have. I think the players that played today gave us a great chance to win. I mean, we're literally one possession, from winning the game against a very good team who's been playing really well. But JC is a fantastic point guard, and obviously, particularly against the zone, she's somebody that we count on for penetrating to the middle and then passing it out to our shooters or dumping it down behind. So, and then she makes such a difference in our transition game and gives us an extra really good defender out there. So we miss her, but she couldn't go today. So the people that went, I thought, did well enough to win. It was competitive. Her performance to be able to contribute that way when you're having to guard one of the best players in the league for as much time as she did. I mean, I thought she was fantastic.
Hi, Coach. Makai Foster here with AJC. Obviously, I know you guys are probably having a limited amount of time on set, but what are some key things from this game that you're planning on telling the team, or hoping that they talk against each other to take to the next game?
Well, I think it shows that, we have a really good team. I mean, Indiana
excellent, and despite being shorthanded, we were right there. That's why it hurt so much, is because like we were right there.
You was right there, but Angel Reese gotcha. Angel Reese gotcha, man. Carl Semesco, he's livid. He's pissed about this loss. Alicia Gray is pissed. It's nasty work, man. Angel, you really let him down. You smoked that layup, and they about sick and tired of you. What says you? Get down in the comments. Let me know what you think. Let's keep the vision. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and share the channel.
Alright, so they're at a place called Hideaway Bar and Pizzeria in Darlington, where they have an all-you-can-eat pizza challenge. The way it works is you get 45 minutes in which to eat as many slices of pizza as you possibly can. It costs 30 quid, but if you can break the current house record, you get all the pizza free. The best performing video on this channel of all time was an all-you-can-eat pizza challenge. So thought we did the same thing again, yeah. No Gordon Ramsay in the thumbnail this time, though, so nobody can complain at least. What a f***ing bozo. Alright, so top of the leaderboard right now is a bloke called Ben Potter with 10 slices. So I need to do 11 slices in order to top the leaderboard, get the pizza for free. All inside 45 minutes. Bonus on this one is there's no wait time, so you tell them when you're about halfway done with the first pizza, they start cooking the second one. This photograph is very, very famous, certainly amongst football fans, because that's Vinnie Jones grabbing Paul Gascoigne's nuts. It looks like he's in pain, doesn't it? Yeah, you know, it's been... Good lord. It's pretty big. Enjoy. Thank you. A bit of dips. Yeah. No hot sauce in there, is there? That's cheeky raise the eyebrows there. So as I find out. Right, Tom, what are the rules? You get 45 minutes, yeah?
45 minutes, all you can eat pizza. It's there, about 18-inch pizzas. Unlimited dips. Go on the slice count, see how many you can do. It's 10 to beat. Ben Potter.
Ben Potter did 10 of these, so he's top leaderboard right now, so he needs to do 11 at least, right? There are 6 slices per pizza, so that means basically I've got to do 2 18-inch pieces, right?
Goes about the same after we eat the crust.
Oh yeah, of course you gotta eat the crust, man. When I leave it, what do you think, Tom? You think I got it?
I think I got it.
Yeah? Oh, don't say that, man. That was the feel bad. This is Baby Spoon. This is Hideaway Bar Pizzeria's all you can eat pizza challenge. Bigger than I expected. Down the hatch. I think I might have got the start time when it's perfect though, because normally I start when it's too hot. Sometimes when it's too cold, but this time I get a bit of right. You finish your slice of pizza?
Yeah, just about. I thought I'd warm up, yeah. You know, warm up the crowd.
Warm up the non-existent crowd.
I can't see what this is about. Where the is everyone?
Next was that time.
Yes, Tom. Something's supposed to remind me. The 2 cameramen I'm paying to be here did not.
He's getting paid.
Could I get the So Wrong It's Right, please? That's the one with pineapple on, right? Perfect.
What's the difference between a good pizza joke and a bad one?
For the record, this is me doing an eye roll. Go on, what is it?
The delivery.
That's the worst one, yeah. I mean, like, the bar is low, but that's bad. I ain't gonna laugh like it was so bad. That's how bad that was.
I was just about to ask when the pizza joke would come in Dutch, but delivered now.
You basically just took the same joke Very funny. Too close might hit the lens.
That count as different. You like that, yeah.
Oh, it's alright. Cool. We're good.
Right.
Slice number 5. Pretty big slices those are. Final slice. The first pizza. 6 slices.
That's just great.
And then let me remember. I'm getting old now, man. Look at this smart guy's coming in. Look how smart he is. Tie on and everything. Looking very sharp there, mate. Making friends with locals.
Oh, friends, best friends forever and ever.
5 of these will be the record.
Thanks, man. The problem is that now this is piping hot. The first one you get slightly cool. Not the same with this one. Oh my god, that's so hot.
Oh, there's that. There's that.
You don't have to eat the crust, I think. It's actually a real relief to me that I'm not just gonna have a big pile of crust waiting for me at the end. Right. I'm hoping this should be reasonably tepid now. Have more light. They seem way too happy. How's it going, boys?
Yeah, just get photo.
Of course. It's alright? Yeah, of course, Cameron. So wait a second, you saw me on some kind of story. You're supposed to be in law. Yeah, college doing law. You're supposed to be in law class right now. You said you went to the toilet and came down here. Yes, boys. Tell your teacher I said hi. I'm hoping something doesn't come up. We'll see. 4 slices remaining. 3 in order to beat the record. The only one I haven't tried is that rather suspicious one. Although that looks like it could be hot. That is a little bit hot.
Going first after this bite.
This bite. Oh yeah. This pizza is reminiscent of Domino's pizza to me. I don't know if that's offensive or not.
Say that again, it's like Domino's pizza.
Yeah, it's better. I should say that, but it is a little bit like it.
Cooked in a similar way, but
Yeah.
I'll take a bit of the best.
Right, come on. We're looking around 13 minutes. This is the record breaking slice. Let's go into this thing. This looks more like jam and stuff. I hope it is now.
10 minutes to go.
I don't think that leaves enough time for a third pizza to be cooked. Maybe we'll jump with the gun though. Who knows if I'm going to get this one down? I imagine it's quite a lot less entertaining in real life. You can say it, it's alright.
Yeah, a little bit.
Alright, this is Big Beats Food, and that was Hideaway Bar and Pizzeria's All You Can Eat Pizza Challenge. Pretty well beaten. 5 minutes left. Obviously not quite enough time to order and take on another pizza, but they do have the top pizzas, so I think we'll order one of those. Oh, do you get a t-shirt as well? It says completed it, mate. You know, like Jay from In-Betweens.
Completely, mate.
That is a surprise because I didn't think you got a t-shirt.
Even more both.
Oh, thanks, man. It does look nice. It's a wrap.
24-year-old from Blue Springs, Missouri, Jacob Mizorowski, who's first in everything.
Yeah, first in everything, and throws a lot of first pitch strikes, and he's going to throw fastballs way more than he doesn't, which in a league where it doesn't happen, you're pretty excited to see a guy like this be able to pitch downhill. And right out of the gate, I would think the Dodgers are going to be aggressive early.
It is Ohtani. Mizorowski has faced the Dodgers twice, and he struck out half of the batters that he's faced. Beat Clayton Kershaw last July, struck out 12 in that game. And then in Game 3 of the championship series, struck out 9 in 5 innings. One of the only blemishes, Ohtani hit a curveball out for a home run. There's a 104-mile-per-hour fastball.
Well, the first inning, and really what's been a magnified kind of talk is his fastball velocity, right? With the first inning, it's going to be electric, and then it tones down a little bit. Not necessarily the great formula, but he's giving you all he has right out of the gate for sure. And he has owned left-handed hitters. Like, if he can get the plane at the top of the strike zone, and I'm going to break down his mechanics as we go and try to explain why this freak of nature throws the ball as hard and as firm as he does. That pitch right there is the only pitch that hitters have a chance on, and now he painted, so they don't have a chance. But down the middle, that's where he'll give up his home runs, right? He can climb the ladder right here, mask high, to a great left-handed hitter in Ohtani, he'll get a swing. Ohtani takes it 2-2. Sitting at 104. That one being just a little over the plate. He has the luxury to go vertical right down the middle, up. Now, you don't teach pitching to pitch right down the middle, but if there's a guy that can do it, he's in it. And he says that is his philosophy. He aims for the middle and lets it rip. Ohtani pops up this fastball to short left field. Andrew Vaughn is out. Put it away for the first out. When you're thinking about average baseball velocity, and then you think Mizorowski, first of all, there's the extension, there's the line to where his ball's going, and then right at this point is the difference of how quick it gets on the hitter versus how much more time you have from an average velocity standpoint. Hitters will tell you that there is no chance when you spot a fastball and you give him less time to react that you're going to have success. And there's the difference right there. If you want to know why he's so good, it's because that extension makes it look that much faster than the already is. So 104 after 104 against Ohtani face the first time, and 102 right here. Wonder if Mizorowski's trying to step it off facing the Dodgers. It's always fast, but he's got a little something extra for Ohtani. Up and in, can't get to it. Down and away, can get to it. Down, maybe get to it. Chopper over first and down. Powers hustles to the corner to get it. Kahn is on his horse, headed home. Relay to the plate won't even happen. It's an RBI triple for Shohei Ohtani. And the Dodgers are on the board in the third. Down, you have a chance. Up and in, no chance. Watch where this pitch was supposed to be, and watch where it ended up. And that's the difference between making contact. They wanted it up, he threw it down, and Ohtani, one of the best, can get that ball in play, where the other ball up, he has no chance. Here we go, in a 4-1 game in the fifth. Bases loaded Ohtani against Mizorowski. Strike one. Slowed him down to 89. Now what? I still like high heaters. Once you get the bases loaded, you don't have a lot of room for error. But when you get ahead of the count, you get that ball up above his hands. We paint the inside Parker. 1 over 100, but he just has too many luxuries. If he just doesn't make mistakes, that's why he's the elite arm in our game. He gets away with a lot more in the strike zone. But these are the champs, you know. These are guys that you gotta execute or you're gonna pay for them. Ultimate power against power matchup right here. 0-2 from Mizorowski. Ohtani flails and misses. Slider, fastball, slider to strike him out. Well, it's a good time to be absolutely deciding what to throw and where to throw it. The second pitch was the one that kind of blocked him up. And then Otani's got a guess.
I think maybe even Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty. Dirty Jersey.
Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty Jersey Rat. Dirty Jersey.
Hey, man.
Dr. Steve.
Yes, sir.
It's Kevin Brennan. You're on the air with me.
Okay.
Okay, so this Patrick Melton, are you his personal physician?
No.
Okay, so he did 10 hours on his show Friday night. Should he have done that?
I don't know, man. I haven't talked to him since Hackamania, so I just don't know.
You guys never talked to each other. Melton hasn't talked to Nick Ricotta. You haven't talked to Melton. But you did write him a doctor's note, correct?
Well, I don't know. What's he said?
Yeah, everybody said that. Everybody has confirmed that you wrote him a doctor's note. Huh?
Everybody said that, but what's he said? I can't talk about anything.
Yeah, so that because you wrote him a doctor's note.
Anything I did for you, I can't talk about anything.
Go ahead. You didn't break any laws with me. You can tell everybody. You shouldn't, not for a hunchback. But should a hunchback do a 10-hour show on one day?
I don't know, dude. It just depends on what's going on with him.
Well, his back is compromised. So should he do a 10-hour show?
Well, is it still compromised? I don't know. Dude, you're asking me questions I can't answer.
He doesn't. Well, you can call him. You can call him right now.
Okay, I'll call him.
Because apparently he can't do shows. He can't travel to Minnesota because he's got this bad back. And then he says he's busy. He's buying a house with super tip money. But now he wants to, when he comes back, says he's too busy. Then when he comes back, he says,
Now this, two former NBA players declaring for the WNBA draft. This as conservatives pressure the league. Clarify the stance on transgender athletes, please. Brooke Taylor joins me now. What does this mean for the WNBA and eligibility?
Hi, Stuart. Well, it's forcing the WNBA to answer a question that its own rules don't clarify, which is what does it mean to be a woman? So two former NBA players, they are putting the league's eligibility to the test. Ernest Cantor Freedom, the 6'10" former NBA player, making it official, submitting a letter declaring for the 2027 WNBA draft.
If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA.
And Freedom is not alone. Former NBA player and Minnesota Senate candidate Royce White also says he wants his shot at the WNBA, posting this photo of himself in a wig with the hashtag #LetHerPlay. Now, the WNBA says only women are eligible to play, but doesn't define what constitutes a woman. Indiana Fever's Sophie Cunningham has publicly called for biological men to be barred from women's sports, putting her at the center of this growing debate. Now, the league is being forced to confront this issue head on. The commissioner sent a memo to teams last week saying in the next few days, a task force made up of team presidents and general managers, they're going to be meeting. We have reached out to the WNBA to ask when this meeting is taking place and if any policy changes are on the table, but Stuart, we have not heard back yet.
Got it. Brooke Taylor, thank you very much. All right, former NBA player Royce White joins me now. Royce, welcome to the program. You're planning to declare for the next WNBA draft. Are you trying to force the WNBA to define what is a woman?
First of all, thanks for having me, Stuart. I appreciate it. And like you said, I'm running for United States Senate here in the state of Minnesota, belly of the beast, cultural epicenter of American politics. Please go and vote in our primary tonight. Myself, U.S. Senate, the great Mike Lindell for Minnesota governor. I'm just having a blast being a woman. I never knew. 35 years I've been alive, born in 1991. I never knew I could be a woman. I always trusted the science. Now, it would appear that I'm sometimes identifying as a black transgender lesbian. And I can't tell you how liberating it is, although I've experienced a lot of hate in the last few days.
Look, I know you're being sarcastic here. Are you getting some resentment from WNBA players for what you're doing?
Why would they be resentful? We're going to elevate the game. We're going to put more eyeballs on these young women's hard work, their lifelong hard work. And ultimately, like I said, I'm a black woman, and I want to be respected as a black woman by the WNBA and everybody else. It's time that we put this cis-normative culture, this toxic cis-normative culture behind us, and we allow men, biological or assigned male at birth, people like myself, to come out and be their true, authentic self. I am, again, for everybody in the audience, sometimes identifying as a black transgender lesbian, and I'm proud.
Okay, what happens if no WNBA team picks you?
Well, I think based on my body of work in the game of basketball, what I bring to a team, what I bring to the league in terms of athleticism and skill, it would be a clear case of discrimination, and we plan to pursue every legal route possible to hold the WNBA to their standards.
Okay. Tennis uses genetic testing on athletes. Is that something you think every women's sport should implement?
Of course, yeah, I'll be in support of that. I mean, I don't want to take up any of the space that is dedicated to females assigned at birth or people assigned female at birth, but I do think I can help the WNBA, and if the language isn't clarified, then of course, my sometimes identifying as a black transgender lesbian two-spirit will give me a chance to play and help the other women elevate the game.
Well, this was quite an interview, and Royce White, we thank you very much for being with us today. Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Godspeed, sir.
The WNBA released a statement on this saying, quote, "We recognize that this is a complex and nuanced topic, and we will continue to have important conversations with all of you and the Players Association in the weeks and months ahead. We also plan to convene additional discussions and offer listening sessions for any team leaders who would like to participate. Your perspectives and feedback are invaluable. and I appreciate those who have already reached out to share their thoughts. End quote. Still ahead, Gavin Newsom is facing backlash for his suspiciously empty work calendar and out-of-state trips. How can he be?
And then we try to have different events. So sometimes we only play slots, only table games. Sometimes we do land-based casino. Sometimes
Doyle still has the need for speed, making it 4,500 with A6 of clubs. Doyle live streams every night, incidentally, also. Once at 3 a.m. and once at 5:30 a.m.
No put in trays up there, buddy.
USB.
Dwan calls at 3,300.
We need
No trays, but 3 jacks for Dwan. And to complicate things, Dwan's got an 8.
Yeah.
And he bets 3,000.
But it's a line game. With a 35 euro bet on, and he put 5,000 times money. I think in total that round, people that were playing won 20 million almost.
Those calls.
So it's fun with those games because everyone plays together.
Queen on the turn.
I was affected too. God damn it.
Just spin.
Do you hear that like swishing sound, or am I the only one?
It's our guest.
No.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, is that the other guest?
Yes.
God damn it, JT, wrangle these people.
I'm working on something.
What the hell is going on?
Never kidding.
Okay, they should be good now.
I miss old Howard Stern. The bike is purposely missing the seat. Can we keep that part private? Chad, why do you not have a seat on your bike? Stop it. Are you trying to say Chad likes the pole to go right up his... Never mind.
I think that's what said.
I think that's what they're saying. Got him. Oh, there's the elusive Stuttering John as Bigfoot. Like I said, I've heard that there were Stuttering John.
You're going to go, Kate.
Well, I think, didn't Vegas beer sales Gary or something say that you hung out with John in L.A.?
Could be a distraction while he's hiding out in
Because
Long
yes,
Island.
you said you heard he's in Long Island.
A good source has confirmed he's been spotted in Long Island.
That's fantastic. Of course, send all your pictures of the Dabbler in the wild. Carnival Ledger.
Allegedly,
yes. Ref Ugly, Chad does live at a motel. It has the tarred recovery chair set up with pool and everything. The potato nailed it. He's a great investigative reporter.
I've never heard it called the tarred recovery chair. I thought that was...
Isn't that like a therapy thing?
I think it was just a nice thing so they could put certain people in the water.
Right. Blind mice and such.
Yeah.
Chad's Mimic. Glad you finally talked Mike into ditching DJ Electra. We tried. It took a while, but he finally listened to us. Yes. God.
Only 23 episodes of BTH to get him to kick her to the curb.
So much crap we have to talk about still. Chad's Mimic.
He shot the special in Detroit. He's just waiting on editing now. Duh. That wasn't for you guys. There's no way he could not have shot the special, but there was the rumor that one of our callers said that they called the club and they said one of the days is blocked off for shooting. So it's very interesting.
Maybe they were looking at ticket sales and they assumed he was going to hardwood wire himself.
Oh, that's my shooting. Fantastic.
Yeah, we got to clean the blood off, but we'll be good to go for next week.
Insufferable Carlos Danger. Every penny to Lorenzo. You got it.
Yes.
Member for 39 months. If you need a debate mod, I'll do it. Make sure y'all don't gish glop all the time. From Birch the Great. Thank you.
Great Birch the Great.
The great Birch the Great.
Lay down the box, Eugene. Lay down.
What were you going to say?
What do? Do you put him in a box?
I mean, well, no, you got like what if he dies at your house?
Yeah.
Well, what is your plan? Do you think you're gonna be one of those people who buries him in your backyard?
Yeah, and you? Or do I have to take him like?
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but people do it.
It's your property.
Yeah.
It's just,
You gotta dig it deep.
it's not really how it works, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's your property. You can bury whatever you want in your backyard. Bury your wife.
Tomato plants.
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah, this is natural fertilizer.
Huh.
I mean, I had a dog we buried once, and we just put it in a black, like, heavy duty trash.
It's where he'll be.
A trash bag.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? What box? Like a box is a very. The second you put all that dirt on the box is gonna fucking break and cover you in dirt anyway.
What does it all mean, man?
Nothing. We're all just gonna die. None of this means anything. It's all meaningless. That's why it's funny when people like Haley think the wrong course and fuck everything up, and we can all goof on it. None of this matters in the end.
I did want to say before Sean Avery punched me in the gut, I met a Birch the Great doppelganger a few weeks back.
Chad Zumach?
No. Like, dude, exact Birch the Great to a T. Voice, look, everything. Should have got a picture.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I put Birch the Great back on the screen. He is like a very good-looking Chad Zumach.
Handsome, a young, handsome Zumach.
Yes.
Yeah, young Zumach.
Young. Yeah, you gotta put that in there.
Zumach is like Bizarro, this guy.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Agreed. Like how you're Bizarro Rosie O'Donnell.
See, Rosie O'Donnell's coming back.
I know. What the hell happened? She got all like dolled up again. She was looking like a dude for a while.
Trump 2028. That's all I gotta say.
He keeps fucking everything up. He made Rosie O'Donnell look.
Does Amazon sell boxes?
Yes. Do they have doggy coffins?
Looking.
Can you buy a little doggy coffin?
This is killing me.
Stop loying and shut that old dead dog up. Do it a favor. Get the pillow.
I haven't heard Eugene once today.
No, like I said, it's been a bad week, but he's got some new medication. We were at the emergency vet clinic last night.
Oh, you people are monsters. This is this man's actual pet.
Save some money. Save some money and just give him half a Benadryl.
God,
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. There's pet burial boxes and bags. And
Is there a kiss one? Is there a kiss pet coffin? There's gotta be.
Jane Simmons from Kiss.
Well, this is Jane Simmons. This is your pet coffin. This would be great for Eugene.
There's hamster caskets.
Hamster caskets? It's called a shoebox.
No, there's. Jesus.
Tickle Me Tookie. JT, thanks for lending me this book. Can't wait to see how it turns out. My first rectal exam.
Dude,
I don't like the ending.
Premium crystal clear pet casket for burial cremation. Acrylic pet, like they've got a memorial table where you're looking at the dog in a clear box. It's insane.
What? Like its body?
Yeah. So you can put them on a tier. I'll put it up.
Caleb?
Like that dude in Russia. What's his name? Stalin.
Oh, yeah.
Lenin. I'm sorry, Leonard or Stalin.
John Lennon.
Yes. Oh, you can put Eugene on display. Would you bring
Dabblecon 3?
Dabblecon 3, yeah.
Of course.
Kalamazoo Dabbler. No girls allowed in the Dabbleverse. And there we all are. No girls allowed in the Dabbleverse. It's fantastic. All right. gonna take a break from your super tips. And oh my God, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What is that?
This is available on Amazon for $150.
See-through?
It's a plastic box. You can have a little table and everyone can look at them. And, oh my God.
And are you supposed to like bury it in that, or is that just for show? Like, is that for a wake?
I guess. That's weird.
Hold on, I gotta play.
Lorenzo Areola. What's this guy, like a nipple or something? It's cool.
Yeah. Never heard that before. All right. We have a new guest with us. Our guest is not going to be on camera, so our guest is only going to be a voice. Guest, are you there? Yes, we can. Hello, Emily.
You gotta add her to the scene.
Oh, we didn't add her? Hold on. Okay. So we gotta add her.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm adding you.
This way everyone can hear.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I want to put her down more. Okay. Hi, Emily. Welcome to the show. Good to have you back.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. You had an Opie update, I believe?
Yeah, I guess basically my last video, I kind of outed more things about him.
Yes.
That I didn't out about him earlier.
Like what?
I guess basically he's online all the time, like in the O&A forum, and just like I guess obsessing over everyone in the past.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and so he's
crazy how people obsess about, or how he obsesses about all this stuff.
Yeah, it's weird. And so what I was trying to get at, it's not good for his mental health. It's like that's kind of why he is the way he is. He will not stop being online and stop like moving on with his life. Basically, he won't move on. You know, it's a little interesting.
Go into the light, Opie.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so weird. And then also, I kind of outed how he is, like the person who he really is. And I never outed that before.
How so?
By talking to him behind the scenes, he's a very different person, is what I'm getting at as well.
Oh, you do talk to Opie, like, not on the or wait, you're talking about when you talk to him through the message board?
Yeah, message board and, like, back and Reddit and all that. Yeah, he's not the same person on his shows that he does. He has, like, a different persona behind the scenes, and kind of E-Rock and Anthony and everyone that worked with him is right about him.
Yes. Now, what about Carl? Are there any updates with Carl working along with Opie?
Yeah, I did show that that image. That was back on my video. It was back in January.
Yes.
Carl was freaking out on the phone about how Tupi believed me about Opie, and that was back in January, I guess. And then he freaked out.
I suggest instead of saying,
Emily, do you have a sister named Felicia?
No.
Do you have a sister named Felicia?
No, her name is Erin. I do have one. Her name is Erin.
No, that's fine.
I know.
Because some people might think that you are a bit obsessed with Opie, like Felicia is obsessed with Pat Dixon.
I know it does. No, basically, what I was just trying to do is trying to show people that Opie is online on various platforms.
Literally the only guy to face Jake Paul twice. Hiding out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks with pink and blue trim. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. He weighs at 194 pounds. He is rise for Anderson. It's John Zarko. Give me wise. Looks like we're gonna live, but remember, he's a champion in MMA. The
In January, when Tupi was talking about me, and he was like, you know, believing what I had to say about Opie, and he was, it's basically, and I kind of hid that from that person, didn't want me to out it, so I didn't. So that's why it's been so.
Unbelievable. And why? But we've never been able to figure out why Carl is simping for Opie.
It's because it's money. It's all about kind of in my video. It's about money. It's clout chasing.
scene. It's a grift for him. Yeah, it's a grift for him. He gets money doing this. Obviously, we're talking about Opie and fake pretending to know nothing when he's known. He's been stalking Opie for 9 years, and he still refuses to say. It's weird. The whole situation's a little off.
It is weird. I'm going to take this call because I've been on hold for 20 minutes. It's not for you, Emily. They want to talk about
and space are like ruptured in ways that things are changed forever.
Oh, you're an idiot. They're never going to get together to do a show together.
I'm promising you it's going to happen.
All right. Anything else, Boba? Anything else?
That's it. Have a good one. Hey.
You too.
Hey.
Yes.
You too.
All right. Love you more than a friend. All right. Sorry about that. Travis, you want to talk to Emily? Finally. Thank you. Travis,
right.
Go ahead.
Hello, Emily. Big fan. Big fan. What kind of pants do you think Opie wears?
I don't know.
Ooh, good question. I think sweatpants. Isn't that the obvious answer? Sweatpants?
Yeah, he does wear sweatpants. Yeah.
Bravo!
All right, thank you. Oh no, we've been removed. The Ramones are coming out, Emily, to get out of here. They're trying to silence you.
I don't like that. I don't like the sound I call it.
Yeah, he sounded like trouble.
No.
Okay. So surprisingly, your update today.
Come into your
got a new update. I feel like we didn't even say
Emily. I just outed Opie as, they're right. E-Rock and Anthony, they're right. I was outing like the real him that people don't know about behind the scenes. So I guess there's that.
Emily, do you have anything about the new Anthony and Jim show? How they're like going after Opie, and Opie was kind of retaliating to them.
Oh yeah, he's freaking out about that in the forum. Yeah, he's not happy about that, and you can and you can see him on the show as well. He's kind of freaking out too, like on the show. Like the real him in the forum is coming out on his shows, and that's kind of concerning. Like seeing everything behind the scenes for like a year doing this, I kind of knew that would eventually happen with him. And yeah, he doesn't like it. He's freaking out about the show, I guess. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I can see. I saw clips of him talking about the new Anthony and Jim show.
Yeah.
And he's not happy about it. I would imagine he's still crazy on this.
Yeah, he is, and it's so weird why like everyone hates everyone, and it's so bizarre. I don't understand why you just can't get along. You made a lot of money, like it's just so odd. Like you don't have like a reason like you hate someone so much. It's just or maybe he's jealous. I don't know.
You're aware that Tookie and Rocco are the same person, right? You keep saying when you were on Tookie's show, Rocco is this some woman you catfished as Opie for your show.
No, I know that, but it's just a different show on this one. That's why.
Yeah.
I know. I'm on a different show. That's why.
He's keeping kayfabe alive. He's better at that than I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Emily. I appreciate that.
Emily, would you say this Opie guy, right? That you're speaking of, would you call him a hikikomori? Would you say he was like a hikikomori?
I don't know what that. I don't know.
Yeah, what is that? Is that some kind of anime thing?
It's Star Wars. It's Japanese. He's maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I would say probably no.
Okay. Okay. Does he blame the government for all of his everything that goes wrong?
He
with
blames
it?
everyone else but himself. He refuses to look in. He blames everyone. Yeah.
Oh, both sides stink, Lorenzo. Both sides are garbage, okay?
That's a good impression. Yeah,
I stink. I can't do Opie. All right, well, thank you, Emily. I was hoping more people would call, but obviously everyone agrees with your findings and they have no way to dispute you. Everyone go follow Emily, youtube.com/@_Emily_.
Okay. Okay,
And-
thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Anything you want to say before?
I don't know. I think I said what I need. I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, and just let us know anytime you have a new Opie update.
Okay.
And we'll throw you right back on. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you. The great Emily, everybody. Emily World Order. Believe, save Emily, save the world.
Did she leave? I gotta let out a fart now.
Yeah, you should have talked to her. You could have picked her up.
The next time JT complains about not getting paid, let's remember this is what he does for the show.
That's true.
She's great. She's great.
She is. She's fantastic. But she does keep kind of just giving us the same update over and over.
I was getting very annoyed when she kept referring to the videos that nobody's seen.
It's that same video.
As you know from my video.
But it's the same video. You've been showing since January. That video doesn't change.
In her defense, Opie really hasn't done anything different in the past 8 months.
Remember when Stevie Lou sent me that video and he's like, "Hey, have you seen this?" and it had 3 views on it on YouTube. No, I haven't seen it. Amazing. I missed this one.
Oh man. Oh, I love the Dowverse.
Or on BTH.
Oh, I love you all. All right, we're gonna. With that, we're going to shut down the phones. Thank you, JT, for sitting in the John chair, and thank you everyone for calling up and using our phone system with us. All right. All right. So I said before, Lorenzo.
Yes,
finally. We haven't seen Lorenzo in so long.
Yeah, how's it going?
What have you been up to, my friend?
What kind of hobbies you into?
Just, gaining weight and trying to drop my blood pressure at the same time. It's hard.
What are you doing 2 different things for that, or is that one? Is that one activity to solve both?
I'm just trying to balance it, but I think the clip you're gonna show, I'm really into sports betting now.
Yeah. So, okay, first of all, this is the latest episode of Lorenzo, and this is what he looked like. So when he jumped on today, I was shocked. I was like, my God, look at his baby face. But yeah, Lorenzo is going to explain, I guess, what he's been up to. And I was shocked to find out that it's sports betting.
Hey everyone, welcome to another episode. Oh shit, I don't want to put too loud. Welcome to another episode of That's All Kayfabe, guys. That's all kayfabe. That's all funny. Sorry, I just recorded wrong. The podcast.
That's All Kayfabe is his other show. Do you do that with the same guy every time?
Yeah. My buddy Gabe. We do That's All Kayfabe about wrestling, and then this is everything else. That's all funny.
This is the podcast, like I said, used to be daily. It was only 15 minutes long. Now you're doing it once a week, and it looks like they average about an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fantastic news.
My buddy Gabe. That's all kayfabe available in your podcast as well. You're into wrestling. That's what we do there, wrestling. All about wrestling. That's why I watch a lot of wrestling, but I try to avoid talking about it on here because it can get pretty overwhelming. The amount of wrestling we talk about, but very interesting. Yeah, no,
Smart that you've already divided your audience into 2 camps.
Well, that's what the Toe does. He has the morning show and the afternoon show, and they're normally at each other's throats. That evening show does not like that morning show, Carter. They are not the same people. Oh, by the way, everyone was sending me clips of Tater Time. Have you seen that, Lorenzo?
Yeah, I tagged you on that. I was like, man, this is exactly like they saw y'all show this dude and it hit him like, oh, I can combine the 2.
Or they saw Big Van Vader and they said, hey, Tater sounds like Vader.
Let's just make this guy a baked potato and have him go down and say it's tater time instead of potato time.
Or that.
It's very go out there and Google tater time. It's a guy.
Literally hundreds of people said it.
I know everyone said it to me too. But yeah, the guy who kind of looks like Big Van Vader, but his colors are brown, and he thinks of himself, I guess, as a baked potato.
But I did appreciate the first few people that said it.
Yes, it was fantastic.
I guess, right? It's supposed to fade out. Yeah. No, hey, how's everyone going? How's everyone doing? It's another week here. I took a shower today.
We had him on to talk about this.
It's fantastic.
Really fucking good to take that shower.
Wow.
I was a good shower.
I was very interested in this podcast. Yes, he tells you about what he's going through. This is real life, all right?
Now remember, he started off saying, I used to do a show every day, but I had to come back to once a week. You'd think he'd cram more exciting information into that once a week show, but we're starting off right out of the gate with showers.
Less showers. I'm sure because he doesn't do the show every day now, it's less showers.
Jesus Christ, like, I don't know. I talked about it like, when I worked 2 jobs, I used to take 2 showers a day. I used to take one in the morning, and then when I got home,
I do too.
My other job, and it was just a lot. It was a lot. You take 2 showers a day?
Well, in the morning, I do. You gotta wake up, right?
Uh-huh.
I always feel better after you shower in the morning, and then after working all day, I come home. I'm like, I gotta shower again because you'll be all hot and sweaty and stuff.
This guy shit on his dick. He's gotta get on it.
No, shut up. I agree with JT. If I can, I shower twice a day. I do not like getting in bed without showering. But then I also don't like getting up in the morning and just like putting clothes on and going right.
Yeah, I feel like something's wrong. Something's not right.
Yeah,
I agree.
Exactly. Where are you going?
Good. I take hot ass showers. And now I take a shower like, every other day. I take like a really cold shower and it just feels so fucking good. Like,
you don't have
cold
heat.
showers just feel so
Turn
good.
off the gas, Lorenzo.
You can't afford heat. God damn it! I gotta pay you more than what
It's
I
like
was gonna
120 degrees in Texas. Give them a break.
Dude, cold showers are like you see Joe Rogan with the ice baths and shit. No, they're where it's at. Cold
No, they're not. They're horrible. Oh, it's the worst getting in a cold shower.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Says you that you haven't like eaten the apple that is the temptation.
You think going in a cold shower is working out or something? Like, is that your
Chad
exercise?
thinks the sauna is.
That's true.
Sauna and massage is exercise.
I'm worried. What if it gives you a heart attack? What if your body can't take the cold and it just goes into shock?
I'm pretty sure my bad diet is what's gonna cause the heart attack, not necessarily the cold shower. Yeah, so
that's true.
And I'm just so grateful to God. But yeah, no. This week, is that right? Yeah, that's right. This week, just here chilling. I got paid. I got a little bit of a bonus, quote unquote, but I already spent it with work. So I'm just trying to fucking bet less on fucking parlays, dude.
So that's where you came. You bet parlays what every day?
Okay, yeah. So I've been trying to like step away from sports betting, but since you can put it on the app, there's an app for it right on your phone.
It's incredibly easy.
Football season's right around the corner.
It's here, JT. Preseason already started. It's here.
And I'm like, I could bet $10 and win tentatively, like 50 or 60 if my 3 people hit,
Okay, so you don't do like crazy
big
parlays, like because like sometimes like if I'm bored, I'll like try and take a bunch of winners. Like I'll do like a 9-leg parlay for like $2 or $1, and if I win, I can win like $900.
Yeah.
But you're doing like a $10 like 3-leg parlay.
Yeah, I don't go more than $10.
What do you normally bet on?
Women's basketball, because hear me out, right?
Who are you, Chad Zumach?
Hear me out. You just pick 3 women, right? And
and you put less than on all of them because they're women's sports.
See, I've already found a flaw in your system because you do realize that the women playing basketball that you're betting against are also playing against the women.
See, that's my only flaw, and
That's the problem with it.
you're absolutely correct.
So you were rooting for the transsexuals to come to the WNBA so that they could, because then I guess, well, we could just put over on them, right? Once they start coming in.
Well, I imagine their stats are going to be all high
You're
as
a
fuck.
fucking genius. You're a goddamn genius.
Do all women, and then if you pick white women too, all lower because the black ones are gonna just dominate all the time. Like,
Interesting. Have you won? Have you won parlays before?
Yeah, I pretty much break even. It's one of those you lose like 5 in a row, and then you win one for $10 and get all your $50 back.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's really just to replace any sort of the dopamine that I would get doing other stuff or masturbating, and it's.
No, I get it.
Why don't you masturbate?
Yeah, why don't you masturbate too? Double it.
Dude, cold shower. It's hard to masturbate in a cold shower.
That's true.
Wait, in the shower?
That's the most efficient way to masturbate.
No clean up.
Water? I just jack off before the shower.
It's a stand-up shower. It's not bad.
Yeah, duh. What do you? Yeah, it's not relaxing. It's fucking. Wait, what?
I'm doing work in the shower. I'm being efficient.
Hold on. You jack in the shower.
Most people, right?
What? There's no porn involved?
Your imagination. If you really need to, these phones.
Who does that?
These phones are 30 minutes underwater proof. You can put your phone in there too.
Oh, is that what you do?
Is that what you do? Yeah. Is that
Put it in a Ziploc bag or something?
It sucks when you're in the middle of like doing it. And you have a video on, and someone like keeps calling you, or an Adam alert.
Oh, you're disgusting.
Comes on, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like,
all of a sudden, Lorenzo's on FaceTime.
Makes me sick. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, what if you accidentally like put yourself on FaceTime or something?
No, I never.
Shouldn't that be the update to John's joke? Doesn't he have that whole bit about his wife and kids walking in on him?
Oh yeah.
While he's jacking it to DirecTV.
Yeah.
To DirecTV.
Yeah. To a pay-per-view. Because in 2026, he's talking about jacking it to a pay-per-view porn.
To Dish.
His wife and kids walk in. Yeah, shouldn't he like hit FaceTime? Shouldn't that be the update to that joke?
He could, yeah.
I'm writing this joke.
Yeah.
Well, John should have a special. Stuttering John doesn't have a stand-up special, but somehow Chad Sumac is going to.
I'm gonna stop. I ended up betting like $30. Like 3 different $10 parlays, and I lost.
Boss man Lorenzo.
Look, man.
I get it now.
I literally lost all of them by like one fucking girl, one woman,
one twat.
It's like fucking
always that one woman with that one point.
The one bitch.
Yeah, but whatever. It's life.
Is the woman at 1 point the leading scorer in the WNBA?
I don't know.
Yeah, that white girl. You don't put less than on that Caitlin Clark chick, right? Do you pick it like an obscure white girl?
No, you could put less than on her if it's like rebounds, because she doesn't really like rebound shit.
But Chad tells me she's like the best player in the league.
I would guess Chad would know about women.
Wait, you don't know Caitlin Clark is the best player in the league?
I know she's like getting hit on by, well, not hit on, but hit by a bunch of women.
Yeah, the black lesbians. They have it out for her.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I mean, kinda. They're like trying to like kill her. They're literally like trying to like paralyze her.
I mean, that's just what they do.
Stop.
But we're gonna talk about this week. What I have to talk about? Well, I got my ex debit card.
Okay, so this was interesting to me. I've never even heard of this. What the hell is an ex debit card?
I got it here.
Oh, you have it.
Here's the number. Now I got.
Wait,
is that like Twitter?
Yeah, X money, and it sent me a debit card with like $15 credit. And,
is that like Disney money? Like you can only use it on X?
No, it was legit like money that I was able to transfer to my bank, and immediately used it on a parlay.
Actually, like on that $15. They gave interest on that $15. Wait, I don't get it. Like, is it because your X is monetized or
No, because I think it's because you pay the membership for X, right? Was it the $8 verification? Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they give you a bank account?
Yeah, it's just there. You could just sign up for it.
Who else has an X bank account?
You get up to 3% cash back on eligible purchases, ATM access, digital wallets, and a banking partner.
I don't understand.
I'm just happy.
You signed up for the $15. Is that why you got it? Like
Well,
you signed up
also-
for free $15.
Also, it's always good. Well, yes, but also it's always good to have like a separate bank account because I worry if I got an overdraft, something goes down with my actual bank account.
You're gonna overdraft on this one to pay it?
So how much do you have in your X bank account right now?
I don't think I have anything in there.
So that's your security blanket when you go into overdraft.
When I burn my bridge with my actual bank, move over to this other bank.
Is there like a penalty if you don't have like a certain amount in this account? Like, do you know anything about that?
I don't think so.
Like, I hope so. I hope not.
I don't think so.
Because they do that sometimes. You got to be careful. Like, if you don't maintain like a balance of like certain amount, they'll yeah. All right.
Like direct deposit so much money into it.
Yeah.
But
I'm worried about you because you're signing up for bank cards just for the free $15 promotion.
I mean, I've signed up for credit cards to get the free hat or whatever, but I never use my real name or information.
Free hat. All right.
I wanted a bucket hat.
I think Lorenzo explains what he did with his $15, even though I'm sure everyone can guess.
Yeah, I was able. I guess because I'm what is it? Where you're
I'm a preferred member.
We have the check mark on your X. I tweet a lot, so they gave it to me.
Oh, because you tweet a lot. Here, sir, you're one of our finest tweeters. Here's $15 in a bank account.
Twitter X handle. You have to tweet over so many times throughout the month to keep your balance.
Here's a great example.
I hate this.
Here's a great example of something you can do with your X Money account. They're calling it X Money.
Oh no, X Money.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This is like Disney bucks.
So here's the activity that they're showing on this one account. Look, you get your SpaceX paycheck early.
Sizing on the floor was 40. Then he calls and noise leave. I get a call. Nope. Beautiful, very interesting. Very easy to overbluff if you in issues here. That's very easy to overbluff. God.
Do you work for SpaceX at least?
They pay $6,200 every 2 weeks.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's pretty sweet.
So all we have to do is get you a job at SpaceX.
This is an early payment from SpaceX. So this is one of the things. You're making $6,200 every 2 weeks from SpaceX, and you need to get an early payment from them. You need to borrow against your upcoming paycheck.
Well, so far there are no benefits for you. It sounds like it's been a great investment. God damn it. All right, let's continue. Let's find out what Lorenzo did with his $15. His $15 Xbox.
Remember, what I call it.
What?
Oh no, no foreign transaction fees. So you can send money all around the world, Lorenzo. As a world traveler that you are, you can send money everywhere.
You can get scammed anywhere and not have to pay interest.
No fees. No fees.
And it said if I wanted to be part of that banking, the X banking, and I was like, fuck yeah.
No, I feel bad. I'm so excited here about it. Now we're just laughing.
They deposited $15 into my account. I was like, fuck yeah. I ended up using that to like bet on a parlay.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Did you win the parlay at least?
I
debit card. So once you lost the $15, this card is useless. Mm-hmm. It's a solid card though, dude. Like
He's waiting. Yeah, the quality of the card is good.
It's one of those metal ones, metal card.
It's got my Twitter at. It's got my Twitter at on there.
Oh, do you have scissors?
Do you have really strong paper sweater? We'll see. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it. Just close it. There's no reason to have it. You got their $15. You won. Get out while you can. I don't think there was much after this that I wanted to play. I had to hear more of him showing off his card. This is like your Chad had a debit card.
If you get Chad on a GoFundMe debit card, you could just spend the money directly with a GoFundMe debit card.
How great would that be? Your GoFundMe credit card, sir.
Attention, Whole Foods.
Round of salmon on the Z-Man. Salmon.
It doesn't show any numbers, no, but you can see it has my at there at Lorenzo Ariola. That's pretty cool.
That is
Pretty sweet. Yeah.
All right. So that's what Lorenzo's been up to. Lorenzo,
financial genius. Lorenzo Ariola.
At least Lorenzo has all his finances in order since the last time we've seen him. What else are you doing? Are you are you working or what are you working from home or what?
Yeah, very fortunate. Thank whatever God you're into. All that. That I work from home. There was a problem where I was supposed to go get drug tested.
Oh no!
And I was worried I wouldn't be able to get to a drug testing lab, but luckily they sent somebody to my house to clip my hair, and they drug tested my hair. Really? Yeah, they were able to do that. You know, working from home, you gotta be drug tested. Yeah, that's supposed to be drug tested. I was like, wow.
Behind me, that's my place.
And I just to see how big I am, I think it's sad because I'm so big. I'm not
you're on that super fat drug. Like what kind of drug makes you super fat? Cheeseburger? Most drugs make you strung out and lose weight. I don't know about many drugs that make you fucking your size.
Pearl Jam or the Smashing Pumpkins? Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins or Third Eye Blind? Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins or Foo Fighters? I feel like I'm gonna get shit for this with Foo Fighters because the color and the shape is like one of my favorite records ever. Great album. Foo Fighters or Matchbox 20? Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters or Soundgarden? Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters or Oasis? Oasis. Oasis or Radiohead? Oasis. Oasis or Bush? Oasis. Oasis or Stone Temple Pilots? Oasis. Oasis or Gin Blossoms? Oasis. Oasis or REM? Oasis. Oasis or Red Hot Chili Peppers? Oh, very Oasis. I feel like this is making it sound like Oasis is like my favorite band, but I really don't like most of the bands in it. That's fair. It's not that I love Oasis. I just don't like most of the bands on this list. They just won't change. Oasis or Nirvana? Nirvana. Nirvana or Nirvana. Nirvana or Chumbawamba? Nirvana or Goo Goo Dolls? Nirvana. Nirvana or Hole? Nirvana. Nirvana or Alice in Chains?
Lorenzo is aware that Karmic and I are sworn enemies.
Nirvana. Nirvana's aware. Do you accept that as your favorite band? 100%. Easy.
Do not wax lips. Oh, yeah, we gotta get into that. We will show that. Don't get influenced by mirth. Promise me, Lorenzo.
I've heard the name, but I've never seen the face.
Don't Google it. Okay. Well, I'll show you it. But don't. He's super cool. Do not get taken in by his entrancing.
He's like Fonzie with the leather jacket.
I'll put a spell on you, like he did to Brian Landon. Okay, real quick. So the other day, Karmic had a semi-poll up on Twitter of should I grow a beard or no? And everyone
one said, yes, grow a beard. So that's why Karmic looks like the older kids rubbed his face in the dirt. He's trying to grow a beard. He tried for 3 days, I believe. As of this morning, he announced that he will no longer be, or yesterday, he announced he will no longer be growing his beard. Beards are not for him. This was sent to me by the great Dr. Scholes. He got Karmic to sing a song from one of my favorite bands, Less Than Jake. This is one of my favorite Less Than Jake songs. However, I don't know if I feel the same. I don't know if I can ever hear this song the same way again.
Oh, I don't know this song, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'm hearing it for the first time through Karmic.
Okay. Oh, no. Oh, you're going to think, oh, I have the worst taste of music.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Wish me luck. It stinks. I can hear my snorting.
And you think it's strange that there is a way of how you look and how you act and how you think. Pretending it's not the same as you, but you think it's strange that there's a way of how you look.
Is he trying to just sing it just looking at the screen? Like, you have to have heard the song.
No. Well, that's why I don't understand why he doesn't. I mean, it would take forever, I guess, if he kind of just he used to listen to the songs if he didn't know them. Now he says
You have to. Like, you can't just go by the
he's not
bouncing ball in the fucking karaoke.
That's exactly what he's doing. Because he said he doesn't have time to go back and listen to every song before he sings it.
What's he doing? He has time.
I just asked every baseball. I'm convinced that it's not real, but everybody says they agree to say that it's real. Yes, you haven't. Yes, never used it. You unclipped. Wow, that is really gold. Oh my god. Well, it says the commissioner of baseball, in appreciation of long and meritorious service, present this lifetime pass. Chase Utley and guest. That's awesome. You've never used it?
What am I gonna walk up to the guy that's just hired for that day and say, hey, here you go?
Yes.
I mean, look at me like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, this thing is solid. How many guys do you think have never used it?
I would bet 95% of guys.
That's crazy to me.
Did you ask Shane?
Yeah, he said he never used it. Can I
Have you
have
asked
it?
anybody that? Have you asked anybody that says they have used it?
I don't know. I think most guys that get this card have somebody they can call. They really want to go to it. Yeah.
When I heard this song, I had a dream that I needed to go to Africa after the dream that I went to Peru and the Amazon. And I didn't know where the hell to go in Africa. It's a big continent. I happened to be listening to this album, and this had been one of my favorite songs. And I was like, where's Ali from? So I went up and I got the liner notes. Found out he was from Neafunke on the Niger River. And knowing nothing else, I said, well, that's where I'm going. And I won't get a return ticket, but I'm going to get a ticket to Bamako, which is the capital. I hitched a 9-hour ride to Mopti, met somebody with a boat, and we did a 2-day trip up the Niger River to Neafunke, where I went to town, and we were looking for Ali. Hours and hours and hours, not finding Ali. All of a sudden, this Land Cruiser comes driving by through the desert sand and just smoked a turn right in front of us. Enough where we were like, gosh damn it, who's that? That was kind of rude. And my guy, he goes, this is Ali. This is Ali. So we went to find Ali. He was not at his first wife's house. And multiple wives. He was at his second wife's house. And we went in. He had no idea who I was, which was beautiful about it. And he made lunch. We sat and we ate. I remember he gave himself an orange crush. And I got water. Everyone else got water, but he gave himself an orange crush.
I want a tattoo so bad. Can I have one? Like, yeah. Can you give me one of those and I can just... I just don't know what to get. I don't know what to get.
Do you know, I saw Bad Bunny. I like his chest. Like, moved.
It looks so good.
I called Dave and I said, I need to get a tattoo. Chuck, would you ever get a tattoo? No. Ever? No. What if your mom died? What? What if your mom died? I need to go get my first tattoo.
It's permanent. To me, I really wonder why there's not insane business where I could be tatted like you for like 20 days. Yeah, it disappears completely. I would definitely have 20-day spurts in my life where I did that, no question. But it doesn't seem to be happening. But then when I said this one time, people said, "No, there is one." And then I haven't looked it up.
Mothership means nothing.
Hey, officer, find the guy who stole my bike. He fiddled with my door. He stole my bike and nutted on my door. He nutted on my door. My door feels violated. And did I mention he's black?
We don't know that.
Yeah, that was a.
What was that drop?
Turn. That's a turn.
Who was playing the drop during that? I'm assuming it was Carter. Gold poll. Have Lorenzo Hackett read one of his dad's one-liners. My wife said to me, I wanted to be cremated. I said, how about Tuesday? Oh, I think maybe you were supposed to read that, Lorenzo.
No, my wife said to me, I want to be cremated. I said, how about Tuesday? Huh?
There you go.
Ooh,
Fantastic.
pull on the collar. That's right. You got it. You know what's
He knows what's up. Illegal Deagle, is there a single content creator out there thinking, boy, I wish there were more ways for the chatters to send me AI slot music? Yes, there is.
Super Show.
Super Shout, which has a new user and possible future CEO.
Spy report.
Chad Zumach is officially on Super Shout. He's teased it for weeks that he was going to figure it out, how to get it. He's finally done it. He is on Super Shout.
Do you think he called Operator 26 to help him set it up?
Operator 26. Did you hear about this awesome new thing called Super Shout? I'm officially on Super Shout. After messing with it today, I can honestly say it's 10 times better than Super Tip. You can super chat, leave voice and image tips, and even send a song tip or a shout tip, much like the drunk dial hotline. Be the first to super chat me below.
I think the first show he does where he really gets in a Super Shout commercial, we should record and start prank calling people with that plug. Like just Chad spreading the word about Super Shout.
You guys should totally, okay. And just call random businesses.
Yeah.
Not saying that to them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm in.
I'm Chad Zumach from Super Shout.
That works for me. Thank you, Illegal Deagle. Yes, Chad is on Super Shout, and the world is abuzz. Ghost Crusaders TV.
Yo, how you doing, Gumby? Yeah, Rocco, you big dumb bugs, bunny looking, humming a beaver the jack off.
What?
How do you get them teeth to fit under that mask? Huh? Chad's the best.
Stop making fun of me, you son of a bitch. You guys really know how to get me in the feels. La trauma. Lex, Cardiff, there are companies that turn your deceased pet into a gemstone.
What?
You should probably wear your pooch around your neck for all to see. You can proudly.
Saturday night cost me $1,000. That's my gemstone right there.
What was $1,000?
An emergency vet visit and blood work and.
I thought you guys had like free health care.
Not for dogs.
Oh, what is this bullshit? I knew there was a catch.
Yeah, cats, yes. Dogs, no.
Oh, poor Eugene.
Yeah. $1,000.
What? But do we prolong his life?
Honestly, we were paying $1,000 to say, like, do we have to kill him now? It was like, just find anything on the blood test that says he's got to go now, or can we? Oh, it's a medication.
He didn't eat like a plastic bag or something?
No.
Oh.
No, not this time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to have a dog that would eat like articles of clothing and shit. That was the worst.
I may be the first person ever to get someone into the Dabbleverse in my real life. My own brother, he already hates Chad and KB.
Well, that's fantastic. Welcome, Shardy McDennis's brother, to the Dabbleverse. You are one of us now. Jacob Shed, anyone who thinks Chad will release a special is a retard. That seems to be the consensus. A lot of people saying that they do not believe Chad will ever come up with any sort of special. I do. I just think it'll be incredibly lazy. And then everyone will question where all the money went. And then Chad will be the new Haley. Come here, Eugene. Let me strap you into your little dog chariot so you can wheel yourself around and bum everyone out. No. Oh, does he have one of those little doggy wheelchair
He
things?
walked. I mean, he didn't handle stairs very well, but he walked relatively.
Will you people stop it? Can't you hear this man's voice? He's actually feeling. It's horrible to lose a pet, and he didn't even lose it yet. This is horrible. You're crushing this man.
Every day I lose him a little bit more.
Aw. Well, I hope he's alive at least until Thursday, so you can rake in on the Eugene dead dog super tips or whatever.
Yo, I'm in Italy for a week and just realized Italians are the knickers of Europe.
Oh,
just
realized. And America.
Yes, I was gonna say they're everywhere. What did you say, Lorenzo? Sorry, I cut you off.
No, I hope your dog doesn't die on the weekend and like ruin your, you know?
Yeah, I hope it dies during the week.
Yeah, like a Wednesday or something. You call out to work or something, you know?
That's cheaper.
Oh yeah, no, he's right. You can call out of work.
Yeah,
that's true.
How many days do I get?
Like 2 for like bereavement. They make it a real big deal now.
That's
when,
not bad.
you know, it dies.
You need 2. I say 1. If it's your kid, 2. A dog, 1. But yeah, if it's your kid and that kid dies on a Monday, I expect you back to work by Thursday. The latest.
That's fair.
More see-through coffins for people. You can't even lot when you're dead. Tookie World Order your haw. I'm gonna be a ninja when I grow up. I'm the best. Want to see my Ninja Turtles? I got He-Mans too.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to see your Ninja Turtles. Oh no, is that Eugene? That's Eugene in a motley crew.
That's awesome.
Oh, you pieces of shit! You pieces of
looks
shit!
Like him.
Poor Eugene in a motley crew. Dog coffin.
Oh,
You want me to save that for you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, I can send it to you. Jay Lorder, do you guys also believe you were talking to Opie when you were definitely not speaking to Opie? Thanks for the show, Rocco, even though it was 34 hours and a few minutes late. TWO, no problem. No, we get Emily to talk to Opie for us because Opie won't talk to us anymore. Cardiff used to have an in with Opie, and now Cardiff.
I talked to Opie not too long ago.
No.
I gave him some gardening advice.
Really?
Yes.
What was his advice? Does Opie have a garden?
Opie has a garden. He was complaining about the squirrels eating his tomatoes.
Garden at the Hampton House?
In the Hamptons.
Yeah, you got it.
On the beach?
They have squirrels there?
Yes.
A little sand around this house.
We'll use some red hot chili peppers.
And wait, what did you say? What did he say? Did he answer you?
He did. He got annoyed.
Wait. Brother, show me this. What are you talking about?
Oh, here, I'll read it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So we're not getting back on with him and Ron anytime soon?
I guess not.
Oh.
I guess not.
What the fuck? Why would he be annoyed? We were the best.
No. Well, they'll explain.
You could have played this when Emily was here.
I was busy playing guitar with Emily.
Oh, you're saying he wasn't necessarily annoyed with you, he's annoyed with your advice?
So, hey GH. Grab a big bag of chili pepper flakes like you put on pasta. Sprinkle around your plants, be aggressive, and reapply after a good rain. They will keep the squirrels away.
Oh, is that real?
That's
Yeah.
pretty nice. Yeah.
So that was
It'll keep the rabbits away too.
They have rabbits.
Because they sniff around and they smell the spice and they go away. Like, you ever notice that these animals don't eat your hot peppers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then in all caps, with multiple exclamation
I
points.
mean, me, I'm banned there. He get
Now
banned
you
from
tell
other
me?
shit, so that's cool.
Like,
Oh, you can't never kill
Tony
again?
before
No,
I learned that
Tony's cool with me.
rabbits
I can do
and
kill
squirrels
Tony, but
eat tomatoes,
he can kick me out of the open mic. What? What were you doing? No, I was sitting in the corner by myself, not talking to anyone like usual. And then he sent Jay over, and Jay's like, "Hey, he says you're not allowed to be here."
Jay Legend?
Yeah. And I'm like, I didn't know if he was being serious or not. And then he's like, "No, for real." He just says you're not allowed to be here.
Sorry, guy, you can't be here. Adam's cool, bro. I can't. I mean, there's a few other people I know kicked out of the mothership. Damn, you had to be doing something, bro. You know how hard it is to get banned?
No, he said, I asked Jay why. He's like, it's just because of the Mitch thing. That was it.
Oh, damn.
I don't even talk. I don't even talk to anybody. I literally sit in corners by myself. And then Jay's like, came over like, no. But yeah, he's like, it's the Mitch thing.
It's expensive though to get into that DDP yoga. He was still around. He just started his career like 40 something years old. DDP.
Yeah, he was old. He was old. Well, I think they were saying that person was saying that because one of DDP's like most famous people was a guy who looked like you. Not that army dude or whatever. Like, he looked like you, and he couldn't walk or something, but now he walks and everything.
Can I maybe I should spoil this now because I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Yes.
But I've never talked about this. But for some reason, DDP follows me on X.
Oh yeah, you've talked about that.
No, I talked about that. We don't know why. But I've DM'd with him and he's responded.
What?
Yeah.
Spy report.
And I was going to attempt to connect Stuttering John with DDP.
Oh, that would be great.
And get Stuttering John to like go to like DDP for rehab or some shit.
And stay at
film it. Send you out to film it, to document it.
Oh, that would have been great. What happened? Do we still have communication?
Well, John's not around anymore.
I know, but he's still alive. He's somewhere.
Well,
I wonder if John would do that.
John wouldn't do it.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. John would never do that. All right. Thank you. Goldfold. Have JT and Garrett Andritz ever been seen in the same room together?
Yeah.
Same voice, uncanny. Is that Garrett and Steve?
Yes.
They do have similar voices. I agree.
That's why you originally wanted me to. You were the first time you were Gino after you came back from AC one year. You were like, I need you as Garrett because you were Gino, and you're like, you sound just like him. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Garrett used to like be Gino's producer when he was on Compound. So, yeah.
Lorenzo looks like he's banned from run maps. Lorenzo, I'm available to rub me down since the feds got me and not allowed within 500 feet from any school.
Thank God they got you. Yeah, Rub.
Have you found anything else interesting on Rub Maps, JT?
It's called Rub Maps. They had the wrong thing. It's
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
pants like a guy would wear. You would be happy in guy pants. You'd be happy in jeans.
I just think when you say that I'm gonna regret doing this,
You are.
eventually, I think that your kids are gonna regret whenever they see you as the next Nazi.
I'm not a Nazi.
Alex Stein shuts down this trans woman's woke nonsense, justifying not wanting to be a man in this heated debate. As this person attempts to make his argument make sense while shaming Alex Stein, and Alex fires back with common sense, triggering this trans woman before he walks off. Let's get in.
All right, we already have 2 victims. I love this. Let's go, Wildcast.
So my main question is, do you know how people get HRT?
How do they get hormone replacement therapy?
Yes.
Well, there's many different ways you can get it. You can get testosterone very easily by going on a bunch of different websites saying you need it. I mean, there's all kinds of different hormones. Which hormone are you specifically talking about?
I guess I'm more so talking about estrogen, as that is my experience.
Yeah.
So I'm a woman who has been on.
Well, I mean, it's very
Okay, that's nice.
I'm not even trying to be rude, but you know what's so sad is I look at you, and you would have been a fit guy. You probably be with a lot of babes, but you're probably
I am with a babe.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You're a straight guy dressed as a woman. It doesn't make sense.
Can I tell you?
Go ahead. See,
So,
you're not even gay. You're straight.
So I'm a woman who has been on HRT for a little over 3 years now. I had a breakdown in my mother's arms, and I was crying because I didn't feel like I was who I was in my body. Okay, and I didn't know what was wrong with me, and I wanted help.
Yeah.
So I started going to see a therapist,
Okay.
and I got help with anxiety and depression, but things still didn't feel right with me.
All right.
So when I was 14, I went to a psychiatrist, and I got diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
Yes.
As well as anxiety and major depressive disorder. I started to see a therapist here in Lexington for about 6 months before I was allowed to schedule an appointment at Cincinnati Children's Hospital to try and talk to them about getting my hormone levels checked and maybe starting an HRT process. She agrees that I would be a happier person if I was allowed to take the medication that I feel would make me happier. I go to Cincinnati Children's Hospital and I go to their gender clinic for minors, and I get my blood drawn. I talk to a lot of doctors, and they see that I am fit in my own mind. I have parental consent from both my mother and my father. Whenever I was 15 in February, I started taking 2 milligrams of estradiol, and I believe it was 50 milligrams of spironolactone twice a day. And I have slowly increased my dosage over time. I'm now doing 100 milligrams of spironolactone, which is a testosterone blocker.
Okay. All this sounds bad.
Why?
Because if I look at you, if I'm just being intellectually honest, you would be a handsome guy. But now you're basically a skinny boy still dating a girl, so you're still a heterosexual male. I know that you're outwardly identifying as a female, but you know that you can't get pregnant, but I'm guessing your girlfriend probably can. So theoretically, if you're not post-op, you can still have a baby. So
Why did you want to jump to how we live sex?
because this is why. Because we want to make something that is very black and white when it comes to biological sex. And now we want to confuse that. And we have a guy that is obviously still attracted to women. He's not gay. He's a heterosexual guy that wants to outwardly identify as a woman because that makes you feel better. But let me tell you something. When I was 13, I cried a lot. I was bullied. I mean, everybody goes through tough times at 13. That's the ugly duckling phase that we all go through. That doesn't mean that you're a girl. And what's frustrating is the fact that you're probably an attractive guy. You know what I'm saying? You probably have to pick up the litter with the women. You know, half these
How attractive an 18-year-old boy is.
Because when I see this person now, I see them as LARPing as a woman. It's not the same. You don't have the same effect. It is very.
Do you treat people differently on how attractive you think
Well, because they have a very masculine jaw. They have a masculine body. You can tell that that is a boy's jaw and face, and that is something that could be like a male model almost. So it's not even about how good they look. It's just seeing something, a perfect creation by God, being totally wrecked by a psychiatrist who said that you should take estrogen. It makes me sad because you still like women. You're not even a gay man.
My psychiatrist never said that I should take estrogen.
Okay.
I said that I think that what would make me happy is having the hormones that a biological woman has. So I can have the effect of body fat redistribution. I can have boobs now. I don't have to wear bras. These are real breasts.
I mean, regardless if the fat accumulates up there because you're taking hormones, I mean, I guess I'll give you this: that men can have gynoplasty where they have breasts. But my point is that you still like women, and I think the social stigma surrounding your transition is going to cause you more problems than if you were just.
You are the social stigma, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Well, I don't hate you at all because you're trans. Honestly, I don't, and I think that you're probably a very smart.
You're denying it.
Well, because I don't have to ingratiate mental illness. When I see an anorexic person, I don't tell them, hey, you should continue to stop eating. What I would tell an anorexic person is that, hey, maybe you should eat a little more. Maybe you should go get some mental help, because that is how you actually help somebody. You don't basically enable the mental illness.
Yeah, folks, let me know down below if you agree with Alex Stein that this is just absolutely insane woke nonsense. I mean, this literally, like Alex said, this is just a guy who's still straight, who isn't going to have anything removed, apparently, who just wants to identify as a woman. And the person, this guy's with, right, she keeps on picking on every single question that Alex Stein wants to point out. Like, why are you concerned with how he has sex? Why? Like, she's trying to shame him in the questions, right? And these people enable the same type of behavior that Alex Stein pointed out, like this mental illness, obviously the world over can see. But she's the one who thinks she's helping by allowing it to happen. Like, this is the inversion of morality with these individuals, is they think it's the good thing. They think they ought to. They think it is the morally, ethically right thing to do or justify to simply enable this downward spiral of individuals and simply coping with this in a completely unhealthy way with long-term, irreversible consequences versus what every other normal person can see. And it's like, you just need to grow up, dust yourself off, get in your skin, and like, you'll figure out the rest, right? You don't enable people acting in a completely irregular way, because there are consequences. And this is the thing about wokeness, is it tries, because it's feminized, it tries to take a more of a moral standpoint and justifying. They're more focused on the action. They're more focused on what's happening in the moment. Whereas men, for more of a practical nature, and also we think more long term, right? We come to more of our moral sense and ethical, and more of a, what are the consequences? Like, what happens on the other side of this? Does this equal anything good? What are the drawbacks? What are the pros? What are the cons of doing all this down the road, right? That's how you build empire. That's how you build, countries and nations. Like, you got to be able to think long term. But this short term thinking and saying, oh yeah, they're in pain, they hurt, this seems to fix it or make it better, so yeah, let's just go with that, because it's apparently less painful than the way that gives long-term protection and lifelong sustainability by learning to live the way that you were always meant to, instead of pretending you're something that you're completely not. It's the difference between individuals wanting to have an intervention to save their friends from a bad drug habit, or the other person who says, oh, you're in pain, well, just take this, you'll feel better. Like, that's who this girl is. She's the enabler of the pain and all of the mental illness that this individual is going to suffer. And especially longer down the road, it's only going to come back at some point or another. But folks, if you enjoy the channel, please consider subscribing, as most of you who watch are not. I really appreciate it. Hit that like button and let's get back in.
Actually, psychiatric help. It's not.
I believe that. I believe that you should have access to as much psychiatric help as you want. But taking permanent hormones that have,
they're not permanent.
They are, see, that's another lie. I'm telling you, they are. I know people. A guy by the name of Abel Garcia, who's a very famous detransitioner, now has an atrophied penis and cannot even get a normal erection after the medication. And I'm sure that one of the side effects, if your doctor told you after taking this hormone, taking testosterone makes it where your own testicles don't produce semen. I could imagine that the effects and side effects of taking the hormones that you're on, your doctor is probably pretty open about the issues that you could face.
Yeah, absolutely. And
what did he say? What did he say?
Not everything is irreversible.
So you just said it's reversible. But I'm not even trying to one up you or to,
you're right. But
some of it is irreversible. Well, I don't know about that, but some of it
I do. I know about that.
Well, I think you do take permanent damage by the window that you have to mature is fading. And so if you make that shorter, you're not all of a sudden you're going to just get to go back into your maturation window. That's
Right.
it's only a short time of your life. So,
I don't want to grow up as a man.
and I don't understand why that is. That's where I don't understand what the gender dysphoria is.
Okay.
Why are you so anti-man?
Openly admitting that you don't understand the topic.
No, I don't understand why it's men so much. I think that is where it's at the crux of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't hate men. I think men are beautiful. I think men are great. I think that men can have wonderful bodies. I think that they're wonderful people.
Yeah.
Right? But when I was a kid,
Yeah.
learning that I was supposed to grow up to be a man, I didn't feel like that was right for me. So I changed it. Whenever I have the opportunity to make myself feel better, where I don't hurt other people, and
You don't think that you caused any sort of pain to your parents?
No.
Really?
Maybe I have, but honestly, I don't care. If they don't support me for who I am,
you know that it's hard when your dad is at work and they ask, how's your son doing? And he's got to be like, well, actually, now that's my daughter. And that's a unique conversation that not a lot of people know how to navigate.
Well, having an awkward conversation at work, you should just let someone know.
The awkward conversation is just one small part of the thousands of awkward conversations that they have to have with any of their friends. So just because one is at work, one could be at church, one could be at the diner that they go to. I'm saying they're going to have hundreds of awkward conversations saying that my son is now female. And there will be people like you that accept it wholeheartedly. Oh, that's so great. But there's also people that are going to be like, that's a little weird. That's a little weird.
It is a little weird.
I understand your position, but I get frustrated because when I look at you, I look at a heterosexual guy that has feminine.
Dude, that was so fun. I watched the whole video.
Oh, I gotta send that to Sean.
I watched the entire video with fascination. It is, to me, it was amazing. It's these two African gentlemen, and they're trying to show how innovative they are. They go to the junkyard, which is right off any street. It's just everywhere is a junkyard there in Africa. And they're picking up old broken computer monitors and PC boards and an old security light from somewhere, and they're putting it in a bag, and they go back to their shitty tin wood shack, and they build these amazing, innovative things that we don't even have here. We don't have the ability to put a hat on with sensors, that run an electric arm. Look at this. People don't see this, that this is a joke, that this is a
eyebrows
Key and Peele sketch.
Part of Kikuyu Kenya, through self-talking of
always Kenya.
Wait, pause for a second. Why does everything have a logo if you got it from the dump? And why is it the same logo? It's like when your kids stop believing in Santa Claus, they'll look at the back of the Super Soaker and go, why does it say Hasbro or Nerf on the back? This is from Santa. And why is there a UPC code if it's from Santa? The only way you make this kind of bullshit lie believable is it's bamboo with a wire. If there's a logo, it's your hand-painted name, Nakunda. But this is, you just bought this shit on Amazon.
I want you to notice also, the nose piece there is just a mouse.
Yes.
It's a mouse. His eyebrow. Why would you make this if you're trying to innovate this thing that apparently you put the helmet on, and you're able to control the arm
just with your mind. Something that science has been trying to do forever as far as taking care of people with amputations or what have you with the limbs that don't work. They've been trying to get an interface that you can think something and the arm moves. Most prosthetic devices today work by the electrical signal from the stump. The end of your stump has the nerves that made you bend your arm when you had an arm. So a sensor goes there, and when you try to bend your arm, it makes an electrical impulse. It's picked up by the prosthetic device, and it moves. That's the way it's been, and that's like unbelievable technology.
Yeah, that it barely moves. It's fucking 500 grand. It costs a guy, and in this video they had to do it themselves because these prosthetics are so expensive. Meanwhile, they're showing perfect black hands that look like they were chopped off a human. How? Of course they're expensive. How much would you like your prosthetic arm to cost? $80?
Yeah.
Like a night out drinking? That's how much an arm that can read your mind costs?
Yeah.
No, you're not allowed to have that. It's too good.
And all of their inventions have lights and things on them that are unnecessary. They just look cool. And why do they have radiation signs on their suits and biohazard signs? It's just like, these look like science.
Yeah.
And they just put it on them.
And what's with the G? Their logo is like glowing green. Like the G, making that G so perfect should be the very last thing you do when you're creating
they're able to do all the marketing part of it and the logos while they're making inventions that we don't even have here in the West yet. I loved this video, dude. It is so funny.
Well, it's kind of how we met. We met after I saw your fucking helicopter discussions. And the question I have back then with the helicopters that don't work is the same with this, which is, how much do these journalists believe it? Like, obviously, this documentary is a scam.
Come on.
It's a scam to get money. It's a grift where NGOs will pay them if it looks believable. But as far as like the local, when they go, we have a guy, it's like South Africa, and he's funny, is the big day is coming today, and he's going to be flying over this cliff. Like, you know he's not flying. Are you making fun of him? Are you just impressed that he thinks he can do it?
Yeah. It's funny. That's why it's funny. And the like, these electronics they're getting from the dump are from old Zenith televisions, analog garbage, and they somehow are making sensors that pick up brain waves, and the little car he had, it's just a kid's electric car with shit glued to it, and they say it's one of their big innovations. And the comments from people that are going, this is what Africa could be if the white people left them alone. The innovation. We should be supporting these people because look at the amazing things they can do with junk. Imagine what they could do on a budget. Because they want people to send them money. This is a scam.
I don't even think they're smart enough for this scam. I think this is a white guy, maybe.
Of course.
He's like an Albanian scam artist, drug dealer, money launderer.
The Albanian paid him money to do this, and he's marketing it and making all the money.
Yes. And he went to MIT, and he got a bunch of students to make this. Because there is wood there. That hand is part wood.
Yeah.
It's beautifully manicured cedar that's been sanded and varnished, which Africa's not famous for doing. But it is wood. So this is a bunch of white people's criminals who are using these guys as the face of Afro genes. Genesis or genes?
Genesis? I think it's Genesis spelled like Genesis.
So these guys, they're not even getting a cut of the profits. They got paid like $40 to do this.
Yeah. They paid them, like at the end when the credits were rolling, I said, and look, Einstein pictures, like they don't even know who the fuck that guy is.
Yeah.
Or what he did. They just wrote like, motor, spinal cord, Oh, that
lower motor neuron spinal cord +5 +6.
Branchial plexus.
That's not bronchial. Isn't it an O?
Yeah, bronchial. Nerve. He can't even fucking spell it. He can't write it. And this device is hilarious looking. The wood is to give it that almost Wakanda thing.
Yes.
You know, Wakanda, they had the amazing machines and innovation, but there would be like wood and stone
and it's powered by like a wolverine and a spider. And the light source is a candle. I don't think the comments are part of the scam.
Is it?
Yeah, the comments are.
Look at that.
Why
That
is
is awesome.
No, guys, I'm gonna go to his chat today. I'm gonna go to his chat and I'm gonna go, hey, it's Doom. I saw this thing because I never get off the internet.
What Shmuel Buckman is doing right now is a tactical retreat. I don't buy it. I warned you pieces of shit about Haley last year, and you all fucking crucified me for it. Well, looks like I was right. I was right about Haley then, and I'm right about Shmuel Buckman now. And it's about time some of you fucking assholes start listening to me. You don't have to. You can be like all the other people out there that simply just go, you know what? Somebody said this to me the other day. It was like, you actually make good points, but, I don't like your tone. Yeah. Who speaks like that? Women. That's a woman thing to say. A man said this, by the way. Well, you make good points, but, you're very caustic and, sometimes your tone. Oh, really? You don't like the way the medicine tastes? Well, too fucking bad. But I'm telling you, you're going to have to start fucking, being adults here. You don't like my tone. You don't like how I say things. Fine, I'll continue to be 100% right all the time about these people. Come around eventually or don't. I don't give a shit. But I nailed the Haley thing last year, and I've been telling you that Shmuel Buckman is a disingenuous, slimy, wormy Jew from day one. And everybody's like, I don't know. And now everybody's like, I'm starting to think that Haley's a cunt. I'm starting to think that Shmuel guy might not be very honest. Gee, who said that last year? But all of you people are too busy pretending to be friends with each other. Most of you don't even like each other. Every one of you talk shit about each other, and not in a fucking banter way. You don't like each other. You come back every day, but you don't even like each other. Right? Yeah. A bunch of people that don't like each other that are offended that I don't like them. What? Huh?
I don't know the timeline. I can't answer your question.
It doesn't matter. It's because she lied.
I think your rage is rage and
No, this was also public
passion.
It ain't rage, it's righteous indignation, and I'm on Penny's side. I don't care if she's doped up on pills, drunk. I don't care. I don't care if she's slurring. I don't care if she's fucking wildly flailing a knife around. I don't care. I'm on her side.
when I was sober.
Is skewing some of this. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So
Michaela,
we're gonna watch.
Michaela, come on. All right, Michaela, look.
Last day synthesizer, if you're too far out ahead of things, you just get treated like crazy. Yeah. I've always said this. Whenever, like, being early is basically like being wrong. You come out, you say what you feel, everyone fucking nails you to fucking a cross over it, and then when it comes out later that everything that you predicted comes true, do you think these pieces of shit come back, apologize, say, hey, you know what, I was wrong, you were right? No. They just pretend like I wasn't right all along. Suck a dick. I'm with Penny. Not the only meltdown that's been going on. I couldn't be happier to watch these people all fucking suffer. I mean, I am honestly on a vindication run right now, and it feels fantastic. You see this fucking crybaby? First of all, Shmuel, I know we goof on your hats, right? But take it from me, and I mean this, bring back the hats, okay? You have the head of a Shmuel's, the top of his head looks like the head of a dying baby. You know? Shmuel, when he's not wearing a hat, looks like a progeria kid. All right? Maybe put one of those little duck hats on or something. Jesus Christ. His hair is like all wispy. He looks like Ashley in season 5 of The Boys. You're alive. Come on, wake up.
Hey, everybody. It's me. It's Shmuel Buckner.
Bone CK for 20. What up, Merch? Been a minute. Still think you're an entertaining motherfucker. Not white knighting for Haley, but she sent me hoodies while I was going through chemo and has been really supportive. Can't ever hate on her. Oh, you had cancer and she sent you a hoodie. Yeah, no, she's a fucking saint. You're right. You know what? I take back everything I ever said about Haley. I forgot. She's literally Mother Teresa. You had cancer and she sent you pretty antisocial branded hoodies. Woo! Yay! PASP merch. I'm dying. Listen to these people. Actually, I'm not white knighting for her, but one time I was dying of cancer and she sent me a shirt. Oh, well, then I guess everything else she's ever done is forgiven. You fucking idiot. What a stupid take. You literally sound like, remember Ghostbusters 2? He's like, one time I turned into a dog and they saved me. Shut up. All right, all due respect, that was the stupidest comment I've read all week, and I've read some really dumb ones. I'm sorry. Like, hey man, I had cancer. She sent me a hoodie, so I guess she can just sell drugs to whoever she wants and do home invasions. I guess we're just all allowed to do whatever we want. Hey, Bone CK, if I send you a Nightwave hoodie, can I fuck your mother? Probably not. Tell her to come over here. She can enjoy the little bottles of water. One time I had cancer and she sent me a fucking hoodie. I can't get that fucking comment out of my head, bro. It just...
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no holds barred truth on sports. The main event starts now.
Well, guys, what are we on? Like day number 4 or 5, and the WNBA still can't define the woman? I wish I could actually say I was making this up, guys, but I'm not making this up. They still cannot define what a woman is. All they need to do, guys, is just pull up a biology book. Well, I guess you know there's actually woke biology books now, but a real biology book. They'll find out exactly what a woman is. And the leader of the WNBA, Kathy Engelbert, is allegedly a woman, but yet she doesn't know what a woman is. Yeah, going full Tandra Brown Jackson. Boy, man, these wokes, man, these leftists, man, have completely lost their minds. And now that the invasion of the transgender thing, I think it's coming to the WNBA fast. Of course, Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White have declared for the WNBA draft because the WNBA is full of hypocrites. Sophie Cunningham defends women, and then woke coaches, woke players, they lose their minds. Even Sophie Cunningham now is actually getting attacked on the court. These people running the WNBA are crazy. Absolutely crazy. I want that invasion to happen because it's going to send a message. I bet, guys, as soon as you actually get male athletes really dominating WNBA, the woke lesbians in WNBA, they're going to change their minds real fast. Because, first off, they're going to lose their jobs. Second thing is, the ones that actually remain are going to get severely injured. Look what Dejanay Harrison did to Sophie Cunningham. Sophie Cunningham pretty much got a clothesline by Dejanay Harrison, and she had a bloody mouth. If that was Enes Kanter Freedom doing that, she'd probably be in a funeral home. I mean, he's 6'10", what, 260? Yeah, she probably would have been in a funeral home, guys. That actually brings us to a former Olympian, folks, a gold medalist in, I believe, the 76 Olympics. Won gold in the decathlon. Back then, he was known as Bruce Jenner. Now, he's known as Caitlyn Jenner because he came out as trans, like, wow, what year was it? Like 2015, 14, something like that? Yeah. And we know the political leanings of the former athlete known as Bruce Jenner, not a Democrat. And he just destroyed the WNBA with simple biology. Now, he may be identifying as a woman, but he knows deep down inside, yeah, I'm not really a woman. And there's no way in the world I should actually be competing against women. And he came up with a simple solution, guys, to this problem. So let's go ahead and dive into it, guys. Here we go. Right over here, Outkick. Caitlyn Jenner says there's a simple solution to end WNBA's trans athlete debate. And by the way, he's also supporting Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White trying to get into the WNBA to expose the hypocrisy of the woke WNBA. Yeah. So we got a little clip here, guys, we're going to go over right here. And his solution is simple. X, you're in. X, Y, you're out. It's that simple. Basic biology. And this is coming from a transgender, folks. Let's roll.
XX, you're in. XY, you're out. It's that simple. And I think they're doing a good job just to show the WNBA how the hypocrisy that's going on here. We have to protect women's sports. I have been coming on this show for years and years. I want to protect women's sports.
Right.
Title IX was one of the greatest legislations that was over 50 years ago for women's equality. It had to be in sports. But look at what it's done for women's sports. I don't want that to be ruined by letting biological men come in and play in women's sports. XX you're in, XY you're out. You can go play with the men.
Yeah, just that simple. A basic biology lesson. Folks, this shit is not hard. It's not hard. But when you're woke and you know that the science isn't on your side, this is why the WNBA is actually doing what it's doing. And by the way, also supported in his Cancer Freedom and on Royce White right here. This is what what he said right here. Quote, they're showing the hypocrisy of what's going on out there in the WNBA. Jenner said of Cantor and White. The WNBA had their meetings on this issue, and Kathy Engelbert, the head, says, quote, we talked about the trans issue, but we just haven't come up with a conclusion at this point. We will continue the conversation. Kathy, XX, you're in. XY, you're out. It's that simple. Yeah, folks, this shit is not hard. Goes on, quote, and both these guys, I think, are doing a great job just to show the WNBA the hypocrisy that's going on here. We have to protect women's sports. I want to protect women's sports. Title IX was one of the greatest legislations for women's equality that happened to be in sports. Yeah. And they talk about right here how the WNBA's own policy says, and it makes sense on the surface that, hey, you actually have to be a woman to actually play in the WNBA. But since we're actually living in woke times, they don't actually define what a woman is. This is why you actually have the left mafia, the trans mafia, saying, hey, trans women are women. So when you actually have that language right there, but yet at the same time you're saying trans women are women, guess what? This is how the invasion in women's sports happens. This is why you see the trans invasion, especially track and field. Folks, when it comes to the trans invasion, it's really bad in track and field. This is where I believe for the most part, women have been dominated. I mean, it's been at the high school level, collegiate level, even in the Olympics with Caster Semenya. Yeah, it's gotten out of control. Boxing. I mean, you literally had two men guys be allowed to participate in the Paris Olympics after they actually failed tests to prove that they were actually women. Different kind of situation, DSD, but still, these were proven to be men. And the woke Olympics said, it's okay, you guys can still fight against the women. And we saw what happened in the Olympics. 2 men won gold medals. And it wasn't even close. The women got completely dominated by Iman Khalif and Ling Yuteng. Completely dominated. Now, even the Olympics, the IOC, has turned their rules around. They're like, nah, you can't do that. You actually have to pass the sex test. LPGA Tour doing the same thing. All of a sudden now, those organizations know what a woman is, but the woke WNBA and women is actually in the title of the WNBA. They don't know what a woman is. Absolutely insane, guys. Absolutely insane. X you're in, XY you're out. Just that simple. But me and Rose actually talked about this on a member stream. That there's people that already believe that there are actual men already playing in the WNBA. So if they actually had to take a sex test, then it could actually be exposed. Yeah. So, gonna leave right there, guys. That's just my thoughts on this. What do you guys think of this? Black and white sports fans, let us know what you think about all this.
Yo, I have no idea how it's possible that Angel Reese is still doing this in year 3. I mean, first of all, her 3-ball, she's shooting 14% from deep this season, like stop it. And on top of that, she's averaging 3.2 turnovers per game and only 2.5 assists per game. That's ridiculous. And of course, the layups. Look at this.
Finds her. And Reese. Can't she just give up with it? I'm getting stressed out watching her attempt it. Reese.
Like, if you want to get your block averages up, you should just guard Angel Reese. I mean, she's still shooting it from the hip.
Looking to take it to a Reese. The footwork couldn't finish.
I was stunned when I saw this. Angel Reese only made 3 of her 10 attempts in the first half, but at halftime they were glazing her.
Like, sometimes the basket is too open. Right. She's used to getting double teamed. She's used to triple teamed.
Like, what the actual fuck am I hearing, man? She said triple teamed. I don't know if we're watching the same game.
Right now. Reese, the crossover.
But yeah, in the second half, she did the same thing. Like, she leaves so many easy points on the table. It hurts to watch.
Reese will fire.
And then a tie game, a couple seconds left to go, and Angel Reese did this.
Reese, the putback. Won't go. Kelvin, no.
Again, an open layup miss. She only made 5 over 16 shots this game, and it's almost all in the paint.
This system here works really good, but long term, I've seen so many people in the comments talk about rainwater, catch the rainwater kit, Eaves Trust Boss. Absolutely dreaming of it, can't wait for it. And the idea is to put Eaves Trust all along this whole back of the house, all the wings, and run it over this way near the new shed, and put a couple of those 1,000 liter, a cube water totes back there, line them up. Cover them up so like the sun doesn't get out and keep all that rainwater. We'll be able to sit on those 3 cubes of water, just rainwater. And then still do have to figure a better plan for winter. Because this system I'm showing you right now, this is going to work in wintertime. The barrels in the house will work wintertime, but to fill it like this isn't going to work because this water line is just sitting on top of the ground. Yeah, she's filling. I heard tell on the camera, but it takes a while when she fills. Sure, if you guys have watched this for a while now, you've seen the black water lines all over the place, all over the ground in the videos, just like this one here. They're everywhere else. One we got, more black hose here, hose over here, some old stuff from still before us, stuff from us, there's black hose everywhere. That's what people use lay it there, but only works summertime and freeze up. Wintertime, not sure. But first of all, so you understand, let's show you where all the water sources are. So first off, we got this well right here, right beside the house, that you guys watched us clean out last year. This one here. This is one right beside the house that we cleaned out last year. It's full. I mean, that's proper gray water. We have drank it, but rather not. There's the house. So that's the nearest well. The kind of way it works up here, everybody's got their own little setup for the water. Like Patty here, right next door, his is coming all the way up from that hill back there. Cords is coming from somewhere else. Johnny Power somewhere else. Power somewhere else. There's little wells and water holes all over this place. Let me show you now the other drinking water well that we would go to if we work on the Gordies for whatever reason. Also, too, people have probably seen this white water line all over the place in the videos. Wonder what that is. That was Patty's idea. The double wall, his water line, got a black wire line inside that. And his idea was to cover up his white one, keep the sun off it, so the water's not getting too hot. Next well right here. This is the next best one to Gordy's. You guys have seen us down here lots. And actually, it's hard to see it. You probably can't see it with camera, but there is a small trout down there. Patty's one that keeps the trout down there, and he says it's good for keeping the water fresh. If he heats up any like a little bit of anything down there, he's living down there by himself and just keeping his tail loose water. And he said, water's great. So this is the second best up for the water, but still, This isn't gray water house, this is just drinking water purely. And follow this black water line here, all the way up top of that hill. And here she is. It's a gray water supply. This is the spot they got that bike stuck, and the boss had to pull me out here. And this is the water hole. Long ways from home. Not gonna work in the winter or any other solution, but you can see here all this hill behind us, all this water is coming down into this. And this water hole's been here a long time. It's known to be really wet here. From here, all the way to the house is gravity feed, and all we did to get it flowing was pick this end up, use a little water pump, fill the line until it starts from the bottom, stick it in, let her go. There you go. Okay, boys. I hope that was enough to really explain the whole water system. You guys can visualize now where the gray water comes from, where the drinking water comes from. On to the next thing.
Alright, another 10 minutes. Then we should be good to ring her out and put her up in the line. Alright, let's see if I can get my workout on. Dogs, you're gonna have to move, Bubs. Baby, you're gonna have to move, girl. Whoa! You got opinions today, my man. Get her started, my boy. I've started working out again, and it feels so good. But I gotta say, my number one tip is my Pump Up the Jams playlist that I made on Spotify. It's full of like all 2000s hits, like club mixes, and I love it. It gets me so pumped up. I gotta clean my laptop screen. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, boy. You gonna watch and learn, buddy? Okay, 13 minutes later, I gotta pause and stop, go switch the laundry because it's almost noon. Here's Perry. Here's Terry. Be right back. I was really hoping to get 2 loads of laundry out today, but I just don't think it's possible because it is just about noon, 12:01. And they're still in the bucket. So, just one load of laundry for today. This is one lesson that I have sort of learned, but not completely learned, is to wake up and first things first, do the laundry if it's not raining. Because if you wait a little bit, just like I did today, then the day kind of gets ahead of you. And hopefully these guys dry out all the way. The one thing I have learned since becoming a mom is that you become a master at doing 30 things at once. Do you do them 100% of the way? Me? No, not always. Not most of the time, to be honest. And just like that, walked right by Maddie's coffee cup and the egg basket, and I was just about to walk by, not even touch it, but trying to do better. Trying to make new mom rolls. He's tired. Real talk, I feel like it's been 2 hours since I started trying to work out. I think I've been stopped like 12 times already so far. Which is okay, let's be real. That's the season of my life right now. But I'm not going to pretend like it's not a little bit frustrating.
Well, I'm right here passing by this. I want to show you guys. Everyone who's been here for a while, you remember the pig pen and the goat pen and how tore up it was, especially the pig pen. It was rooted down to nothing, straight roots and rock, nothing left. But look at it now. It's absolutely amazing how green it is, how lush it is. Came right back, and it's good because we're going to go to sheep back here. They're going to be here with us for the first winter this year. And these are the first pens, you know, before we cut this down, all laying here underneath the trees look just like this. This old, like, kind of dead brown mass. And now these two patches are just like green and lush. Absolutely wonderful. This here will next year look like that. That's pretty cool. Look at that. We come here this year, clean this stuff up, slowly pick away and burn all the shrubs and stuff, and then put a fence around it, put animals here, and then next summer it'll look like that. People always give me shit for cutting down all the trees, the boys. If you know, you know. This place is absolutely jam-packed with trees, all of Canada. 90% of Canada is up with trees. And it's too much, it's too thick, especially here in Newfoundland. And you clear it down like this is doing nothing but create an opportunity for more growth, more biodiversity, different trees to start growing, different plants, bees to come, plants to come. The earth is just loving that. Look at that. It's loving that more than the old shrubby trees that were here, like this, just stacked up.
Alright, we are having leftovers. I have got my lunch here. Got a little ground beef and beans with quinoa rice, goat cheese, and avocado. So it's about 2 o'clock now. It's time for Sunny's midday nap. Oh, and he always has a better nap in our bedroom than he does down in the bassinet. Plus, he can hear everything, and sometimes we're not that quiet about opening and shutting doors. Let's get you sleeping. These times where I'm feeding Sunny up here are really good to either get a little drift in, like a 15-20 minute little mini nap, or do some breath work. I personally love Wim Hof. Wim Hof breath work, it's awesome. Yeah, and when I remember, I try to do it while I'm feeding him. And now it's like 5:30. Gotta think about dinner now. Thinking sweet potatoes and something else. Summer days maybe have like long crash out naps, I think.
Yes, I did just wake up from a big old nap. And Kelly said it's after 5 o'clock. There she goes. Summertime out here, buddy. Too warm, too hot to work. Too late Spanish, too late after a siesta. Another really hot question people are always asking, always wondering, why do we do all the garbage out here? Good question. There's no dump, there's no town, there's no council. We're on an island. What do we do with garbage? So I'm going to show you today. We're taking garbage and we're going to get rid of it together so you guys can actually see what this looks like. For good or bad, because I know there's going to be some people out there that's going to see what I'm going to do. And like, oh my God, that's so proud. Everybody else is going to get it. And this is the best option. Grab a little bit of go-go juice. If you've been watching these videos for a while, you know that last year, we built that incinerator.
Go ahead.
Kelly welded it all up. Well, we're still using it. There's the old incinerator. It's not pretty, but she works. Real important thing to remember with our garbage out here compared to most garbage in the city at your house is all like the food scraps and stuff. They can go to animals, to chickens and stuff. All the burnables right to the wood stove in the house, in the kitchen. We'll light it on a cold, cool morning just to put a little bit of heat in the kitchen. And pretty much once we get to here, mostly it's like metal cans and stuff like that. And then every now and then you're just going to shovel this thing out, get all the metal cans out, and there you go, keep cracking. Piece of stick here, keep it closed. The hinge did break, that's the only thing that failed. Kelly's weld last year broke. But see all the cans? She needs to be shoveled out now. Pretty full. Now we get rid of a little bit of my famous sweet sauce here. You're going, that's it. Just like that, garbage gone. It might not be pretty, boys, it might not be the way you do it at home, but around here, this is the most efficient way to do it. Otherwise, you gotta load this up into a boat, drive to the mainland, put it in a truck, drive on the highway, half hour, get it to the dump. Way more fuel to be burned. Just burn it, burn the cans clean, and then get rid of the cans.
I'm gonna go outside and have a little bit of me time. Read a book, sit in the shade. Just nice to have a little moment to yourself every now and again, you know?
Alright, let's go through the solar system. There she is. All the power for everything heat comes off this. So this is a 3,000 watt inverter. And it's all the same stuff, the Victron stuff. And then we got two 5 kilowatt batteries. It says 10 kilowatts total. I think it's like 5,000 watts. When we originally installed this, we had just one battery. We upgraded recently and put the second. So now this should be more than enough for winter time. If we ever do run the batteries down and we need to top it all up with the generator, all we gotta do is go outside and start the generator. This cable is running in here to the house. Just goes right in, and you don't have to literally touch anything out here. It just does it automatically. I start charging the batteries off the generator. Generator dies, shuts off, boom, the batteries are full. And like to fill these things up when they're warm like this, summertime, maybe a half tank of gas in the little Yamaha generator. Very efficient system. Lots of fellas around here do have troubles with their solar system, batteries not staying topped up and whatnot. One thing I would suggest is getting other components together rather than like piecing together. Just start with this. Start with your solar controller and your inverter. And this Victron stuff, yes, it's what Al is up with, but it's the same brand stuff we Adam had in our boats in the Arctic when we rode, across the Northwest Passage. Like we had a Victron solar controller in our boats. Good stuff. So it's worth the investment. Johnny Power just put in a system over his place very similar to this. Less panels because we're on this roof, but all the same components here. And he's over there running air fryers and ice makers and like us. We got all the lights, 2 deep freezes, fridge, stuff like this, dehumidifier there, all the power. And summertime, not an issue. We'll see now, it's like about wintertime, how much we have on a generator, but I'll update you later on that. The solar panels are all the way up this hill. Only real downside to putting solar panels so far away is all the power loss we're getting in the long cable. But the reason we put it all the way up here is because of the old saltbox house. Just wouldn't have looked right. Put a bunch of solar panels on the roof right beside us. It's not working. Kerosene lanterns are better than that. So we put it up here, but because of that, we gotta have extra panels. Last year when we built the stand, a lot of people were skeptical if it was going to last in the storms and weather. Actually, that's probably not the load. Yes, it is. Here you go. Here, all winter long, no issues. Never once even come close to have problems. And guys, having a solar system, game changer. This is what powers everything in the house. Rarely do you need to start a generator. Wintertime, here and there, summertime, yeah. These are 545 watt panels, and we got 6 of them. Long-term plan here is get rid of this old fall-down shack, this one here, and then put a wood shed along here in that flat spot. Plus our tool shed, work shed back there, and that's really all we need.
Here he is.
Uploading that line, keep me going all summer or everything else. / donate.
The man in action. Oh, what do you got? The sun is leaving us. Big old fog bank's rolling in. The laundry's in. Thank you, Maddie. Just hanging out. Had a little bit of outdoor time and oh. Dang, boy, you gotta move. Work it, work it. Yes, my man, yes, my man. actual certificate. I got the paper one, but not the official one, and I need that. I don't know why it is that sometimes these really easy things take forever. Oh, my boy. My boy. We're getting it done, Sonny. Place of marriage. Oh, this is like Scoot trivia. Place of marriage. Kitty bitty. Perfect timing. We're done. We're done. We can take it off the whiteboard. How long till you think you're ready? Steaks. Just trying to time out when to put steaks on. I just snuck a little sweet potato because I feel like I'm starving. And we're gonna put off putting the steaks on until after we do town hall. I have to show you Sunny and Ronnie right now. They're so cute. Ronnie is a really good protector. Ronnie would stay here all day by Sunny's side. Bluebell, on the other hand, left the house early this morning and has not been back since. She has become so rogue lately. She loves going to Gord's house, especially since Gord's here a lot more often. He loves giving her treats, and she is basically a second house over there. We keep joking saying that, like, it's Gord's new adopted dog because she just stays there on the porch all day. But she is a porch dog. Leaves a hound. They're good for it. Aha.
Let's go steaks, baby.
Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry.
Alright, live stream over. Switch back into supper mode and bed mode. Here she is. Finished product.
Steak dinner, man.
Steak and sweet potato, onions. Just a moment. Yes, girl.
Yes, sir. Now we're just sitting down watching a Netflix movie on the laptop. This is what some of our evenings look like here.
Movie night.
We're gonna head bed right after this.
Sheep said bad, cow said moo, oink said piggy, beep said blue.
Here we go. Hi everyone and welcome back to another Sugar Tits video. Will the men and women's sports craziness never end? Once again, our beloved Australian football is at the centre of a dude wanting to play in the Chicks League extravaganza. And it's crazy to me that this keeps happening. It does not make sense, okay? It's one thing for biological men to want to compete with women in, say, bowling or chess or ping pong. You go to Thailand and there's a fuck ton of ladyboys dominating the ping pong show industry. But we allow it because nobody gets hurt. The kinds of people who go to those shows are prepared for the very real risk of catching a pair of balls in the eye. There are plenty of mixed gender sports where it would be okay for dudes to compete against women. Basically any non-contact sport. But it is absolutely mental when you see biological men who are now trans women competing with biological women in women's league football. And while the league in the past has frowned upon and even banned transgender women from playing in the ladies' league, it seems time has caused them to change their tune. Time, or lefty liberal pressure, has seen the AFL allow a transgender woman to play with the gals. I guess they figured the only way to get more people to watch the women's league was to actually put men in it. And it's fucking crazy. You're going to want to see this right after this. In the 23rd century, humanity's greatest obsession is the trans woman, stunning and brave indeed, and now officially allowed to play with the gals. But before we get into that story, let's take a quick stroll down Dick and Balls in a Skirt memory lane and look at the controversial Hannah Mounsey story. Back when the AFLW had some common sense and listened to the poor women who were getting pulverized in the sport and banned this big hulking dude from competing against women.
At 6'2", weighing 100 kilos and blessed with a mighty kicking boot, Hannah Mounsey should have been a shoo-in to play at the elite level of the women's Aussie Rules competition. But late last year, the AFL said no, deciding she was too much of a physical threat to her opponents. Hannah believes there's another reason though, the fact she was born a boy, not a girl.
So with just hours left before the 2017 AFLW draft, the Australian Women's Football League was faced with a fundamental question about the future of women's sports, aka, should dudes play with women? The ruling centred on Hannah Mounsey, a former national team player in men's handball, which by the way, since he got knocked back from playing chicks football, he now plays chicks handball. He is a stunning and brave professional woman's balls handler who began transitioning in 2015 to become a woman. See, the problem was that her frame was fucking huge, standing at 190 centimeters tall and weighing 100 kilograms. 100 fucking kilograms! Mounsey had previously played in Canberra's local women's league, scoring 17 goals in just 8 games, highlighting the stark physical contrast on the field between biological men and women. Recognising the potential impact on player safety and fair play, an AFL subcommittee officially ruled Mounsey ineligible for the elite women's draft. The league concluded that the significant physical disparity created an unreasonable competitive advantage. No shit! Affirming that male developmental biology carries permanent physiological traits that testosterone suppression alone does not fully remove. If you want to go into the science of why dudes shouldn't play with women. While the ruling faced criticism over its late timing and the lack of pre-existing formal policy, proponents of single-sex sports categories viewed the decision as a necessary step. Advocates for female athletics emphasize that sex-segregated categories exist specifically to ensure women have a fair, safe, and equal playing field, and they don't get fucking backtracked on the field by a massive bloke. The case highlighted the challenge sports governing bodies face in safeguarding the female category. How should leagues balance inclusion with the biological reality of elite physical performance, especially when the trans woman is so stunning and brave, and not allowing them to play labels you a bigoted asshole? Fast forward to the current year, 2026, and it seems like they've bowed to the negative PR, you're a fucking bigot pressure. Major AFL boycott threatened after 6'2", 90-kilogram trans player is allowed to compete in a women's league. Let's just put that into perspective. 6'2", 90 kilograms. That's a fucking man. That is a man. Those are man stats. The poor bitch who comes up against him is fucked. And look at the coach here. He's happy as fucking Larry because he's got 1/6 of the fucking Avengers playing on his women's team. That's a hulking person right there. He knows any team that comes up against him is screwed. And look at the t-shirt. Placement? Question mark? How astute. What the fuck were they thinking with your placement on the women's team? Good God. Now I might mention that this team is not a AFLW professional team. It is a community team. Well, what the fuck does it matter? Does it really matter if you're beating up professional chicks? Or the chick who works down at the local corner shop in your country town? Dare I say, men getting physical with women is taboo and frowned upon, but somehow it's all cool if it's on a football field where they now identify as a woman and have different pronouns. This is clown shit, right? This is fucking clown shit. I was a man, but now I can beat you up because I identify as a woman. And you've just got to accept it, you bigots. Now excuse me while I go trim my ball hair.
The AFL has handed down its findings, allowing a transgender football player to continue playing women's community sport after safety concerns were raised.
Adelaide football clubs have threatened to forfeit matches against a team fielding transgender player Freya Golding after the AFL cleared her to continue competing in the Women's League. 3 clubs lodged formal duty of care complaints following a heavy collision involving the Westminster All Scholars player during round 5. The AFL's Gender Diversity Policy Committee reviewed the evidence but ruled it was not satisfied that Golding's participation created an unacceptable safety risk. Look at this! Look at the safety risk, you dumb ass! Bam! Bam, motherfucker! Bam! She got her shit handed to her. That is a safety risk. Are you nuts? Nuts. Adelaide Footy League Chief Executive John Kernahan has now revealed clubs could refuse to play Westminster if neither the league nor the AFL changes its position. And why wouldn't you? Why would you put your biologically female players at risk when they can get fucking bulldozed like this? There is a lack of duty of care doing that. Golding has rejected claims that she dominates opponents or holds an overwhelming physical advantage.
Hi, my name is Freya, and I'm a transgender woman, and I play football.
Oh, what a crock. I mean, of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say that. He wants to play with the chicks. He wants to remain under the radar as much as possible so that he can continue getting on the field and Mac trucking bitches. I'm not the biggest and tallest player going around, and by no means am I a dominant player. Come off it.
I'm not the biggest and tallest player going around, and by no means am I a dominant player. I've had some good moments, but it's rare I get in the best players.
I have trouble believing that there are biological females in your league with a combination of a height of 6'2" and the weight of 90 kilograms. Golding was named among the best players 3 times in 13 games and was the team's 2nd highest goal kicker. I mean, it's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke, right? It's a bloody joke, right? I'm not a dominant player. My ass. Your cock and balls assure it. The committee's confidential determination stated, the committee determined that it was not satisfied that the player's participation in the competition gives rise to unacceptable safety risks. That chick that he knocked down to the ground looked like she was going to be in a coma. Come on. No, I'm sorry. He should not be playing against women in a physical sport or any fucking sport.
This particular player is 6'2" or 3", 92 kilograms. You know, and I appreciate the notion that there may be other naturally born women that are 6'3" and 92 kilos, but they're few and far between.
Community footballers can generally compete in the category matching their gender identity under the AFL's policy. Gender identity. Not what you were born as, not your biological identity, your made-up fairy bullshit identity. Competitive advantage alone is not grounds for exclusion at that level, but individual players can be assessed when safety concerns are raised. And re-fucking-cess it, you morons. The AFL said it remained committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment for all members of the football community. Bloody hell. So if I start a community chicks football team, and I bring in the services of, say, a road train who identifies as a woman, will that be cool? Will that be allowed? You idiots. The AFL has now left open the possibility of another risk assessment if new information emerges that could affect the committee's determination. Yeah, what happens when this dude inadvertently knocks the chick unconscious, when he breaks her jaw, dislocates her fucking arm, not even maliciously. So he just lands on top of her or something. Who's going to be at fault then? Is the AFL going to put their hands up and admit that they made a dumbass decision allowing a biological male to play with females? I mean, this is just ridiculous. And it's not just Australia taking notice of this story. This has gone all over the world.
The AFL's decision to clear her to keep playing has drawn criticism from across the globe, including John Cleese, tennis icon Martina Navratilova, and local sports stars too.
I just want to play the sport I love with a great group of people, and I've been so lucky to do that this year, and I want to keep doing that.
Another chapter in the great book of the debate against biological men playing in women's sports. Bloody insane. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Thanks so much for watching. Remember to check me out on Rumble, BitChute, or X, and I'll see you in the next video. Tits out, everyone. Tits.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind channel, solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. So obviously we're going to be moving into two election cycles here, back to back, and both of these are incredibly consequential for the Democrat Party. I mean, this is their moment to make a massive resurgence. And what that obviously means, on the flip side, if you're not exactly a fan of collectivism, of communism, and far leftism, it's the opposition's job to remind everyone exactly what you're dealing with here, and probably more accurately, exactly what game the left intends on playing here as we move forward. And that, my friends, as per usual, is a game of misdirection. And they're already doing it, deploying incredible resources and as much time and effort as possible to convince the American people that what you heard, what you might have thought, this idea that they represent an extreme left-wing agenda, it's all a bunch of right-wing propaganda. The reality is they're moderates. Well, that's the biggest BS you're going to hear this whole election season. And the reality is, despite Democrats, even far leftist Democrats, saying stuff like, oh, well, you know, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy.
Despite them now attempting to downplay it and run away from their record, the reality is absolutely nothing has changed. The Democrat Party hasn't had a moment of self-reflection, a moment of reckoning. No, they've reckoned with absolutely jack squat, and the party is still on a crash course towards full-blown communism and social Marxism. And once again, as I always say, the proof's in the pudding. Don't pay attention to what these politicians are saying, but rather their governing bodies are actually doing. I guess let's put it this way. They're pretending as if woke one is in the past. It's a far bygone era. But no, we're still very much in the midst of woke one. Let me show you guys what's going on. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, well, take a look.
Most of what we saw were crimes of poverty. People who were stealing things like toothpaste. People who were stealing things like, soap. And that means if you're stealing those things, you need them. And we are choosing to protect billion-dollar companies like CVS and Walgreens over the people who are struggling to get by. So I would say that the true crime is that there is such incredible wealth disparity in this city that there are people need. And so one of the things that I'm fighting for at the state level is to make sure we pass things like treatment not jail, and that we hold the line on the incredible criminal justice reforms that we have done over the last 10 and 20 years that are constantly being threatened by right-wing media who are looking to fearmonger about people who are actually just in absolute dire straits.
Democrats right now are running the biggest con job in the country, period. They're running a bigger fraud than the Somalis in Minnesota. You got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who now appears to be on a freaking fast track towards securing the nominee. She's the most representative of the party. We've seen poll after poll suggesting that. And she's claiming that woke one was crazy, and I'm no longer like that. But very clearly, the party itself, and also her as well, we know the reality. They're all still woke. If woke one is dead, woke two is here, and it's 10 times worse. And this mentality that AOC, of course, represents, even though she's attempting to now fudge the record, this mentality of, well, you know, people are engaging in the crimes of necessity. That's all that it is. Yeah, see that third worlder who crossed the border illegally and then victimized a young girl? Well, it was out of necessity, y'all.
And so they go out and they need to feed their child and they don't have money. So you maybe have to, they're put in a position where they feel like they either need to shoplift some bread or go hungry that night.
This woke leftist perspective still exists. In fact, it's probably more prevalent than it ever was before. And again, this is what represents the Democrat grassroots.
New bill that could give thieves a get out of jail free card. Now, it would create expanded diversion programs for offenses they consider crimes of necessity. But what exactly is a crime of necessity?
The amendments make it clear that this policy only applies to low-level theft crimes, no felonies, and codifies case law. And while we have diversion programs for drugs and mental health, we do not have the same for crimes of necessity led by poverty.
What is a crime of necessity?
Basically, the Democrats say that if you're poor, that forces you to go out and rob a store. Now, let me be very clear. No one is robbing stores for food, bread, eggs, milk, or butter. They're stealing Nikes and PlayStations. Let's be very clear about what crimes and what criminals they're trying to protect with these diversion programs. More offensively, when this bill was brought up, the author of the bill, the Democrats, said Donald Trump is responsible for the crime wave. Because of H.R. 1, the big, beautiful bill, people will be going hungry, which is not true. The big, beautiful bill is all about cracking down on fraud and protecting taxpayer money. People who need help will continue to get help. But they said Donald Trump's going to cause a crime wave, and so we need to make sure when people do commit crimes because of necessity, because they're poor, that they not be put in jail.
And so while in a general election, the top Democrat running for president won't outwardly say this stuff, and while many Democrats who are in more purple districts won't say it, the reality is the Democrat power apparatus, the governing structure of the Democrat Party is still very much in line with these absolutely idiotic, indefensible ideas. And that is the most important thing, because at the end of the day, you're voting for the Democrat Party, especially within the context of the Democrat Party that operates with such a top-down power structure. A lot of the times, you're not voting for a particular candidate who's more of an individual treading their own path. You're voting for the party and the party's ambitions. And any political party answers to its most fervent supporters, its most aggressive party loyalists, because those are the people who are setting the structure. Those are the people who are enforcing the culture of the party. And of course, we know exactly what happens to Democrats who don't abide by the intimidation tactics of their radical leftist mob. It's called what's happening to John Fetterman, what they did to Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema.
Were there a lot of Jewish kids in your neighborhood? No, I grew up in a 100% other than me East Indian neighborhood. And the street signs were literally written. It was called the Punjabi Market, and like the street signs were not in English. Like, that's why you're friends with Mindy Kaling. Exactly. That is why. No, yeah, I grew up in a completely East Indian neighborhood. I grew up in Chicago. It's very mixed, but you're very safe. But then I remember going to like basketball camp in like rural Wisconsin, and we told these kids like, "Yeah, we're Jewish," and they beat the shit out of us. Yeah, there was a lot of people just from other countries where they were just like kind of ingrained. Like, there's a lot of kids from Hong Kong who just never met a Jewish person, basically. So, like, I think there was some of that. But these kids hadn't met a Jewish person and didn't like specifically didn't like them. I think the next year we went back and like, or maybe when those kids left, me and my Jewish friends were like, we're just gonna tell them we're Italian. Just like, can we just fucking avoid this shit? How old were you when you met Evan Goldberg? Like 12 or 13. That's where was this at, by the way? We met at bar mitzvah class. Well, we kind of had all at bar mitzvah class. Well, it was bar mitzvah class. Like we met in the class you take to prepare for your bar mitzvah. Yeah.
I gotta say, I love sitting in the writer's room with you guys.
Yeah.
Because they can see what's coming. They see who controls levers of political power. It's the leftist mob. And this, my friends, is what the leftist mob believes. The crime is committed mostly out of necessity, not realizing that for the most part, it's mentally deranged sociopathic people or those with severe, debilitating substance abuse problems. But as we know, it wouldn't be compassionate to tell the truth, and so instead, you have to jump through friggin' illogical hoops to somehow paint the perpetrators as the victim, not in an effort to make society better, make society safer, but rather in an effort to, of course, fundraise, to extract taxpayer dollars through programs and social work, and most importantly, probably the one thing that I think defines the left the most, to feed their insatiable frickin' narcissism. I guess all this to say, we're still very much in the midst of woke one, and please don't let them fool you. Anyways, that's what I got. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
They say Angel worked on her three-point game all offseason, and now she's a threat from three. Game starting, Angel Reese, wet. Now, to be fair, Angel is not a three-point shooter. This is her game. By the way, we're only like 20 seconds into this thing.
And then she tried to defend Caitlin Clark, and of course she got cooked again.
Boston has to switch on Reese. Will fire.
And here's Angel Reese again at the buzzer for the win. It goes exactly how you'd expect it to go. Now, if you look from this angle, you'll actually see Caitlin Clark laughing in the background at how shit Angel Reese is for missing that shot. What, Captain?
I don't know.
Someone says they were legit hoopers in New Ballroom were trying to push the Angel Reese narrative. Reese might legitimately be the worst professional athlete to ever play any sport.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
On a more serious note, the WNBA really needs to take a look at themselves, because denying these two brave women the right to play in the WNBA is a disgrace. Let them play.
Oh, earlier this week I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. Well, I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do. I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the Women's Association, and I don't want to be discriminated against. Now, I want fair treatment. I'm a young, black, hopefully United States senator that would like a fair chance to participate as a sometimes identifying as a transgender woman athlete.
Could this correlate with you actually playing the WNBA?
It better. Why wouldn't they let me play? It's completely bigoted to deny my trans existence. Right now I'm just having a blast in my feminine era. I never thought that I was a woman. I've always trusted the science, and I thought I was a man my entire life. But after further review, strong look at my personal preferences, it would appear that I am indeed sometimes identifying as a transgender woman, and I think it's only fair I get a chance to play with some of my queens here in the twilight of my career, my athletic prime.
Well, and so exactly what you're saying, Royce, is it just sort of pulls the curtain back on the lack of clarity in the WNBA's policies under Article 8 of their 2026 collective bargaining agreement, it simply...
You're joking. Not another one?
After careful consideration and review of the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA. My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. And I look forward to the WNBA honoring its stated principles. See you at training camp. I'm in my couch, obviously watching the WNBA because I love the game. And I was watching the post-game interviews, and one of the players came out and literally said, I welcome trans athletes in my team any day and every day. And she even said, there's no problem me going against a trans athlete. So I was like, that gave me an idea. I was like, if they don't have any problem with it, why not just go out there and take my shot and try to play basketball in WNBA? I mean, seems like the league itself and plus the players have no problem with it. The WNBA itself, players, and especially the coaches, are the one that been advocating trans people playing in women's sports. So I'm not sure why am I getting all this backlash. They are the one encouraged me to do this. So for that reason, I want to play basketball.
Appears to be performance, publicity, stunt, whatever you want to call it. The WNBA commissioner said that player eligibility remains the same, and preserving the integrity of our game and ensuring fair competition will always remain among the league's highest priorities. How likely is this move going to advance the league's discussions here? What do you think about that?
I think that the PA, the Players Association, as well as the league, will probably be a little more clear about what they mean by women playing in the WNBA. I think, unfortunately, those two retired players were looking for some attention and trying to prove a point, and they may have gotten the attention and proved the point they wanted, but they've just added to what I believe is such a disheartening time for a league that's been around for 30 years, correct? And they have just gotten to the point where they finally have the attention that they deserve, that they've worked so hard for all of these years.
What the fuck are you talking about?
When this league started, these women, it was sweat equity. It was for the love of the game. They were making maybe $15,000 a year, and they had other side jobs. They were doing it because they loved to play basketball, because there was no professional league for women. And so now we have people shaking the entire conversation, and they don't deserve this. It's really unfortunate.
You are slaying, Royce. Don't let these haters get you down. And I can't wait to see the day that you finally grace the WNBA. But it's interesting because there's actually a few really intelligent WNBA players that want men to come in and identify as women and replace them. We'll just destroy them and make them look even more shit.
My boy.
Like our attention's been taken out of the environment has changed. We see trans people's rights being, stripped away from them. There's a lot of discourse around trans athletes and where they can compete in. I would welcome a trans athlete on my team or against my team anytime. I don't think it's a problem in the world. It's just another way to kind of attack trans people. We've seen players like Leisha Clarendon who step forward for have been brave enough and courageous enough to kind of step up. So I guess that's the next battle that we have to fight as athletes.
Women, how come you didn't write in your language those born female? How come you didn't make that clear? Because if you were born a female, even if you're transitioning to being a female, because you weren't born a female, that would make you ineligible to enter the WNBA. Why didn't you do that? Otherwise, you're going to have cats 6'8" with goatees walking in your league or claiming they're going to walk in your league. You can deny them entry. You can refuse to draft them. But you're going to open yourself up to potential legal action until
until you clarify what the hell is going on. Player eligibility is collectively bargained, meaning this is also an issue involving the WNBA Players Association, not simply a unilateral decision for the commissioner, Kathy Engelbert. Which means that, yes, the league office should have done more, but the Players Association, you got to get on top of it.
Someone needs to tell Stephen A. Smith that he doesn't need to act like he gives a fuck about the WNBA. We don't care.
We don't care. We don't care.
If anything, it'd be way more entertaining if they let biological men compete. It'd be hilarious. It'd be even more funny than it already is. It's already a great source of comedy, but if we let some 6'8" biological ex-NBA player go in there, everyone's going to watch it. That'll have the most views they've ever had. And apparently they're already trying to get this one in. This transgender French NBA player, Julie Tadach, who averages 21 points per game. Not great, is it? If you're biologically a man, now you're going against women. If there's men that do that against men, I don't think that's that impressive. But let's look at the clip. It's like me identifying as a kid and destroying a bunch of 7-year-olds in football, acting like I'm Messi.
Ninth grade Lonzo Ball in the WNBA. It's going crazy. It's going hard. Because look, in ninth grade, I'm over 6 feet, and I'm dunking. Like, I'm coming through the, like, no girl in the WNBA is doing that. I'm going back door, throw it up. Like, I'm looking like Jordan up there. So I'm going to just say, and I'm being so respectful. So great senior. Middle school down, I give it to the WNBA. I'm going to go probably 8th grade.
Do you think the best WNBA team could beat the worst NBA team?
The best WNBA team won't beat a high-level high school team.
What? But it's going to be tough, bro. I only want a WNBA player. I almost beat her, but...
Well, I hope the WNBA continues to go on forever, because it's just a great source of comedy.
All right, getting locked and loaded here. 5 a.m. Getting ready to head down. Ready to keys for a special mission. All right, y'all. You've heard of snakes on a plane? Well, we got snakes on a private luxury island. We received an email from a manager of a private island, and he's been having problems with pythons and iguanas. After discussing the issue with him, we determined it would be best for me to come out there for a few days, hit it hard, and see what I could find.
There we go. Watch your head.
Holy shit.
A few days getting paid to hang out on a private island and hunt snakes and iguanas. Sign me up, son.
Can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. That's the question, buddy. That's a $300,000 question that you're sitting in that chair for, sweating profusely and endlessly twitching your foot to the point that it's about to fly off across the room and hit Patrick Bet-David in the face. I've never seen a bigger train wreck than what has been called a debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens last night. To her credit, Candace did try to debate. Andrew Wilson, that was not a debate. I mean, he's talked so much about Candace and her positive evidence. Candace, what's your positive evidence? I didn't see Andrew Wilson put up any positive evidence for anything. Andrew Wilson couldn't even put positive evidence up for what the 7 charges Tyler Robinson is actually facing in this hearing. He couldn't name one of the charges. And we're going to react to that clip because that was beautiful. And then the subsequent, I need to check your phone, Candace. Wow. For those of you who didn't follow this story, Candace has obviously been doing amazing investigative work covering the true nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And Andrew Wilson decided he was going to debate her about this because he felt as though she was lying, and he felt as though there was overwhelming evidence which proves that Tyler Robinson was guilty. Guilty of what? He doesn't know, because he doesn't even know what he's being charged with, but he was guilty. And apparently this guy offered Candace Owens $300,000, like he was going to pay her $300,000 to do this debate. Now, most people, if they had $300,000 lying around, they would, I don't know, buy a house. They would, save money for their kids' education. They would, I personally think that, I hope at least that Andrew Wilson saves some money because his wife has married 4 other men before him. He's her 3rd baby daddy, and it's very possible that after this debate, she'll now divorce him. I hope that he saves some money to, for alimony to pay out those divorce fees or whatever they're called. But he actually doesn't have a lot of money. He had to fundraise from his own fans and likely from Eric Kirk's coffers to actually pay for this debate after saying, offering to throw up $300,000 is kind of a crazy thing to do, to offer $300,000 to someone when you don't have $300,000. But this was not a debate, really. This was a poor attempt at, I guess, like a political gotcha, some sort of a, he was trying to trap her into defamation so Erica Kirk could sue her, TPUSA could sue her for defamation, maybe. I don't know. The whole thing was really ludicrous. Andrew Wilson didn't know what he was talking about at any stage of this conversation. And Candace Owens would just, say simple things like, well, Andrew, did you listen to what the ATF said about the DNA evidence? And he'd be like, well, I'm not a DNA expert. I'm not some, what do you want me to say about that? I'm not a DNA. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't say that there's overwhelming evidence that proves Candace Owens is a loony bin if, you don't have anything to counter the facts that are being presented, not just by Candace, but by, government agencies and the courts that are currently handling this case. Anyways, I've jibber-jabbered long enough about this. The most beautiful part of the debate came at the very end. And I hope you saw this part. Some people may have tuned out by then. I don't blame you if you tuned out because it's kind of hard to watch this goober here, Andrew Wilson, go on for as long as he did. But Andrew Wilson was asked one question by Candace Owens. A few minutes before this, Candace said, "Can I ask you one question?" And Andrew said, "No. We have to sit in silence until my team pulls up the video I want to show you. No, you can't ask me a question as per the terms of our contract in this debate." What? What on earth? You can't be asked a question in a debate? What type of debate is this? I don't know. Eventually, he did cave, and he said Candace could ask him one question, and now we all understand why he didn't want Candace to ask him any questions. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but
You got him, Andrew. You got her. I think that Ty Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Mic drop. Rob, how could anyone say he lost this debate? With hard-hitting, objective arguments like that, how could anyone say that he has lost this debate? I don't know. People are living in fantasy land, clearly.
Of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Oh, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course, but I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but
if you don't know the charge, like, this guy claims to be some expert level debate lord. Now, if he didn't know the charges, which he didn't, why would you say, yes, of course, I know the charges? Because obviously the next question is going to be, what are they? You know them. Which ones do you think he's guilty of? Obviously the next question is going to be that. Why would you say, yes, I know them? You know, he's so arrogant. He could have just said, look, I actually don't know the technical legal verbiage that's used for these things. I understand the general premise of the case, and yes, I think that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Right? He could have just said that. Also not a good look, right? Because the whole premise of this debate is that she's arguing that there's overwhelming evidence that he's guilty, but he doesn't even know what he's guilty of. He paid $300,000 to defend this idea that Tyler Robinson is guilty, but he doesn't know of what. He flew all the way to Candace Owens' home to debate this in person in front of millions of live viewers, but he doesn't know what he's actually defending. Not a good look. But he could have at least been a little bit less of an arrogant prick about it.
Like, can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question.
That's the question, buddy. That's a $300,000 question that you're sitting in that chair for, sweating profusely and endlessly twitching your foot to the point that it's about to fly off across the room and hit Patrick Bet-David in the face.
Yeah, but I mean, it seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage, you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should, can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, this is a great option.
No, you just got to ask me, play...
Hey, bro, it's not a gotcha. If I was Candace, I'd be insulted. I'd be like, bro, why did you waste my time? You came all the way here. You wasted Patrick Bet-David's time. You made this whole spectacle. You suckered your fans out of tens of thousands of dollars, and you couldn't even do the bare minimum.
Still my most viewed video on Instagram, guys.
Again, it's one of my favorite clips because it's you recording your TV with your phone and you giggling in the background.
I'm like a 13-year-old boy.
Congratulations on the almost wedding, Shaggy.
Oh, I didn't read that part. Yeah, good job on the wedding.
It's like, I saw the 50.
I saw $50 and I just went snowblind.
Bam. Bam.
Yeah. Ty Simpson.
He played pretty well.
Yeah. You're also happy because he beat the Chiefs in a preseason game, but still counts.
It does count.
It counts. Yeah.
Those bastards are 0-1.
Simpson, 21 for 25, 190 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Looked pretty damn solid. Which, I mentioned this in the NFC West video. If because obviously they trade for Myles Garrett, right? They go get McDuffie, like they're making secondary better. If the Rams win a Super Bowl within this next year or so, and Matthew Stafford then retires, and Ty Simpson is like pretty darn solid, man, is that pick going to age so freaking well. So well.
It'll be like a fine wine.
Yeah, it'll be like a fine wine.
But I mean,
it's preseason, but I guess some props, man.
It's definitely bought Ty Simpson some time in terms of takes. Like if he plays well all preseason, and I don't want to say it's easy to play well in the preseason, but if you go back through the years and you're watching quarterbacks in the preseason, if they're decent, they always look pretty damn good, and it gets you excited. And I think everybody understands that about Ty Simpson. Now, there are people out there who are trying to already say, you owe me an apology for Ty Simpson. Okay. Chase Daniel. It's a preseason game. But if he plays well all preseason, then it just takes away like that whole narrative about the draft pick, like you mentioned.
Sure.
And you can just sit there and marinate, and everybody will be quiet about it, and they'll say, look pretty good. I think he is the answer whenever, Stafford does. And I think if Stafford wins a Super Bowl this year, I don't think he's retired. I think if he finishes this season and he's healthy again, like, Stafford might be a guy who plays too long in the league. I just think he likes being out there too much.
I don't know. Winning that Super Bowl in SoFi.
Well, yeah, you could go off into the sunset, but
a lot of QBs try, man. A lot of QBs try. But I think it's just the criticism with the Ty Simpson pick was they're not drafting for this season, right? And that's
sure.
They were just in the NFC Championship game. The reason that they lost, you look at their secondary, look at special teams, right? They addressed the secondary, but they could have gotten another pass rusher there, and but now that they went and got Myles Garrett, which I don't think you can get a better definition of all in, right? Of them attempting to go and win it all this season.
Yeah.
So if they're able to do that within the next 2 years, and then they hand off the reins to Ty Simpson, yeah, holy crap, this aged a lot better than anticipated. Because this year, the Rams, regardless if they had Myles Garrett or not, I think we're still going to be pretty high up on the list of contenders to win a Super Bowl. Now it's just, I think they're by far the favorite. And yeah, it's just completely changed the perception of that draft pick.
They're not going to catch heat until somebody gets injured at a position that they could have drafted a premium player, right? So that's basically where they'll be under scrutiny. And I was trying to look at who they could have drafted at that spot the other day. I think they could have taken a really good offensive lineman still. Corner didn't go for a while after that. Maybe you're looking at adding another receiver or something. If Devontae Adams misses time, then you're like, all right, well maybe we could have had somebody there. So that's where they'll draw heat. But and now Aaron Donald had a second tryout for them.
Yes, he did.
Workout. I like how they keep calling it a tryout.
Yeah.
But I think Donald's just trying to put his body through the mechanics of what he needs to do, and then see how it responds every week.
Because he's got to get back into football shape. He's an insanely jacked man because he did the workout with Jared Verse, right? And Jared Verse was like, I almost died, and I still feel like you still need to get your body in football shape. So I'm just waiting, right? Because I think it's a matter of when and not if that Aaron Donald is going to wind up rejoining the Rams. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, I mean that's what it appears to be.
That he's going to eventually sign with the team sooner rather than later. Kenny Clark is excellent. We'll see how he does this year. Kenny Clark is great. Love this.
You said he's a jacked man, Tom?
Yes.
Well, the Denver Broncos have a wide receiver named Joseph Manjack. And he made a few plays. And I am praying to myself as the Jesus of football that Joseph Manjack makes the 53-man roster in Denver, because I can't think of a better man being given to me to talk about every week than a dude named Manjack.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I cannot foresee any sort of innuendo or jerk-off jokes or anything like that being associated with it. This is
for you. No,
this is just it's just a cool name, Manjack, very manly,
masculine. Congrats on getting married this Friday. Perna, you're invited, by the way.
Oh hell yeah! I will not be attending, but I appreciate the invite. Any advice on marriage?
Yeah. By the way, I had folks after I went to family night comment under the post and were like, "Were you able to find a family there?" So thank you for that, Brian. So maybe I'll sit out on this one. Maybe I'll sit out. Yeah, Brenna.
What's my marriage advice, Tom? Just leave each other alone.
That's usually your marriage advice. Yeah, just leave each other alone.
Just let the other person be themselves. Jess and I don't nag each other. That's the secret. We don't nag each other.
That's what we're for.
That's right.
That's right. Congratulations, by the way.
Yes.
Bills Panthers should be concerning. Bryce Young didn't look great. Now the Carolina starting defense. Small sample. DJ Moore was wide open twice. I mean, listen, we don't have any other tape to dissect right now, but it's a big year for the Panthers. It's a big year, and unfortunately, it had a rough start because you lose two pieces, one on the offense and one on the defense, and scoring, and then Brazel, you didn't get to see him on the field. But yeah, Bryce Young, man, he's one of those quarterbacks that has a lot of pressure on him this year.
Right? I mean, he played one series.
Yeah. So I'm not reading too much into that, but it's gonna be a big year for good old Bryce.
I'm not worried about Bryce Young. The Bills were fun. Josh Allen came out, put on a show. DJ Moore was involved in the passing game. He immediately did one of these, seeking contact early in the game. I do not recommend that, DJ. Don't ask people to hit you in the preseason, okay? Because later he rolled his ankle. He's going to be fine, but, that's the type of thing that's just going to curse you. As the Jesus of football, don't invite curses into your soul.
Okay? Calling yourself the Jesus of football is going to
it's going to catch on.
Bring a curse onto yourself?
Nope, it's going to catch on.
Okay.
It brings me back to Arnold. I have a story for you about Mr. Schwarzenegger, okay? I felt like Arnold and I bonded on Jingle All the Way. I had met a childhood hero. We talked about cigars. We talked about Andre. I felt like I know Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can call Arnold Schwarzenegger at least an acquaintance and quite possibly a friend. A couple years go by, doing something, Arnold's there. I come up, hey Arnold. He looks at Arnold Schwarzenegger, nice to meet you. Oh shit, doesn't remember me. Ah, that sucks. But hey, you get it. He's Arnold. Who am I at the time though? Some time goes by again. Now meanwhile, I'm getting a little bit more famous, a little bit more recognized. I'm starting to understand that people that forget me. Run into him again. Hey Arnold, Arnold Schwarzenegger, nice to meet you. Okay. Wow, he really doesn't remember me. It's okay. It's Arnold. Busy dude, not going on. So now he comes to WWE Raw, I think it was. Joe Manganiello's there. So I think he's governor at the time, actually. Because he had security. So I went by and said, wow. Again, I'm still looking for that. Oh, I remember you. Yeah. We made a movie together. Like, dude, you shot me in the nuts. We bonded. Like, dude, really? So I go in, I talk to him, and it's the security. Oh, Big Show, you want to say hi to Arnold? I said, yeah, man, absolutely. So he opens the door, I go in the dressing room. Joe's there to meet Joe. Joe and I became fast friends. We had D&D and just, I like Joe Magna a lot, just a good dude. So Arnold's in a conversation. Arnold turns around, looks right at me, and goes, Arnold Schwarzenegger, nice to meet you. I'm like, damn. Like, really? This is number 4 now. This is 4 times you've met me? I get if you don't remember my name, but now you don't remember me? Okay. Didn't settle. Even Joe's looking at me like, oh, that's kind of rough.
How do you forget a guy who's 7 feet tall?
Yeah. And even Joe, it's funny, Joe says, aren't you in Jingle All the Way? I'm like, yeah, I was. All right, man, I got to be pissed. So now this is going on. I would see him at both. I'm on the wall in both Jim and Venice. I'm on the freaking wall. Okay? Like, you know.
He works out there every day.
I know he's walked by and seen that picture. I know he has. So I see Arnold and Jim. He's walking. I just hey, what's up, Arnold? He stops, turns around, sticks out his hand, goes, Arnold Schwarzenegger, nice to meet you. And I'm like this over dramatic. Like it's the first time we've ever meeting, bro. I couldn't work out. I was like, wow, this bitch. Like, I mean, Arnold was living in my head rent free. Like, I'm like, you know what? Next time he's around, I'm not gonna say hi. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. So then I get a call from WWE that I have to go to the Arnold Classic. He's giving an award. WWE had done something, and he's giving an award. So they want me to get it. So I know Mark Henry. And Mark Henry knows this whole story. And Mark Henry's trying to calm me down. Because I'm like, no, you know what? If he pulls that nice to meet you shit, I'm going to go off. I said, there's respect. And there's like, nah, man, you're going to remember me this time. You might not ever like me, but you're going to remember me. Like, this is bullshit. Mark's like, man, calm down, dude. You know, like, it's not that big a deal. I'm like, no, dude. He's going to remember me. Like, no, this is bullshit. So I created this whole scenario in my mind that I am so unmemorable that Arnold can't take the time to remember me, but he knows all these stories about Andre. You know, so it's like, really? Okay. All right. You're going to remember me now. So while I'm waiting out to the side to go out to get this award that he's presenting, he starts telling stories. My good friend Paul, we were in Jingle All the Way together, and so big and such a tremendous athlete. And he goes into his whole spiel, he puts you over. And I go out there to get the award, he looks at me and winks. With me for 12 years. 12 years that man made me feel, because if that's how brilliant Arnold is, what's the one thing that I know I bring to the table? Not the most handsome, not the most athletic, not the strongest, none of that. But you gotta remember me and know that. I have that gift. You don't forget me. That's my ticket to the dance.
Sure.
He knew that would be my card, and he took that from me for 12 years. For 12 years. 12 years he lived rent free in my head. And I was like, thank you very much. But the rest of the thing, I was just like, I told Mark, I said, it was a work the whole time. Mark liked to beat himself laughing so hard. He fell over laughing. And he says, oh, that's great. I'm like, man, that's not cool, man. He was in my head 12 years, man. 12 years. What a story. That's a great story. Yeah.
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only. Because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Andrew Wilson, if you look at it with an objective mind, that quote-unquote debate, it wasn't a debate. It was more of an argument because he kept interrupting her. It was like he was arguing with her instead of debating her. And he had to do that because he didn't have a leg to stand on. And so that's his great debate tactics. If you notice, his debate tactics was to deflect and then pivot to something else and distract from the actual issue that they were talking about. He did that through the whole thing, and he just kept interrupting and hectoring. And it was clear to me that that was his big debate tactic, was to interrupt, hector, and he's great. His real talent is to deflect from what you're supposed to be talking about into something else, and to put the onus on you. And so let's remember, the onus was never on Candace to present a theory of who killed Charlie Kirk. The onus is on him because he believes in the narrative that the FBI, that's what he's pushing. Now, what all Candace has to do is poke holes in that narrative to show that it doesn't make sense. And that's why she's doing an investigation online to try to get evidence of who actually did it. So he tried to flip the burden of responsibility, and I don't think she fell for it. At first, the first hour of the debate, I hated it because it felt like they were getting caught up in minutia. Like they talked about his tweet where he said overwhelming evidence. It turns out that wasn't a bad thing to talk about because he said there's overwhelming evidence, and then he said I'm 75% to 85% sure that it was him, which I think is the legal definition of reasonable doubt. So that's not overwhelming. That is reasonable doubt. So, and he kept saying, well, what I conclude. That's like your opinion, man. That's not overwhelming evidence. Overwhelming evidence is 100%. And that anybody looking at it would conclude that. So anyway, I just wanted somebody, who's this? GLM or something, tweeted this out about his foot. Like you could tell that he was crapping his pants the whole time because he didn't know anything about the case almost. He knew he knew that Candace knew it backwards and forwards, and he didn't. So he reveals that he's a lazy debater. He didn't prepare, and his foot will tell you that.
Oh, you got to pull in your. Watch your ears, folks.
Is it on?
Definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization?
No, it makes sense when you go home to your kids. Just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
So that's what he did through the entire. If you saw it, it was 4 hours. He did that probably for 3.5 hours straight. If you condensed all the times his foot was doing that, it would probably come down to about 3.5 hours.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband.
And somebody tweeted out, dude, I'd like to play poker with you. I think I know your talent. So that was great. But I want to show you there's 3 glaring cases of how you know Andrew Wilson is a shill and didn't believe anything he was saying. And that he's saying this for money because he got paid by TPUSA to go teach them how to debate. I remember we showed you that tweet of his. I haven't received any money from TPUSA, minus the money they gave me to teach them to debate. I haven't been paid by TPUSA except for all the money they gave me under the guise of teaching them to debate. Hey, we're gonna bribe you. We're gonna give you some money to go out and push this false narrative to try to discredit Candace Owens, and we'll say that we're paying you to teach us to debate. So they can't really connect it to that we're paying you to give us to go out and do a false narrative to try to discredit Candace Owens. How does that sound? And of all the remotes in the world to try to get to bolster your case, Andrew Wilson is the last guy. He really got. At first, the first hour, I was upset because he was distracting her and talking over her. And Patrick Bet-David, who is a very strong character, I thought he would moderate more. He should have stopped. He should have stopped Andrew from interrupting constantly and said, "Hey, Andrew, let Candace speak, and then you speak." That just should like you ever see people play chess and they have the timer. Like you each get, so if it's going to be a 4-hour debate, you each get 2 hours, and then when you talk, you hit yours, and then when the other person wants to talk, they hit theirs, and nobody can talk at the same time. Just like players can't move it to their pieces at the same. And that's how it should have been. And I was hoping that Patrick Bet-David would say, "Hey, Andrew, step to whoa. If you don't let her talk and you keep interrupting her and hectoring her, then it's not a debate, it's an argument. We're watching two people argue, which is what most of it was because he kept interrupting and hectoring her and trying to distract from what Candace actually was trying to say. So I'm going to show you 3 instances that completely reveal Andrew Wilson to be A, a horrible debater, and B, a shill. Because he contradicts himself, tells blatant lies, and then gets caught not knowing anything about the topic he's debating. So the first one is this. So he came on and he claimed to have a text that Charlie Kirk gave the night before he was killed that he said the leftists were trying to kill him. And I'm going to show you immediately why this is a lie, but let's watch.
I share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
So, according to him, TPUSA has been sitting on this text message, not the text message where he said he had to leave the Israel cause, and that the Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes, and he won't be bullied, and he can no longer support the Israel cause. No, not that one. They let that one out. But this one they kept hidden up until almost a year later for some reason, until Dilwad Shill decided to go and debate Candace Owens. So he's lying about this, and I'll prove it to you. But let's watch. So this is the quote unquote text he claims he got from TPUSA that was on Charlie's phone. Ready? Here we go.
I share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th.
Okay, so
So we got back call, yeah. We have overcards and gotcha. And we dominate. I mean, bad job. Sorry. Because like we have a bound with that. Even without bound, that's a good bad job. First money. Money, money, money. I can three about that. We have deep starts. This and three bots very well. They folding like king 8 all, like a6 all. And just range back. I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can have many raises in position there, honestly. Or maybe I'm wrong. It just like depends how you see my range. This is interesting because like you can blow like that, right? Because like you don't have any faults after that because of the ball. I don't know why he's a great player, but like what is that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. But like if you think about mathematics of poker here, you don't have this range at all, so it is a mistake. It should have been. So you do that only with a well range. So if you don't have any bluffs, you lose. That's simple, no? Ace nine, we jump for well, yeah. Up water, up water. Yeah, good nickname actually. I like that. We got kings versus small blind, ace, queen, nine. I can arrange that. No check rise. That's good. We can bite our check, both are good. Try get bit by that. Me. Nine is not good because like he had like some nine eggs, like
nine king, nine jack, all that kind of stuff. But he has not enough bluffs with that sizing. It's like pocket pairs. He's supposed to bluff pocket pairs, right? Yeah. Would you bluff pocket pairs? So that's just like you bluffing pocket pairs always. Because like kings are good against his straights, right? And we block some king nine. But like he's supposed to bluff pocket pairs on the pocket pairs. Some runners would block them. That's the question. Like, would he bluff pocket pairs? He might. Nah, no, not enough bluffs, bro. Still not enough bluffs. I tried, bro. But even if you bluff, you have not enough bluffs. And like because like how many pocket pairs you will call there? Because like I block that runner, right? I block that runner, so I block most runners. And like how many? So you have to block Jack 10 here. You have to block Jack 10. If you're not bluffing Jack 10, you have not enough bluffs there. King Jack we raise, and that could be a trouble if he jams. Let's see. I mean, he jams a fold. Unfortunately, I can't call it. But how many did you get? Hey, man, did you get some rest? Yeah, some rest. I got right. I slept for 7 hours, a bit less. So like, if he jams, we call or we fold. But if he raises, we call for sure. Like we can do nothing. Here, what do we want to do? I think we want to jam. King Queen, I have King Queen, right? No, we don't jam that wrong. Because like his range is still polarized, right? And he can jam a lot on the turn. King Queen, some two pairs. Very interesting spot because this is limber array, it's polarized range, and turn on the turn is 8. I don't have 6-4 here. I could have diamond, yeah. But he always jams in the river. What we do? I mean, there is some specific hands which he's checking like queens. Alright, so I should jam. Why he limber raise king 4? I should jam. First idea was to jam. But like, I want to be more balanced there. Maybe I should not. Oh, I'm asking about King 4 because it is about the tournament, and as you can see, so yeah, I'm folding King 8, right? I'm folding King 8, King 9. That's true. This is a bigger sizing than you can expect in theory because you have like 0.6 and 4. That's too much, so we fold. So sad, right? My first idea was to jump, but then, oh no, bro. But we got unlucky with that. That's actually.
Training Day is a movie packed with unforgettable moments, largely thanks to Denzel Washington's powerhouse performance. But the scene I want to focus on today stands out as the best in the entire film, and it doesn't even feature Alonzo, Denzel's iconic character. Instead, it revolves around Jake, Alonzo's rookie partner, along with Smiley, Moreno, and Sniper, and it ranks as one of the most intense and suspenseful moments in cinema. But before diving into this breakdown, let's first set the stage and provide some context for what has led up to this chilling moment. In Training Day, rookie cop Jake Hoyt, played by Ethan Hawke, is thrust into the high-stakes, morally ambiguous world as he spends his first day on the job with Detective Alonzo Harris, played by Denzel Washington. Alonzo is a charismatic yet corrupt narcotics officer. As Jake follows Alonzo through the seedy streets of Los Angeles, he quickly realizes that his partner's methods are far from legal, exposing him to a world of crime, deception, and violence. Over the course of the day, Jake is forced to confront his own morals and beliefs as Alonzo manipulates, tests, and ultimately betrays him. The tension builds, culminating in a terrifying moment as Alonzo walks Jake right into a trap. Our scene begins just as Jake is left alone with Smiley and the Mexican gangsters. This scene will mark a turning point for Jake, as he goes from being a naive idealist to a man pushed to the brink of his own survival. From the very beginning of this scene, the framing tells us everything. Jake is visually trapped, positioned squarely between Moreno and Sniper, almost as if he's already a prisoner. The setup doesn't just imply physical confinement. It underscores Jake's isolation and his vulnerability in this hostile environment. Then there's Smiley. The camera angles on him are strikingly confrontational, placing us directly in Jake's shoes and heightening the tension. The way Smiley is framed suggests that the showdown is brewing, hinting at an inevitable clash between him and Jake. This careful framing isn't just about where the characters stand, it's about building a subtle psychological tension that keeps us on edge. As Jake joins the trio for a game of cards, the mood shifts subtly but unmistakably. After the first hand, Smiley and his crew start to toy with Jake, testing his boundaries.
Mr. Guenther right there. What? You're gone, Holmes. Running for sure. I'm serious.
They casually ask to see his gun, a seemingly simple request, but Jake's polite refusal only serves to escalate the situation. Smiley, in a move heavy with unspoken threat, reveals his own gun, pushing Jake further into a corner.
This one here? Just like that.
Is that right? Here, the framing becomes crucial. We get a series of tighter shots of Jake and Smiley, pulling us deeper into the confrontation that's brewing between them. They amplify the psychological pressure bearing down on Jake. Meanwhile, Moreno and Sniper's teasing only intensifies the tension, and Smiley's constant, calculating gaze is like a predator sizing up his prey. Every glance, every subtle gesture heightens the feeling that Jake is being pulled to a game he can't win. When Jake realizes Alonzo has abandoned him in Smiley's home, he instinctively tries to leave, but Smiley isn't having it. He forces Jake back into his seat, asserting control and leaving Jake with no way out. Then comes the line that cuts through everything.
Alonzo played you for a fool, Lester.
We get a strikingly tight close-up on Moreno as he delivers this line, our closest shot in the entire scene. This choice highlights the brutal seriousness of Jake's situation. Alonzo's betrayal isn't just a slight, it's a calculated setup, leaving Jake at the mercy of people who have no reason to let him walk away. In that single intense frame on Moreno, we feel the weight of the situation, underscoring the finality of Jake's predicament. This is where any illusion of truth shatters, replaced by a visceral sense of danger. After 3 minutes of building tension, the scene plunges into its longest silence so far. In this quiet, something shifts. Jake's expression shows that he's starting to piece things together, and the silence becomes a pressure cooker, amplifying his realization as he senses the trap is closing in. Then, the silence is broken as a girl from the other room casually informs Smiley.
So there.
Sure.
If you don't believe me, you can count it yourself.
The line seems innocent, but its meaning is deadly. Alonzo's payment for Smiley to kill Jake is all accounted for. Up until this point, the scene has relied on tight, static framing to trap Jake in the growing tension. But here we get the first of 3 push-ins in this scene. The camera slowly inches forward as Smiley begins telling the story of why Alonzo has been stealing all the cash throughout the day. This movement isn't just technical, it underscores the mounting significance of Alonzo's actions, revealing the depth of his desperation. The push-in sharpens the focus, intensifying the gravity of Alonzo's betrayal and the chilling reason Jake is left with Smiley. Alonzo wants him dead to keep the truth buried. Then, in a moment that shifts the entire dynamic, Moreno asks Jake,
Hey, Pig, you ever had your shit pushed in?
It's their way of signaling that the physical and psychological assault on Jake is about to begin. But Jake, in a burst of defiance, flips the table. It's not just a physical action, it's a dramatic shift, flipping the entire scene upside down, both literally and figuratively. He punches Smiley, trying to take control. Before he can make his escape, Lorena glasses him over the head, instantly knocking him down. Jake falls to the ground, now framed at the bottom of the three gangsters. This positioning isn't just physical, it symbolizes his powerlessness, trapped under their control with no way out. His fate is sealed, and for the foreseeable future, he will remain framed beneath them.
Fucked up.
As they drag Jake through the hallways and into the bathroom, the moment takes on a nightmarish quality, almost like something straight out of a horror film. We get our first overhead shot here, as if God himself is watching, and in that instant, the audience is forced to feel as if a life is about to be taken. What amplifies this is the next cut to a picture of Jesus Christ. It's quick, but we clearly see him just before Sniper pulls open the shower curtains. Jake is then placed in a bathtub surrounded by Christian iconography, turning the scene into something deeply symbolic. The room, dotted with religious imagery, makes the moment almost feel like a twisted baptism, an ominous ritual marking Jake's potential rebirth. After Jake is thrown into the bathtub and Smiley prepares to kill him, the framing shifts dramatically. Smiley, Sniper, and Moreno are now shot from below, emphasizing their dominance and complete control over Jake's fate. They fill the entire frame, flanked by the shower curtains, trapping Jake visually and symbolically. There's no escape for him, at least not yet. When Moreno robs Jake last minute of any cash he might have in his wallet, he realizes that it's Smiley's cousin's wallet, the same girl Jake saved early in the day in the alley. It's also funny to note here that even when Moreno realizes it's Smiley's cousin's wallet, he still pockets the cash. I've always found that funny. Anyway, the revelation forces Smiley to question Jake, who pleads for his life.
Oh, fuck! I found it! I found it!
Where?
I found it! In MacArthur Park!
Where?
MacArthur Park!
As Jake tells the truth, we get our second push-in of the scene. This marks the second of 3 push-ins in this scene, each carrying its own significance, which I'll explain further when we get to the third. After Smiley calls his cousin to verify Jake's story, the extreme low angle on the gangsters begins to ease and lose its oppressive edge. The tension lightens, and for a brief moment we're allowed to breathe. Jake might just make it out alive. Smiley calls his younger cousin, and in a clever reversal, she's framed from above, just as Jake was when he was dragged into the bathroom, facing imminent death. This overhead shot is more than just a framing choice. It subtly mirrors the connection between these two characters. Jake saved her life earlier, and in a moment of poetic symmetry, she's about to return the favor. The shot visually links their fates, telling the audience that their lives have intertwined in a way that will ultimately shift the power battle. Jake's salvation now lies in her hands, and the framing highlights the significance of this unexpected turn. And here we get our third and final push-in, this time on Smiley's cousin, as she confirms Jake's story. The 3 push-ins throughout the scene serve as a visual progression, each one marking a pivotal moment. The first comes when Smiley recounts Alonzo killing the Russian. The second when Jake reveals how he saved Smiley's cousin from being attacked. And the final one, as Smiley's cousin tells the truth about Jake's actions. Given the heavy religious symbolism in this scene, these 3 push-ins feel like a deliberate visual cue to reinforce the central moral lesson of the story. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The framing mirrors this concept, with each push-in representing a key moment in the cycle of actions and consequences. Just as Jake saved Smiley's cousin, her truth-telling is ultimately what saves him, creating a full circle moment in the narrative that speaks to the power of compassion and reciprocation. And just as Alonzo beat the Russian to death for no reason, so too will a similar outcome happen to him. Smiley now hands the shotgun to Moreno, who pulls Jake out of the bathtub, returning the frame to a normal eye level, signaling a shift in Jake's journey. Smiley's cold words,
You know this shit was your business, right?
further reinforce the transactional nature of everything that's happened, stripping the moment of any personal sentiment. But Jake's expression tells a different story. The baptism, this brutal near-death experience, is over, and in that moment, Jake has been reborn. He's no longer the rookie cop who was manipulated by Alonzo. The scene subtly marks his transformation into someone who has been hardened by the ordeal, someone who now has the strength and clarity to confront Alonzo, finally ready to take him on.
You kill him?
I look like a guy who kills people.
I'm warming to the possibility.
Two shits.
Like it or not, you're a person of interest.
I'm an interesting person.
What else can you tell me?
Not. Believe me, I wish I could.
Are you a little curious
About?
how I found you?
Oh, that's easy. You took the same ferry crossing. You noticed the security cameras on the terminal building. You rewound 2 weeks, saw the license plates for the VW. GPS gave you a location. How am I doing so far? Next, you'll do a deep search on the net.
Already in the works.
Oh, good. Just raise you right down.
Why is that?
I don't want to spoil it for you.
Stick around. I'm just getting started.
Me too.
A call.
Ah, very good. 2 C's, 2 L's.
My brother, he said you can find whatever you wish in Turkey.
Yeah? How about a man who kidnapped his own daughter and took her away from her American mother? An abusive man. So not a real man. No love for the child. Just a need to punish his ex-wife, to take the one thing away from her that meant everything to her. With no intention of returning the child. Do you think that, excuse me, do you think I could find that man in Turkey? Or maybe on his way to Turkey?
I will not be looking for such a man. It will be dangerous for you.
Men like him would think that. And God is my witness. I would give him a chance to stop. To reconsider. To think about the worst thing that could ever happen to him. To imagine that. There are two kinds of pain in this world. Pain that hurts. Pain that alters. Bacon. Sensei Dixon.
People use them in certain situations. They'll use them out of the backfield in the passing game. He's great hands, great receiver or running back. But if he continues to run like this, I don't see a way he survives the Colts.
Yeah, me neither, Josh. That's literally, as I was watching him live in real time, I agree. If he does, if he can survive, you're talking about one of the most durable humans to ever be pieced together. He got John Elway 3 times in here in real games. You saw whenever the jump and spin and dive, that safety's coming. You would know better than I would. That safety's coming right at shoulder, and we're spinning, and he's getting right up, throwing that ball back to the right.
First time.
Which is what I appreciate.
I like it.
if that is what we see out of Jeremiah Love for the next 10 years, I am so thankful that he is an NFL player. But that is a scary style in which he runs, just as somebody who's a huge fan of his. But I will watch the Cardinals if he is playing strictly because of that. Let's talk about some other stories around the Cardinals. We heard a guy couldn't catch. We were hoping maybe he would get traded to the Colts. Go ahead, D-Ball.
Yeah, you talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. I feel like the narrative on him coming out, and it's maybe just the internet and low lights. Like he's dropping balls, he's not creating separation. What has been kind of his story through training camp in the preseason for Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I mean, he had a couple of bad practices. He had a couple of bad drops, and you know how it is. Like someone gets a victim, puts it out there, all of a sudden he's dropping every ball thrown to him. We have seen growth from Marv this camp, right? He's been better in kind of those one-on-one jump ball situations. He's been better against physical corners. That was kind of an issue of his the first 2 seasons. But he's making catches, right? After those videos came out, he really stepped up. He made some really nice catches in camp. Obviously, he had that great catch that you're showing in the preseason game from Jacoby. But, I mean, the problem is he had some bad plays with Kyler Murray as his quarterback the last 2 years. So that's in everyone's mind. So when he makes these drops, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, this is going to be an issue long term. Like, to me, based on natural ability, he's got to be one of the top 5 receivers in this league. He's just so naturally talented that I don't think that this is going to be a long issue.
I like Marv too. Top 5.
Got a good lead right now. Got a good lead.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. He's a God-given ability. I mean, look, this pedigree, right? His dad's a Hall of Famer. Right? He has the tools. It's just putting them all together.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real question right there.
Yeah, wake up, D-Ball.
Yeah, somebody in the back just said, is he top 5 in Ohio State in the NFL right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's in there. I'll give him that.
Hold on.
For sure.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of him.
I don't know.
See, that's a good.
There's a lot of good Ohio State receivers in the NFL
Right
right now. Garrett Wilson.
Bruce, I don't like that you did that back there. That was unbelievable. Garrett Wilson had a great catch this weekend.
Yes, he did. He's
Yeah.
gonna need to do that all day.
Let's move along. We're staying with the Arizona
Cardinals. Or are you talking about?
What?
No, he played.
He played, yeah.
No, what, he made a great catch in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Awful ball. Terrible.
The behind the.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was him.
Garrett's good. I like it.
Yeah, he's great.
Oh.
Yeah, great catch. Terrible ball. Once again, we said that, but kept him away from the fields coming over the top. Let's go back to the Arizona Cardinals. Because the NFC West is what it is. Go ahead, Con man.
Yeah, what are the expectations for the Cardinals? I know the fan base on Twitter is very fun to kind of check in because the Red Sea is usually just drowning in misery. But what are kind of the expectations when it comes to people in the building? Because you hear LaFleur talk after the game. He seems to have some good moxie. The hair looks better than it did in the preseason, or at least before camp started. What is kind of their thoughts? Should I take the over 3.5? Is basically what I'm asking.
Great question.
If you ask them, they think they're going to the playoffs. If you ask everybody else, they're like, look at this division. You might win 1 out of 6 division games. The first 11 games of the schedule is an absolute gauntlet. But here's the thing: the last 3, 4, 5 games, there's some winnable games in there. I think they can steal 2 or 3 of the first 11, and maybe 2 or 3 after that. So maybe you do take the over on that. But I mean, this defense. Here's the thing: this offense is. They will put up a lot of points. We know that. The defense, during their 9-game losing streak last year, after the Monday night win against over the Cowboys, the defense gave up 35 points a game. The defense was supposed to be the centerpiece of the rebuild under Monty Alford, the GM. And they spent years rebuilding that. They didn't produce. They kept the DC, and they just they added a few little pieces here and there. Like, I don't know how much better this defense is going to be than last year, and that's going to be the wild card. So, 4 or 5 wins might be possible, but I think, to me, a good season for them is keeping it to a 1-score game. And it's not crazy, but it's just kind of how this defense isn't very good right now.
So we're taking the over in every card.
Yeah, right. Did you hear what he just said?
High expectations.
We were winning 1 out of 6 division games. And maybe, that's a maybe right there. Going to score points. So hopefully in the last 3-4 weeks, there's some stealable wins game. That's how he was getting the 4 wins on the season. He was
First 11 weeks are going to be real tough.
Real tough.
After that.
You're the best. We should be looking for 1-score games. All right. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for joining us. That was awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Weinfuss.
Yeah, Josh.
Just like thinking it's a game would be
They're gonna outscore some.
Think about that.
That's the league. One score game. Go.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because the year we were almost completely defeated, I've told this story a few times. There was like, I think 7 or 8 games where one score game.
Yep.
Like if we would have just gotten one bounce, maybe score a touchdown there somehow. Vinny comes out, kicks the extra point. We win 7 more games. That's why, like the football gods winning teams. Whenever it's like, I think the Vikings were the greatest.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, the Vikings won like 12 or 11 games that were like within 4 or 3 points. I forget what it was. And it's like football gods normally don't give you that many. Yeah. Normally it's like a kind of a balance. So we thought it was going to potentially go the other way, and it did. They also traded away their best quarterback and everything like that. But it is a weird, funny thing that the NFL normally revolves around one play being made late or one play being messed up.
You know, every week, I mean, obviously you have your blowouts here and there, but every week as a team, we'll come into that Monday meeting and you know offense, defense, and special teams are probably 1 or 2 plays, but it's usually for offense, defense, it's like a handful of plays that decided that game, you know, whether it was a drop or somebody missed protection or a dropped interception or whatever it may be, somebody dropped in the wrong zone. That's the NFL week to week.
You know what Chuck used to say? You say, listen, tomorrow we're going to be sparring, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys, jabs, okay, we're jabbing, we're kind of moving, you know, just moving. And then a haymaker's coming, boom! We don't know when that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the play don't care who makes it either. Hey, the play, this is going to be happening, this is going to be happening, and boom! And this is the one that's going to say, you don't know, it could be, that could be 10th round. We could just be sitting here the entire time. And boom! This is, the play don't care who makes it. Okay, we don't know when this play's coming. Could be any play. Okay, so you got to remember that. It was like, that was a great way to Chuck kind of describe it. He's like, in 2 of these, end the fight. That's all it is. 2 of these. Okay, so a big long return, interception, fumble down the red zone. Those are the big ones. You don't know when they're coming because we're fucking shitting here like that. It was a great way to describe it. It's real. Yep. It is real. That is how you end up winning or losing. Winning a Super Bowl or being the first overall pick. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who is our first overall pick whenever it comes to the New York Giants coverage.
That's right.
He writes for North Jersey.
Okay.
Okay? Cut that fucker in half.
Yep.
NorthJersey.com. And he's been doing that for 100 years. He's also the host of the All In with Art Stapleton pod. Ladies and gentlemen, Art Stapleton.
Yeah. What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, great, Art. Thank you. I like that. Solid.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, that's North Jersey football right there. I like that.
All about selling for you, Pat. I'll sell for you.
Hey, we sell for you too. All In with Art Stapleton, the podcast. Available now. Also, NorthJersey.com if you want to read the greatest words pieced together. Let's talk about the Giants. We just talked about knockout, obviously, there. Jackson Dart's story is he's knocked out of games a lot. Stats coming out about the blue tent in a preseason game getting hit like this sucks. We need to protect him. What are we doing? He goes in the blue tent, comes back out onto the field in a preseason game. Is that Harbaugh's doing? Is that Jackson Dart's doing? Like, how do we kind of feel about the Jackson blue tent preseason game situation that we're currently sitting in, knowing that if he stays healthy, you guys are great. If he's not healthy, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of things that have gone on that has really taken on a life of its own as far as this blue tent goes. I mean, the funny thing is that the one concussion he had last year, he wasn't even taken to the blue tent in Chicago. Everything else he's passed when he's gotten to the blue tent. And then you see the hit that he had the other night. I mean, that was just a misprotection by Tyrone Tracy, the running back. I think the Giants were a little upset that he even had to go in the tent. You understand they want to err on the side of caution. But he was ready to go. He was cleared. And they put him back out there. It took one play, and he threw a touchdown to Malachi Field. So it's a slippery slope here now. And Jackson Dart now has this tag. I don't know how fair it is, but I think you can understand why they want to lean on, be more cautious than anything else.
And he can still have another 14, 15-year career where there isn't a problem at all. And I appreciate him. There's been other quarterbacks that have come into the league young, very athletic, want their teammates to respect them, want football to respect them, want to respect football. I mean, we were teammates with Andrew Luck. That guy felt like he was disrespecting the entire sport if he turned something down or made a play end early. And it was just like in his mindset. But there's also guys like Joe Burrow who used to seek out contact, and then he kind of stopped doing that because he understood that, like, availability is the greatest ability. Who knows what Jackson Dart's journey is going to be, but I know I love him because he does that, but I'm very thankful that I'm not a fan of a team that he plays for because it kind of reminds me of the Carson Wentz experience, just with a lot more talent, okay, at this stage than whenever Carson was with the Indianapolis Colts. That is how I'm kind of viewing it. It's just a roller coaster. Okay, let's continue to talk about the Giants. John Harbaugh, is his influence being felt up there in camp? How would you...
for you today. I got a house call for some critters in someone's attic, and I have a sneaking suspicion they got some iguanas up there.
Another day, another dog. Setting this trap in here, making sure there ain't no iguanas up here. Unfortunately, they are on the roof, but I don't know if they're getting inside or not. We'll find out.
This is a home in a community where I've been managing iguanas for a few years, and generally when I see them up on the roofs, I have a good idea that they're also getting into the attics. These people that own the homes will tell me that their roofs are sealed, there's no damage, there's no way for the iguanas to get in there, and usually I surprise them with an iguana in a trap.
All right, let's go. I'll be back. You lucky son of a gun.
It's never a good feeling when you're sitting on your couch or laying in your bed and you hear some rustling in the attic above your head. You don't know if they're fighting or making babies.
Alright, back up in the attic and I hear something. Son, we got him. That would be an attic iguana. You got a trap, son. Gotcha. Alright. The owner is going to be happy. But at the same time, probably not so happy to find out they got iguanas in their attic. I have a feeling that this is not the only one. I'm going to carefully get him out and rebait this trap. Try to catch the rest. Alright, it's a little tricky getting through it. I don't have my tape with me either. Alright, got our roll. Let's go get this guy secured out that attic. Go let the homeowner know what we got.
For the homeowner, this is bittersweet. While it's a relief that I got an iguana, it shows that there's more than likely more up there and our work isn't quite done yet.
Wonder if this thing's grabbing. I've noticed before, when I've gotten them in the attics, a lot of times they grab it, they come up here to try to lay nest. This might be. Let's get this thing secured.
You know, Florida's not your normal state. We get mice in attics, sometimes squirrels, bats, and different critters, but you never know if you're going to get a python, iguana, or who knows what else up there.
Let's take them up.
It's important for me to secure the hands and feet of this iguana because they love to scratch you up and their nails are razor sharp, and I don't want it to get away after all the hard work of capturing it. The electrical tape is soft and flexible and doesn't hurt their arms or hands and allows me to get just enough time to get them back to a cage where I can release them. These iguanas will eventually be euthanized and their skin used for leather products and the meat fed to my hogs. My hogs love iguana meat, they get big and fat, and I'm actually licensed to sell them as livestock in the state of Florida. So if y'all need some hogs or some hog meat, give your boy a holler. My hog meat is unique too. It's got a little iguana twang to it. Think of like a turducken during Christmas, but an iguana and a hog.
Got my bait set. Got my iguana. Got my toolbox. Let's go. I told you I'd be back for you. Time to take you out.
Alright, let's see if I can get this iguana before it goes down the gutter. But this old iguana knew all my tricks, and he was able to get enough movement to break that tail off, and down the gutter he went.
I just heard him come down here. I was banging on that until he came down.
I got him. Just give me a second. I'm trying to get him out of this gutter. Yeah, I shot him. He's still partway alive, though.
Oh, yeah. I see you, Bubba. How am I going to get you up? It'll be tricky. I don't think I can put my arm in there. I'm going to try.
Gotcha, son. All right. How we do it?
No, there's your tail.
I've had calls where I get iguanas out of toilets, living rooms, attics, you name it. And it's definitely a problem here in Florida that a lot of people don't realize until it happens to them. I've had a few different instances even make the news. One time we had a jacuzzi that was turned into an iguana shit koozie. And you can check that out right now. I have never quite seen a iguana poop extravaganza like I was seeing there. I mean, it was bad. We had tiles of poop all around the pool, and the jacuzzi was turned into basically a poop koozie, and it was disgusting. It smelled very bad, and I knew that was going to be a big issue just for the whole jacuzzi system.
This iguana thinks he's slow. Got to get himself wrapped up. Oh, yes. Gotcha.
Lots of black snakes in this neighborhood.
I see you, buddy. Go, 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 go. Before the homeowner makes me remove you.
They don't like the snakes in here.
And another.
These bull poopers are relentless, son.
Good. You're a heavy one.
The raccoon will be transported out west to a preserve where I'm permitted to release them and where they can live out their days away from conflict with humans.
Got the mystery box set for the next one.
All right, so we're back over here at the iguana attic job, and they gave me a call yesterday and let me know that they thought I trapped something again just from the sound of it up in the attic, which I'm a little surprised on that, but we'll see. We're about to go up there now and see if I do got one or not.
Oh, we got another one, son. Yes, we do. They just keep coming.
I'm thinking this has got to be the last one, but I'll leave it up here another day or another couple days. Make sure this is the last one. But I thought maybe there might be one more. Sure enough, there is.
All right, let's go ahead and quickly get this guy out.
Maybe a nice lazy dinner.
Let's cooperate this one.
All right, other attic iguana gone. To me, I feel like I've gotten all the iguanas out of this attic, and we're good to go to remove the trap and then just manage them from the outside of the house like I normally do. But we're going to talk to the homeowner and make sure they're okay with that. Usually these older folks, they kind of like to overdo it, but that's fine. I ain't gonna say no to the money.
basically I'm going to give you my honest suggestion. That's call it a day and save some cat. Well, leaving it another week. Hey, I guess his son's seen the iguana in the backyard, which I explained to him that's not really going to have anything to do with his acting. But wants to play it safe, and that's fine. We can leave it up there another week. I rebaited it with some fresh bananas, and he did think he heard one a couple nights ago. So if in fact there is one up there or a rat or something, I'll probably get in that trap. But I think I would have gotten it by now. But we'll see. And I'll be back to do a patrol around the house and shoot any I see. And keep managing them from the outside. The last time I was up here, we did have a clear trap with nothing in it. But the homeowner said that they heard a little bit of noise up here. So I wanted you to eat it for them. Sure enough, another empty trap. Bait is still here. And I'd say we got all the iguanas in this attic removed. So that's a very good thing. You can call this job a wrap.
All right, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed the video. We really appreciate you guys watching.
That's sweet. That's sweet to hire the less able, you know?
Yeah.
Can my mod stop blocking and banning people so I don't get text messages from fucking babies? People whining.
Which baby?
Ugh. God, I hate this.
Which baby is
People
texting
just
you?
fucking, I don't know. I don't even know this person's
Dude,
name.
if a baby is texting you, you need to
You
block.
know who you are, baby. I'll give out their phone numbers.
If it's a baby, ask for a dick pic.
No.
No, stop it.
They are blocking people
Oh
up.
my God, people really get so affected when you block or silence them.
It's America, man.
America, yeah. Well, he doesn't know. He's in. Aren't you not in America?
Moody?
No, you.
Is it Moody, by the way?
No.
Texas? Oh, okay.
No, it's not Moody.
No.
Everyone feels. Ugh. Stop talking to me about my mods and just fucking then go listen to something else. I don't care.
Jello pudding.
I think it's funny when they block people.
Just take a seat.
It's fine if Casey is what? And maybe I should have had Casey on for this.
Imagine texting me during a fucking show. So now I'm gonna talk about it. Because you're a fucking infant. You're gonna fucking text me. I don't know. I didn't even save this person's name. I have no idea. I'd have to go all the way back. It's just one of these random people who text me all the time. Because they think I'm my friend because I give out my fucking phone number. Fuck, go screw. Keep crying in the fucking chat. Block them again. Thank you.
The only reason he's not here is Craig's week. Craig says, hey, you know,
Fucking like I can just
point to be made at no point. It's my screen time. Tonight I can't interrupt that.
I can't share.
So I hope everyone's cool with that. No plus ones on the Blind Mike project anymore. From now on, people that I want on the show.
Thank God. Well, he hasn't mentioned us, so I assume he still wants us on the show.
If he's blind, why does he need a hat? The sun isn't gonna get in his eyes.
That's goddamn it, Lorenzo.
There's no sun inside of it. I don't know.
You're making a lot of goddamn sense. He's hiding something.
He claims to have great hair.
Nah, I think he's bald. That's why I think he wears.
How would he know if he had gray hair? How would he know?
God damn it, Lorenzo. You make good points.
I don't know.
And misjudgment of character, by the way. This is not me throwing anyone else under the bus. Totally my fault. You know, for years, I would have thought, everyone involved with this show gets the show to a degree. And
fuck you, Rocco. I put you up on the Mario Bosco Kill Tony appearance. Do you know how many people sent me that? Fuck you! Go screw, you're blocked. You can't fucking text me anymore, you big fucking baby. Alright, let's go.
I was wrong about that. So, I apologize.
You are becoming the next lol cow.
I am the next lol cow of the Devilverse. Fuck off! Don't complain, bitch, to me. Make another account, you baby. Oh, I sent you a segment to do on your fucking show. Great, it sucked.
Won't happen again. We will scrutinize more.
You
and
baby.
This is not. We won't treat it as playtime, where just if you show up, we let you think you're part of the team when you're not.
See, Blind Mike's pissed off, and I'm pissed off too. Blind Mike inspired me. I'm not gonna deal with this shit. And don't send me messages, any of you. Are you doing a show today? What happened? I thought you were doing a show. You said you were gonna do a show. Are you doing a show? Go fuck yourself. Find something else. Brad Dixon is probably doing a show right now. Go watch him.
Supertip.gg/Tukey.
I hate you
If
all.
you want to communicate with Tukey, supertip.gg/Tukey.
You're all annoying.
And it'd be kind of nice not to have people on the show anymore that have no idea what's going on, but feel uninhibited and just interrupt constantly and throw inane points out when they clearly don't know the subject at all. That'll be fun. To not have those speed bumps along the way. So I'm excited for that. That's a new phase in the Blind Mike project. I don't know, this new era of the show.
Small, medium, at large, you're blocked. Someone block him for being a jerk off. Do your show tonight or what? No, do not block him. I'm kidding. Don't block it. Don't block and silence anyone, mods, please. I didn't realize my audience was such babies. Go make a fucking alt account then, you lazy fuck. Why are you bugging me? I'm doing a show. You think I give a fucking rat's ass who's blocking who? You must have did something. My mods are not easily annoyed. Except for O. Anyway. It's obviously your fault.
Where we're handling things this way.
I lost the fan today.
Another rule that I think you guys will both be okay with, but I'll get your take on it, Craig. If you have an epic meltdown online, where you really humiliate yourself.
Wait, did I just do that? Did I just have an epic meltdown online?
A little bit. Clip it, dude.
Oh no, I might not be able to do a show with Mike anymore. Way to go. Come on.
I'll probably give you some advice. But we're going to implement the rule of 3 here. All right?
Yeah.
If I give you the same advice 3 times, and you essentially, through your actions, tell me to go fuck myself, we're done. Don't need it anymore. All right? Don't keep coming back to me asking for advice.
Wait, you're worried that you can't do a show with this guy, Blind Mike? Yes.
Mondays at 8 on Patreon.
Because he has a lot of rules all of a sudden. I don't know if I'm abiding by them. All I was going to say, like, can't you just disguise your voice and he won't know you're you if he wants to not have you on the show or something? Yes. So that is very possible.
That's why I'm working on my Boston accent.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You don't believe it can be easily tricked. You're right. You can be easily tricked. Yeah. I don't know why. You're worried about the milk before it's even spilled. You're right. God damn it, buddy. So smart.
Uninterested. I'm not your therapist. I'm not a shoulder to cry on. I'm not even really a friend at that point.
You know what I love about this? This is exactly how I feel about OJ.
Oh,
like Mike is saying everything I felt when OJ had his big meltdown.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
No, this is I totally agree with Mike. Like this is how I feel. Like
you're legitimately putting OJ in the same place as DJ Electric.
Kind of, because at the moment that's how I felt. Like if you're gonna have this big blow up at me, what? Like fine, go fuck off. Like I don't care. I'll keep doing
You're not having fun? Go. I don't care. I'm done. You must have had some. No, not really. I mean, you saw how it all unfolded. Oh, you what? You think I had some regret or some kind of
No, some emotional connection, friend type connection. Oh, just some.
Oh yeah, I mean when we did I knew he was a guy that I did a show with every week and stuff like that. Yeah, just like you and JT.
Carter, you're too emotional right now, Carter, with the whole dog thing. I think that's clouding like how you feel.
God damn it, Lorenzo, you're right. You want to be friends? You understand me, Lorenzo. You get me.
I'm here. I'm here for anyone.
No, I guess there was. Yeah, and I liked hanging out with OJ, and I like, when I saw him at live things and all that kind of stuff. Oh, Cardiff, please.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, Cardiff Electric. Goodbye. Who needs you? Who needs any of you? All I need is me and Lorenzo, right, Lorenzo?
I'm here for you.
Thank you. Finally, rolling in our benzo.
I take that back. Craig, for you and Casey, I am a friend. For other people,
Oh wait, Cardiff.
to find themselves to be a friend of mine and lord that over my head, well, that's ridiculous.
See, that's exactly. There's no friends in live streaming. I'm with Mike. Fuck y'all, all y'all. Y'all don't like it? Blow Lorenzo.
Mm-hmm. But you, Craig, if you actually need a friend, can talk to me because I trust you to handle that like an adult. And I'll tell you what I mean by that.
Oh, don't do that. No one come to me as a real person needing a friend, please. I don't need that.
If you're going through a difficult time and you're like, I'm like, hey, Craig, I'm going to, heard your French onion soup is a little watery. I'm going to talk about it on the show tonight.
Fucking better not.
If you go, hey, Mike, listen, that's my.
What do you want? I don't remember asking you to come back.
Yeah, you did. You called me.
Oh, okay.
We discussed this.
20 years ago. Remember, they made like 8 of them or something. There were a lot of them.
Great. Back in the early 80s, that would have been a staple. Steve Guttenberg was if I remember, the star of the Police Academy. Another movie that really faded. Remember 3 Men and a Baby? Super popular. I never even see it playing anywhere anymore.
Or what was the movie with Johnny Five is Alive, the robot? And wasn't that also a Gutenberg movie? The robot that you love the robot because he gets struck by lightning and then he has.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Short Circuit. Dude, that movie. When they hurt the robot, I got so sad. It's always interesting, isn't it? Some of the harshest stuff you'll see in any movie is when you fall in love with a dog. Definitely, like anything bad happens to an animal or the beloved robot, even.
What's the most devastated you ever were reading a book as a young kid? Do you remember? I got my answer.
Well, you give me your answer. Let me. That's a very specific. I was going to say, watching a movie, Old Yeller. I'm still traumatized. Still traumatized by Old Yeller from when I was a kid. What do you have from the book?
For a kid, Where the Red Fern Grows. Just a devastating book. I don't know how many of you read Where the Red Fern Grows. Probably a 8 or 9 year old kid book. It's about dogs as well.
Probably Charlotte's Web, and I hate spiders. You know what I mean? Spiders are bad.
I don't know that they still do the kid books that are utterly devastating. I'll tell you, Bobby.
Boy, yeah.
I mean, I think they realized that was so traumatic for young kids. When Bambi, spoiler alert, gets shot with Bambi's mom, that's pretty tough. What's the children's book that's like the saddest children's book? I tried to read it once to my kid, and I just started crying halfway through. Have you seen this book about
No.
I'm trying to remember what the. No, I'll figure out what the saddest kids book of all. I'm talking about little kids book. Like you read it to
What
your
do you think
kids.
is the ultimate kids book at this stage of the game? Because for me, I have to say, Speed's preference for where the wild things are is remarkable to me. How much he loves that book.
Goodnight Moon, I think, was the one that my boys, when they were about Speed's age, were obsessed with. It's one that is like the linchpin of trying to get kids to go to
I
bed.
was really big into James and the Giant Peach. I feel like that one's fallen off a
Yeah,
little.
that's a little bit more advanced. They feel like 3 and 4 year old pre-reading.
Folks, there's never been a better time to become a channel member. Every week now, I'm creating new uncensored videos exclusively for channel members, along with custom emojis and exclusive live streams for members at the
the Archvillain level, where you get to hang out with me directly. Please become a channel member by clicking the link in the video description, then clicking the join button right next to the subscribe button. Also, check out our Subscribe Star page for exclusive content, including Harvey Cthulhu's weird comedy podcasts, photos of treasures from my personal collection, and subscribers at the Legionnaire level receive a signed photo, certificate, and membership card. You'll find the link in the video description as well. Thanks for your support, my friends, and now, on to the video. My friends, I have just seen the trailer for Ahsoka Season 2, and right off the bat, I have to say, this is one of the worst-looking trailers I've ever seen. I mean that literally. In grabbing screen caps for this trailer review, I struggled to find any images that weren't blurry, desaturated, fuzzy focused, dark, and dreary. I did my best, but holy shit, this trailer physically looks like garbage. What the hell did they shoot this thing on VHS? What the hell is Lucasfilm thinking? Shouldn't you put your best foot forward on a trailer? Shouldn't the image be crisp, vibrant, exciting? It was a soul-crushing experience going through this trailer, looking for images to illustrate the points in this review, and mostly, what I found looks like it was shot through a murky tank of water or on an old VHS camcorder circa 2003. That's right off the bat, folks. This just looks like shit. Is this supposed to get us excited? The one thing you used to be able to count on where Disney is concerned was technical excellence. Okay, maybe the stories were on the lame side of suck, but shit. They had good equipment at least. They had the resources to make it sparkle. But judging by this trailer, Ahsoka Season 2 looks like some kind of weird student film done with a video toaster.
I think it was Tom Connors Jr. on Midnight's Edge who said these trailers are highly compressed to make them stream better. So it may not look as bad in the final result. I'm just saying.
And yet, that's what they said about the trailer for Supergirl. And we now know that Supergirl really did look that shitty. It really was a fair representation of the suck we were getting up there on the screen. But that's neither here nor there. If it's a question of compression or not, it doesn't matter. Companies represent their products with these trailers, and they have to take responsibility for getting the basics right, whatever the cost. Going by technical appearances alone, Ahsoka Season 2 trailer is an outright fail. But hey, maybe I'm being too harsh. You take a look at these images and judge for yourself. Believe me, these were the best ones I could come up with.
Regardless of the appearance of the images, how did you feel about the trailer itself, in terms of content and character?
Fair enough, O Skull of Calderon. Let's walk through the trailer, and I'll share my thoughts. But I have to say this right up front. Fair disclosure. Ahsoka Season 1 was just fucking awful in my book. No kidding, it really was an ordeal to sit through that. And I dread ever repeating that ordeal. In my book, nothing is worse than being bored. And Ahsoka Season 1 could send a cup of hyper-caffeinated espresso into a coma. Rosario Dawson, folding her arms and speaking in slow motion at some point in damn near every single scene was unbearable. The fact that Thrawn, with all the forces at his disposal and the help of space witches, couldn't find Ezra for years on a planet populated by space turtles that look nothing like Ezra, kind of ruins Thrawn's reputation as a strategic genius and kind of gives the impression he couldn't find his own ass on a bright sunny day with arrows tattooed on his stomach that say, "This way to ass." I hated the witches, hated Ahsoka's little pony pal Pokey too. Sabine Wren, give me a break. All of a sudden she's vying for bestest Jedi ever, and she's not even a Jedi. She can use it for whatever. What a horrible show Ahsoka Season 1 was. So how is the trailer for Season 2? Well, gee, let's take a look, gang. We start off with a dark, murky shot of some fighters in space, and though it's hard to tell in the incredibly dark and murky blueness, it appears that Anakin is asking Ahsoka, what troubles you? We see a stormtrooper sickle on the ground, dead I guess, frozen certainly. We see more muck, and then some dude with runny mascara has a double-bladed lightsaber, and Ahsoka and Anakin take him on.
So apparently he's like Darth Maul and can credibly fight two light-side force users at once. This is shit we've already seen, so why should I care? What this tells me is pretty much every asshole with a double-bladed lightsaber can handle not only the Chosen One, but his Padawan as well. So what does this say about Anakin? That he's not all he's cracked up to be? Why should I be happy about this? Why is this good? Anakin tells Ahsoka he's always walking by her side. Except he wasn't in the first season. Well, I guess he means now, moving forward in season 2, he'll always be walking by her side. I guess he was always walking by her side, except for that time she only saw one set of footprints on the beach, and that was only because he was carrying her. Isn't that sweet? Then we have Thrawn saying, I have returned. And now that Ezra can no longer cleverly camouflage himself by hiding out among space turtles that look nothing like him for years and years, I am finally free to declare war on the rebellion. Ah, God. Look, even looking as physically murky as it does, I will say this trailer is already better than Season 1 of Ahsoka was, but Season 1 is such a millstone around this trailer's neck, trying to work up any enthusiasm for it is just painful. I'm trying my best to be objective here. I'm trying to see the silver lining. I'm trying to keep the sunny side up. Heaven knows I'd love to be surprised and have this season kick ass and take names. The problem is, I care absolutely nothing for any of these characters after season 1. And so watching this trailer feels as obligatory as going to get a dental cleaning. Is that fair? I don't know, but it's a fact. I kind of wish everyone in this trailer would get flattened in a black hole at the end of season 2. That would be a happy ending, but I guess that's unlikely. Shit. Alright, well, let's continue. We see some space battle shots throughout this trailer that remind me of Return of the Jedi, so there's that. They look fine. At least you can mostly see them. But then we come to a real piece of shit moment where another edgy, bald, white female nasty shoots a poor sap with, get this, gang, a light bow and arrow. What the actual effing F is this shit? Come on, guys. Light whips and acolyte, light arrows on Ahsoka, on a light bowstring, no less. They put the bowstring you pull back. Oh, jeez, this is embarrassing. Why would anyone do this? What is the point? This is just plain painful, folks. Wouldn't a light arrow and a light bowstring slice through them's fingers and hand as much as anything? This seems like screw logic. We need new designs for toys, regardless of whether they make any sense. As Yogurt famously said, merchandise. Watching this thing just makes me feel tired, folks. Feels like it's just sucking the joie de vivre right out of my ass. Then we see Ahsoka say she had a vision. And they ask, a vision of what? And she says, war. I just laughed. Hey, that's some psychic power you got there, Miss Cleo. A vision of war on a show called Star Wars. Well, somebody call Uri Geller. He better watch out for his own spoons, eh? We get some cool shots of B-Wings. That looked pretty good, at least. Then Ahsoka and Sabine find a stone temple that maybe leads to the world between worlds, the Veil of the Force, which at one point was going to erase all the horrible bullshit of the sequel trilogy, but yeah, that promise never materialized, so not all that excited to see it anymore. We see Chopper and some familiar faces, and Anakin tells Ahsoka it's time to shit or get off the pot, Jedi-wise. And then we're threatened with Season 2 coming in 2027. Oh well. Maybe it'll surprise us, folks. Maybe it'll turn things around, make us care again about Ahsoka, reestablish Thrawn as a powerhouse menace. Hope springs eternal, and I hope that they do somehow make this happen. This did not blow up my skirt in Marilyn Monroe-esque fashion. It just made me feel tired, and now I need a stiff drink. From the center of the earth, this is Victor Van Doomcock bidding you all, my friends, if you can't stay angry, at least try to stay awake.
lowstakes never play. I've seen him big sizing. Alright, I'm gonna show this one. This is 400. He raised, crouching to raise. I call ace queen, cut off. Both again squeeze, small one. Alright, we're gonna fold. So, if he folds, I call in position. You remember my body? We had like so much action against him. But I'm not gonna 3-bet him. So we just call. I think check raise it is a good option sometimes, but like I'm not gonna do that against him. Which is like, cause like I think he's I feel that his level of aggression is just much higher on all three. It's like pre-4, post-4. Yeah, we're definitely call against him. Just snap. Wow, see, he just buzzed nice there. I don't know the reason. Bankroll no це кілька днів війни. Вчора 47 тисяч війни було. По суті, півтори сесії. Чи дві. Queen 3, we raise with low frequency, let's say 22 and less. 20, let's call. Sizing 6, let's call. Eight, 6 deuce. We can go big or check. Let's say 30 big, everything check. 20. Interesting 4. So how many straights he has? He has suited 5-7, right? He has pocket pairs. In his eyes, I have over pairs plus over cards, right? Dennis, how to play with beginner that plays super random? I get confused by random size bets. You have to understand his logic. Oh, what a cooler. Absolutely insane cooler. So I raised to 6. He defined a7. Check, call, check, check, check. I said that. Very interesting call on the flop. If I would not eat that on the river, it depends what kind of run I will have. But I could block that easily. But I had such a great draw here in like 33 big blind pot. So I don't want to put more in the middle. You were 50-50. So that's bad or good? When I'm 50-50, that's very good because like you have that money, any dead money, that's very good. So you're making those that money, a lot of money. Hello, base. Let's size up. We have Fabio here. Guys, good morning. Can I have some chocolate and coffee? That sounds sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a beautiful chocolate, just like a Swiss chocolate, 33 calories, bro. Dark noir. You buy it in Costco. Amazing. Hey Dennis, do you have a minimum stack that for you to rebuy into the yes, 10 big ones. But if I would be able to rebuy with 8 bigs or 5 bigs, I would do that. Mamma mia, what is going on? Malina Race or Malina? I think Malina, no? Just Malina, right? Raspberry. So this is like his surname. It means like raspberry. Well, what is sick turn, right? So like he check raise and time comes. Now he has way less 10x and he's overpairs and overcards works better. But why so small? Why so small, bro? Dumb, dumb, dumb. We have weird spot here. I honestly have no clue what to do. Yeah, he has aces there, of course. Alright. Yikes. 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 Alright, let's go back here. So there was a check raise, then check call small, and then check fold. Wow. Just wow. I'm gonna say that. Very interesting hand with nines. I'm not sure what to do. Okay. We have a hand. No. See, that didn't go wild here. You know why, right? Okay. Okay. We gotta cool that. Well, that's boring. I can lose. Let's go back to 3K. Let's go smaller. Uh-huh. Seven calls. What do you want, bat or try? I think always bat is fine. What kind of sizing? We can do those sizings. Let's go big. we can three better call as well. I think it is in different slightly. Better would be re-raise. Aces. That's a good hand. Good start, I would say. So let's start. Good. We are bluff catching. That's a three-way raise spot. We check to the end. And tone in tank. I mean, that's a cool play. He represents pocket 8 or what? I don't know. But he outplayed us in this one. I mean, my range is totally dead there. But his range is good. I mean, not good, but like, has some. But my range is not good. Really not great. Same in raise, so we can three better call. Now we fold. On 3 bats. Nicky Fox. Simon. Folds. Then do suited. Not the best hand. You know. Not the best starter. But I gonna raise that because of the Fabio on the big one, and we're gonna size up. Jack 10 5. I can better check. Both are good. I think better would be a bit better. I don't think that he's gonna be very aggressive here, but he's gonna call a lot of draws there. And now we will play 525 satellite to 5k. I raise 9s and nothing really interesting. Let's go back to 3k. And now we have pocket kings, bro. So many good starters. Like 10 deuce, for example. Pedro Neves on the button. Maybe he 3 bars, but that's okay. Kings. Kings, that's the hand which we want to 4-bet in this situation. So it will be in the position I would prefer to call, but when we are out of position, I prefer to 4-bet. And interesting that Arseni is still there, right? Even using his time banker. So what is gonna be? He 4-bets. No, he falls. We're gonna 4-bet for sure. This kind of sizing, I think the accurate sizing would be like this. Boom. 8-5, we're not gonna open. Raise for Samuel, Pedro calls, and Fabio squeezed. That squeeze looks solid. But like, because of the button, you can think that, oh, he's in the white side. But like, I don't think that Fabio is squeezing wide. But everything is possible, right? Wow, what a huge bad, bro. He was pretty serious with that bad. Ooh. Raise, 3 bad, 4 bad jam, 40 bigs. Okay, okay. Okay. No problema. We can handle that. GTR Smithio. For hundreds, I raise sevens. We'll dig in calls. We can bot or check. I think bot is okay. I will go for a smaller one. He has some raises there. Okay. And he's raising. We're gonna call. I have a good hand. It is a gut shot. It is a pair. Now it is a straight. And we never lead. We don't have many 7x. Why don't play 54 door? I don't want to play too many tables, bro. And play, as you can see, like average buying, which I'm playing right now this year, is like more than $1,000. So I would not be able to play so many tables. Like, but that's a great tournament, of course. $54. And you said it's so big with a lot of recreationals, but I'm not looking for recreationals. I'm looking for like tournaments, right? That we looking for competition. We have to fight. We have to play. We have to compete. We have to check call here. Because like yikes. That was good, right? So he raised as a semi bluff on the flop, but then he bluffed it. And we got 150. So yeah, tournaments, it is a competition. Like tournaments not about like bounty hunting or something. I mean, not about like hunting people, in my opinion. It's just about competition, about playing against the better players. So I prefer to play against people who play better than me to learn and to compete. That's why I always going higher, higher, higher. We may raise with super, super low frequency, I think. Especially against that guy, that would be even better to do. Checker bite, checker bite. It's like bad 40 and less. Good luck, then. It's going to make some difference to their what? Or what, probably, bro. I have plan to compete. I don't have plans for deep runs. La 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 la. 873 race call, and then it's here. Junior. Edison. You crazy Chuck call. I need Chuck raise with some frequency. 24, let's go, bro. So like we have inside straight runs here like 5-6. Yes. And they folding those like pocket sixes, okay? And like you're clean, bro. Indubitably. Bounty 400. We got kings. And 200 picks. I use small sizing in this tournament. I don't see why I'm using big sizings. So I play wide, super wide. In their eyes, like my range is crazy wide. And it is. It is wide. So in this case, we can think about full betting, but I think in reality, all brings a lot of money when many breaks. Because like we will be in position and our range gonna be wide in his eyes, and also like there is some traps there on the left, like our semi traps if you want it. Like now see we have 38 bigs and our range is absolutely underwrapped, so we have kings undercover, and we mass 14, interesting size. So we gonna call that. that's gonna be 65. And the guy on the left, he could have some. Just instant hold. It's pair two, like 67 in the middle, 131 behind, and we have kings against Squeezer. 26. Actually, that could be interesting jam. Maybe that's a bit unorthodox, but like, it is a tricky one because like, I still could have bluffs in his eyes or semi bluffs, let's say like that. But like, if he has like queens, jacks, tens, he's going in, right? But he also never bluffing the river. That's correct. We got this. Hello, Argentina. Oh, we're going in. So raise, call, he jams, he has wide range there. All suited aces. Might be like ace nine all even. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on. Can you explain about the color? Not really. I don't think that those colors makes a lot of sense. So we're gonna three buy. We can call as well. King nine deuce. We go 70 bigs, bro. 70 bigs. Let me think just a moment. I can play all those. And 3K, Tom Lames, and we idle base all. How dare you, dinosaur? Lead, that's a good play, yes, that's a good structure to let you win. Why it is good? Because he has much more king X than I have. And like, yeah, I am better king X, but also like, he has all combos of 10-8, he has all combos of king 8 off, king 10 off, and I'm not gonna raise all king 8 off, and all that kind of stuff. So now you know. Do we have a die to stack for God? No, bro. I spent around 3K more, but I don't have stack. Only Eevee. Wow. So he raised, I call, like I fall call, and he bats. Do you expect any bats here, especially small sizing? No, I think that's just bad. Because like this is first, second position, and my range is very good here, and that's a huge trouble for his range. And he's out of position, and then in sandwich, I think he's supposed to check or if he's biting bigger, right? Like he's checking almost entire range in theory. Wow. So he bluffed. Like against my bluff. Again, I said that, but I'm pretty sure that there is almost no bias, especially with that size. Like you can build that line like that, but I mean you can do what you want. But like we think about like massive lines, right? Good luck, Dennis. God bless Ukraine. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you for your support. 953 versus bottom for Ovchenko. This isn't gonna be big if he buys, right? Yes, it is big. So, I'm gonna call. I'm not raising that one. Well, we can raise like 3-4 with spade, right? Check. Check is not great for him. It's okay, but not the best. But I assume he's buying this high frequency or high frequency. It's like his frequency on the flop supposed to be low, but like from what I saw, people just like they betting this higher, and then they not gonna stop. So that's a simple one. Check or bad. Super rare bad. Don't need to do too much. Super rare bad. We're raising some 10x like ace 10 mostly, right? When he buys. King Jack, good play. Fabio 3 bucks. Never play that. I got it. Pass. We have 300 bigs here in Bounty with 200 dollar. I need to sell half a buy and we just chop anyways, bro. What you got, Luigi? Just ace king. 2. Ace king. That's not serious actually. Ace 5. Alright, I'm okay with squats. Green. Oh, green is good. It could be three. No, what a bad beat, bro. Oh, you can have ace king there. Wrong with dollar. What is going on? Squeeze spot check check and 7 bets. Some calls. Interesting. A lot of ace highs here, right? And he's snapping ace king no diamond. Ace queen no diamond. Ace queen it actually could be different, but ace king just like you snap it, right? Wow, king time. Of course, you snap it, snap this one, but I'm not sure. Do you want to squeeze king ten there? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, that's not bad for sure. But I have so many bots. I mean, you have to be careful with targets in this, guys. 10-7-3, 6-4. How we can win that? Oh, I have no hearts, bro. Just like like part of me want to bluff that, but just like I can bluff if I would have like 6 of hearts here. I would have bluffed that, but just like I can't bluff everything. It's like you shouldn't bluff like because you have no showdown, right? And that would be too much. We have to control that frequency. Ooh. Good light. 525, I raise king 9 and I buy. Flop. Bam. Ooh. My plan was to jam on the blind. Now, I can bot, not jam. Because we targeting those Jack 10, Queen 9, 10 9, of course King X. See? We're targeting them and he jams. Why you jam though? Why you jam this, bro? My plan was to bot because you called. Why you jams? I didn't expect that. I take it. King 6. And let's call them. Jack, Jack Queen. It is a good one for my range. Not so bad. Not so bad. We have some Jack X and we have offsuit Jack X like Ace Jack, Jack King. Yeah, that was good flop for my range. Jack Queen. Mr. Binder, what are you gonna do against that super huge bar? Huh? Okay. His turn change the structure. So now he has ace king all combos, except this one. And he can bat with decent frequency powers. But that's very easy to overboard here. That's very easy to overboard here. Very easy. You have to control your frequencies on the river. Because, like, see what's happening. You just range bat, and you can range bat easily on the turn. Like, let's say you have sixes. And you're just gonna blast, you're gonna blow them all day on the river. And, like, that's very hard to control this frequency. Three-way. I got ace king. What can I say? You got me, you got me. $60 or $76,000. Okay, A7. He calls and cut off and got me. That's I love the dog's call on 3-4, but sometimes if you know that you can hit, go for it. That was close, right? I think it was close. Ace Jack 4. This is 525 bounty hunters. Deep stack. Let's go back to the roots. Balls, Frankie. That's a guy in 525. What do you prefer? The guy has like 54 hands. I just call and check fold. Oh. Okay, I see. Interesting. Why not check raise the flop? I think check raise the flop. It is a correct play. Let me say that. I think you have to check raise king queen because that's very important. If it is, so I believe that king queen does just 100% check raise there. And if I'm wrong, or like just like frequency would be much lower, that's bad for me. I want to say that because like I know the guy, he's just like a monster, right? He's super good, and I want to learn from the best, as I said. But like, I would never call that because like I think maxing with this check raise there. 6-4 deuce. We have 5.7 SPR 2 in coins. And yeah, I think that's a tricky one. Mostly we want to bat and we want to bat big, right? Yes, 13.8. For a moment I was thinking about checking what I want to check. Of course, like I want to check 100% the pocket aces, kings, so the kind of hands which is protected, which is hard to beat when we check in with the slow SPR. We can 3-bet, but I don't think that it is a good play. Well, I would call always here. So like I think we can 3-bet theoretically with some frequencies, but like that's just like such a tough concept, which I still can't understand. Would you ever check that, Dennis, or you always buy? I think we can check like we got top pair behind, right? Yeah, so we can buy. Nothing really interesting. Okay, this is okay. Ace King suit. We not gonna call that. We will fall back that for sure. This is fall back the hand. Ace King all. We can jam or call, but this kind of hand I want to play just. Oh well, fall back. Yeah, track. Why not? And call. That's not a great turn. I mean, for range, that's okay. Not bad, not good, but just like there is a bunch of ace of spades here and there, right? And here, of course, yeah, we folding. Ace King suit again against that guy. So like, we don't want to fall bad, right? He has a polarized range, but like, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure, bro. Like Ace King always would be different, right? They always fall by this. But his range is hollow, bro. Interesting sizing. That's definitely not optimal. It shouldn't be big sizing. That's okay. But like, not like that. Like it could be higher. Do we bluff Ace King here? No way. He has polar range, right? We have flushes here. We can check our button. What is that, bro?
trip so far has been quite a bit of firsts, starting with that corned beef sandwich, then my first time doing a bagel challenge, and now today we're doing a monster Euro challenge, which a few of my friends have done. I have no idea what I'm getting into, but I am excited to be getting my first Euro challenge, or attempting my first Euro challenge. We'll see how today plays out. As they would say, go big or go home, and I don't know if there's a Euro bigger than this one in America. Today, we're in Lakewood, Ohio, heading to Greek Village Grill for their 829-pound Mount Olympus Euro Challenge. I love Greek food, so I am beyond excited for this one. I'll tell you what, I did zero eating yesterday other than a protein shake, so I am a bit hungry, and hopefully it pays off for today. Good, how are you? I actually called about doing the challenge today. Yeah, that's gonna be me. Okay. All right, this beast is done, and wow, I don't know. Try to grab it 1 pound. I got it. Oh, this thing is heavy. Oh my lord. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Holy crap. How many people have actually attempted it? Just a lot? So 4 people have completed this challenge. I saw on your Facebook you guys have tons of fails. What is the cost of the challenge? $80? Yes. Okay, so t-shirt. Well, hopefully I can be win number 5. That would be awesome. We'll see what happens. Are you ready? Okay, yeah, I'm good to go. Okay. Now, the great thing about this is they put the tzatziki in a different container right here. In the videos I've watched, it's been on the Euro. That can get really messy, and I'd rather just dip like this. Yeah, it's a lot more manageable this way, and I can try to save some of that tzatziki sauce for the pita, which I'm assuming will probably be the last thing I get to, considering we've got to get through this mountain of food first. I've never started with fries first. Well, it's not like I really had a choice on this one. I mean, I could have just moved the fries aside, but that would be wasting time, and I didn't want to chance it. So I guess the strategy here is just to eat this thing layer by layer. Now, for the Mount Olympus Challenge, which is a very fitting name, it features a supersized Euro starting with a 15-inch pita, then loaded with 1 pound each of chicken, a lamb and beef mixture, and pork. Now, when it comes to the vegetables, there's a lot. We've got a mountain of both onions and tomatoes, which is definitely the most I've ever seen in a challenge. Then it's all topped with an order of fries, which I'm guessing is probably somewhere between 1 and 2 pounds. And of course, the side of tzatziki sauce does have to be finished as well. If I can get all of this down within 1 hour, I'll get the $80 meal free, a t-shirt, and a photo on their Mount Olympus poster. However, I didn't actually see a poster, so maybe it's somewhere in the back or something. How many onions do you put in this thing? A pound of onions? Okay, there's a pound of onions and tomatoes in here. I'm definitely going to have some onion breath after this. And you know what? I don't even mind. It's not like I have anyone to hang out with afterwards, so it'll just be me, myself, and I in my hotel room. But I'm guessing the taste might be lingering for the next 24 hours or so, which doesn't sound too pleasant. I guess that's just the consequences of what I do. Hey, thank you. You guys have a good one. We almost have the fries done, which is kind of relief. Oh, that pita is actually pretty soft. You're probably wondering why I'm so surprised by that. Well, in both Dan's and Molly's videos, they mentioned that the pita was pretty tough to get through, even though they destroyed the challenge relatively easy. So naturally, I assumed I might run into the same issue, but thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case here. Whoa. Dang it, go away. Oh boy, the dreaded hiccups. I'm really trying to limit my water intake, so I'm not about to waste a single drop trying to get rid of them. But trust and believe, my hands were ready just in case they didn't go away on their own. Officially done with all the fries. And the crazy thing is, the record here is in 13 minutes. 13 minutes and some change. And that is by Molly Schuyler. They don't call her the best for no reason, so we're only done with the fries so far. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I got water. Thank you. Okay, let's start getting rid of these tomatoes. Tomatoes are basically water, so we're fine. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. Okay, it's starting to look a little manageable now. Just this amount of onions is kind of ridiculous. My stomach is probably going to be burning from all this. No, you're fine, you're fine. Have you ever seen anybody beat this challenge? No? Have you seen somebody try it? Okay. Maybe you'll have a first today. My nose is on fire right now. In my stomach, I can feel the burn. I'm so glad we got that part done with. And all we have left is just the meats. 3 different meats. We still have to take out this tzatziki. I didn't realize how thick this pita was until I started cutting into it. I don't think it'll even be possible to eat it folded up with the meat inside. So for now, we're starting with the pork, and I gotta tell you, I love the way Euro meat is cooked on a vertical rotisserie, but then they pan fry it afterwards, giving it a nice crisp, bringing all the flavors together. This pork is nothing short of amazing. I tried to make a little gyro, but I don't think it's gonna work. I think we just have to take out the meat first and then finish off with the pita just like everyone else does. I promise you it's not what it looks like. It's a shoelace I use as a belt. I've been doing that since my high school days. I'm feeling pretty good. For 27 minutes in, 27 minutes and 45 seconds in, we still have a long ways to go. This might be a rough one. Yeah, I'm just glad I don't have to rush through this one like I did with that barbecue challenge near Detroit a few episodes ago. As you can probably tell, there's no real urgency to finish this one as fast as possible, which is why I'm taking my time. But of course, we still have to get everything down in under the hour. That said, I'm just sitting back and enjoying all these flavors of grease. We're officially done with the pork. Let's move on to the chicken, because I feel like the lamb, since it's thin cut, might be easier to get down. Now, the pork was phenomenal, and the same goes for the chicken. I absolutely love when chicken is shaved nice and thin and then grilled until it gets those crispy edges. I would take that all day over a full chicken breast, which is what I normally eat in my everyday diet. And as crazy as it sounds, this is a culinary treat for me. 37 minutes and 38 seconds, and all we have is the lamb in that pita. You know, I wasn't nervous about this one at all. I thought it looked simpler watching it. This has been more challenging than I thought it was going to be. I guess when you watch videos from Molly or Dan, they have a way of making even the toughest challenges look pretty easy. Now, when it comes to the lamb, it's not usually my favorite meat because it can have that gamey flavor, but it also really depends on how it's prepared. In this case, it's exceptional. And if I had to pick a favorite out of the 3 here, I'd have to go with that pork and beef mixture. I could eat normal size gyros like this all day and be a happy man. I definitely don't want to be onto the pita with 10 minutes left, so I gotta hustle with this. Oh, it looks like the tables have turned. I guess taking my time wasn't the smartest way to approach this one, but going into it, I really didn't expect it to be nearly as tough as it's been. Either way, I think we should have enough time to get this one done. Wow, all that meat was fantastic. Okay, now how are we gonna do this? Okay. Now, all this pita bread, I think we may be able to finish this in the next 12 minutes. We're going to have to. The lesson learned here is to never underestimate a challenge. Of course, it's always good to go in confident and enjoy the food, but you still got to be mindful of that clock. A big thank you to everyone here at Greek Village Grill for hosting me. Like I've said throughout the video, the food here is incredible, and I had an awesome time. In the next episode, I'll be in Fremont, Ohio at Jimmy G's taking on their Little Giant Barbecue Burger Challenge with my good friend and fellow eater who also happens to have a great name, Mr. Nathan Klein. All right, so this is the last bit of bread for the Mount Olympus Challenge. Fantastic challenge. Oh, we're going to get the win. Last bite.
Okay. Timer stops in 59 minutes on the dot. Oh, at least the sneezing started now. And that was good. The challenge. Oh, that's how you know that. Oh, I am full right now. Surprisingly, I don't feel terrible. I did for a second, but we still got the win. We are getting t-shirts, and they have a few I can choose from. Got Euros. Got Tzatziki. And a hoodie. So I think I'm going to go with the got Euros. It's a small, but we'll just keep it for the collection. Thank you so much. You know, they did offer me some dessert, but this is one of those rare occasions where I think a dessert would be unnecessary right now. This is one of those challenges that not many eaters try, and now I understand why. And I understand why they call it the Mount Olympus Challenge. But we have an hour and a half drive to the next hotel, and the burning sensation in my stomach has now dissipated. All right, that's it. Hopefully I don't fall asleep while trying to drive to the next place. See you in the next one.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Tom and Chi, a relatively small American fast food chain known for its cheesy comestibles. Now, this place shot to fame about 10 years ago when it was featured on Shark Tank, which is pretty much just an American version of the TV show Dragon's Den. That's not the only TV show it's featured on, though. Also, it was also on, you guessed it, Plant-Free Food, wherein the world was introduced to its now legendary Baker's Dozen Challenge. Now, the Baker's Dozen Challenge consists of 13 grilled cheese donuts. That's right, I said grilled cheese donuts. And if you finish them inside 10 minutes, the meal's on the house. If you can sense an even more palpable enthusiasm than usual, it's because I've been waiting to do this one for about 10 years, and the day is finally here. Let's get it! Hot under a tree. It's hot today. Get the state of that. Probably just about acceptable. Soup? Not today. Hi, I'm here to contract diabetes. Yes, we can help you with that. I'm only joking. I need some donut quick. Fine. Let them cool down. Yeah, as I said, try to eat them hot. It's tough. I have a doing that like way too often. So thanks for reminding me.
Yes, absolutely. And it's 13 of them, 10 minutes, one drink.
Yeah.
So your drink of choice, it'll be a 44-ounce beverage.
All right.
Your choice, 10 minutes. I've seen it done 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
I've seen it fail 15 or 20 times. So that's me personally. Like
Yeah.
in person, I've seen that. This young man back there, leaning up against the wall, has been with the company longer than anybody. His brother started. So.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man.
So he's probably seen a few more people fail as well. So.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time where they make business out of it. That's a heavy duty time, man. Is that necessary? It's kind of big.
When you get that sugar glaze over your eyes, we make sure to see it. That's all.
It's a cool little place, you know. Uniform, bright colours, nice decor, and the menu looks pretty flippin' delicious. Particularly interested in the s'mores donut. Only in America. Only in America would you get that. Ooh, it's almost time. I can barely contain my excitement. You know, I've wanted to do this one for like a decade. Oh, here it is. Ooh. That looks yummy. That's what, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, sir.
It's not much time.
10 minutes. Agreed. You might want to do that math real quick. 13 to 10. 45 seconds, probably.
It's got to be 1 every 45 seconds or something like that. A professional that came in and could not finish.
One excellent, one correct, they could finish.
That doesn't bode well. The professional that couldn't finish it finally made it to Tom and Chi, and I'm taking on the Baker's Dozen Challenge, which is 12 grilled cheese donuts. You also get a 13th desserty style. I mean, I guess it's all dessert, but a 13th donut. This is the smallest donut, right?
Correct.
How much does it cost?
$50 if you do not make it. Free if you do. And you get t-shirts as well. I survived the donut challenge or the
You got the timer ready there, right? That looks like an IED, man. That looks like you're gonna blow something up. Think I got it? Go for it.
Look at that girl's face. Priceless. Yep, there they go. They're not sticking around for today's entertainment. And frankly, who can blame them? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the episode. A very special episode. Finally, Tom and Cheese Bakers Dozen Challenge. 10 minutes, 13 grilled cheese donuts, $50 if you don't finish, free if you do. Honestly, though, I think I'd quite happily feel this one. These things are rowdy.
What do we say? One every 45 seconds? Oh, yeah. Yep. I wonder how many calories is in this. Best not to think about it, right? I don't know if I want to, though. It might be interesting.
Well, yeah. Might also fill you with a crippling sense of dread. But this couple are on the case. They're going to find out for us. Very kind of them. Give it a minute or two. And I think we're just about halfway through the regular dozen donuts here.
So, we are over halfway done.
I confess, I haven't corroborated that calorie count, but I don't think I want it. 7,000 calories in 10 minutes is a bit mad.
You know, these are actually even more delicious than I imagined they would be. Oh.
Yeah, I confess, I thought I might have overhyped this a bit since I've wanted to do it for so long, but honestly, these things taste unbelievable. Cheese pun for you there. Wrong cheese.
Yeah, I think we can just go quarter pot here. There's a jacks that don't four bet, that is for sure. Ace king no heart. If he raises here, that would be interesting. He doesn't. He just calls. I don't think I want to barrel this one. I have better hands to bluff. I could get him to fold like eights, nines, tens with another bet, but not with this hand. Not with this hand. This hand, we just want to check. Okay. Holy shit, what a start. Couple big hands, 123 blinds, everybody. Dream start in the day two. Dream start in the day two. Kmart, you're good for some run good today. You got all the bad beats of your system. Hell yeah. Queen Bee, how you doing, Queen Bee? Wow, what a sequence there. Nines, we flop a set versus aces. Ace-9 suited. When he went jammed, I knew it was a strong hand. But we call. We are ahead 60%. 60% pre-flop is a big advantage. He smashes the flop, and we bink the jack. We bink the jack. We do lose a small free-bet pot after that, but... Hell yeah, what a start. How many entrants? This is just day two. I think 10%. So 17,000 people entered this tournament. Raise 2.5. This guy just rips. He just came to the table. Good luck today, mate. Thank you, everybody. Already got over 1,000 people here.
aces. I said it was aces or kings for sure. Let's go. Bang. Nailed the guess on aces. Let's go, baby. Raise and a quick jam again. Barack is a high-level player here. Short to my right. Beautiful thing about the WSOP is you're going to get the best of the best. And you're going to get a lot of wild players. All sorts of different styles.
August. That wonderful time of year when the carefree days of summer are coming to an end. The kids are getting ready to go back to school, and movie studios shart out the last dregs of their wannabe summer blockbusters that didn't quite make the cuts. Case in point, The End of Oak Street, a weird little sci-fi adventure movie about dinosaurs in 1980s suburbia, produced by a man who hasn't overseen a big budget release in 7 years, and that one was Rise of Skywalker, and directed by a man who hasn't made a movie of any kind in 8 years. It's the kind of premise that feels like it emerged from an extremely quick and low-effort brainstorming session at 4:55 on a Friday afternoon before everyone headed out to the pub to drink themselves into oblivion. Hey, what if we had a movie about a 1980s family who have to work together to survive when dinosaurs invade their neighborhoods? People still like the 1980s, right? And they like dinosaurs as well because those Jurassic World movies are making bank, man. I like your thinking, but we need a hook for this one. What can we do to add some drama to it? Well, let's say the parents' marriage is on the rocks because the wife's having an affair. No, we can't do that. That's sexist. Okay, the husband's a useless loser who can't support them anymore, and the wife wants to leave because she's way smarter than him and he's just holding her back. Perfect. Love it. But tell me, how do the dinosaurs even get there? I don't know, wormholes or something? Fuck it, good enough. Oh look, it's 5 p.m. Let's go, lads. First round's on me. The End of Oak Street is the kind of goofy, mash some toys together premise I'd have expected to see on the Sci-Fi Channel back in the mid-2000s, probably starring Michael Shanks or Nathan Fillion, only now it's been blown up into a $100 million summer blockbuster, sort of, with an A-list cast attached to it. I mean, how the fuck did they get Anne Hathaway for this? Nah, whatever. The plot, such as it is, revolves around Denise Platt, a 1980s housewife who lives with her husband Greg and their 2 kids in what looks like an idyllic suburban neighborhood. But all is not what it seems. The marriage is on the rocks because Greg's constantly absent and Denise is thinking about leaving him. She even pours out her frustrations into a novel about a woman desperate to escape her husband and make a new life for herself. And it's fantastic. I know this because her elderly female neighbour, who used to quietly improve her own husband's shitty books without him ever thanking her, tells me that it's fantastic. Are you getting the film's subtle message yet, dear viewer? Anyway, before Denise can become the girl boss she was always meant to be, a big white light engulfs the whole neighborhood, and suddenly there's dinosaurs roaming around eating people. Oh dear. So Denise grabs the family and tries to drive away, only to discover it's not dinosaurs that have been transported to Oak Street, it's Oak Street that's been transported back to the dinosaurs.
Oh shit, mother.
So from then on, the film's a kind of race against time survival story as the family struggle to pull together and hold off the dinosaurs while figuring out how to get home. I mean, I say family, but really it's Denise who does like 90% of the work in this movie. The rest of them are just kind of along for the ride, but we'll get to that shortly. First up, on a purely surface level, there's definitely some fun to be had with Oak Street, even if it's shit you've seen about a dozen times already. Dinosaurs running loose and eating people isn't exactly cutting-edge storytelling in 2026, but some of the set pieces are fun enough, there's a decent sense of spectacle and suspense, and it's surprisingly gory for a PG-13. Also, they've gone for a more modern take on the dinosaurs themselves, complete with feathers and fur, which I guess is more scientifically accurate, but as a child of Jurassic Park, I simply refuse to accept it. I want giant lizards, goddammit! In terms of runtime, the film clocks in at a lean and mean 100 minutes or so, which was definitely a smart choice because there's only so much you can do with a story like this before the momentum starts to bleed away, and so it never really overstays its welcome. There's also some pretty interesting cinematography from David Robert Mitchell, who made a name for himself with It Follows back in 2014. There's a lot of weird, unconventional camera work going on that keeps pulling your attention towards the background, like you're constantly on edge waiting for something to happen, even when nothing actually does. It's a strange choice for what's basically a goofy Twilight Zone episode done on a big budget, and I can't shake the feeling that the director's a lot better and more creative than the movie he's been forced to make here. Now, that's the superficial stuff about Oak Street. The more interesting conversation, if you can even call it that, is the film's subtext around a struggling marriage and the breakup of a family. And this is where the film's probably going to lose a lot of potential fans because, well, how best to put it? You know those tediously predictable TV commercials where the husband will be trying to do some basic household task while the kids watch with vague amusement, but he's so inept and clueless that of course he fails miserably, and it's left to his far more capable and practical wife to sort it out for him? Well, that's basically the dynamic of Oak Street right there. Greg is the kind of passive, affable, vaguely submissive idea of masculinity that came straight out of early 2020s Hollywood and definitely would not have existed in the early 1980s. He's relentlessly optimistic, completely lacks any sense of agency or assertiveness, and his only solution is to just hope that everything works out okay.
Great plan.
Thank you.
With her husband basically useless, it's left to Denise to find a way out. She's very much the leader of the family, taking charge in moments of crisis and actively fighting to protect them all. It's a story about the shift in power dynamics of a marriage, with one side in decline after losing his job but still trying to hold on to his former prestige as the breadwinner, too proud to admit that he's no longer the respected patriarch, and the other side, underappreciated and held back by society and convention, but very much in the ascendancy as their natural talents and potential assert themselves. It's the kind of tritely predictable pattern that's repeated throughout most of the characters in this movie. The women are generally portrayed as smart, competent, practical, brave, and level-headed, making most of the important decisions, taking the initiative, and putting together major clues about what's happening, while the men are passive, submissive, incompetent failures who contribute almost nothing and usually end up getting killed for their own stupidity. Oh, the family's teenage daughter just so happens to be an expert in astrophysics, huh? Who could have predicted this? It's as dated as it is alienating. It feels more like a product of the 2010s when Hollywood was high on its own farts and convinced that this stuff was the future of cinema.
How's that working out for you?
Well, it wasn't back then and it still isn't today. And if Oak Street's box office is anything to go by, it's not likely to return anytime soon. Thank fuck. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
It's gonna be the sickest call of all time.
Yeah, like Barry and I, we're gonna argue for 10,000. I give it to him when he wants.
Aces for Barry under the gun.
Here's Joe Burrow, man. Joe Burrow. Okay, Joe Burrow. Wait, no, that's not it. So Burrow.
But Dan, I gotta ask about you because I did not know of any previous issue between you and Haley at all.
It was when we came back from Vegas. It was when we came back from Vegas. Oh yeah, it was. She did a 5-6 hour show on it. It was terrible.
Yeah, but with Dan, I didn't know that there was a problem until a couple of days ago. You did a morning stream, and especially on Twitter, otherwise known as X. You have been, I would say, one of the more louder critics of Haley. When did has there been an issue between you and her before this, or have you suddenly become a snowflake who hates heroin dealers for some reason? Snowflake.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I feel like I've set the tone of I am a trendsetter, right? I am someone that is not in any gang or any group. I'm not in group chats where I talk about, hey, how are we going to attack the Dabbleverse this week, or who do we have to get along with, who's in our group. I want to start off by just saying, before I answer that question, I got to give a lot of credit to Shmuel Buckman. I give a lot of shit to Shmuel Buckman. As all we all know, Shmuel Buckman did a stream last night. I don't know if anyone saw it. A mea culpa stream, a 30-minute stream.
Yep.
It looked like he was under duress, but
Very much so.
Throw that out the door. But he thought it was so important that he had to get ahead of this and distance himself from his friend. He calls her Haley. He said he was disappointed. He said he had a call with her. They talked through things, and he's still determining if they're still friends. So,
are you trolling right now?
I am not trolling. Did you see? Did you see what I saw?
I did. It was like a narcissistic embarrassment. It was like the Baba Booey tape. It's like, dude, you don't need to do this. Like, why are you? Like, what the fuck was that? That was embarrassing for him.
Everything I just said is true, though. He did everything I just said.
That's such a weird thing for him to suddenly be self-reflective about, like to debut that. Like it was so.
It was the one time that he's actually admitted that he was wrong.
That's fair.
I can remember, right?
But that makes him look bad. But that makes him look bad that that's the first time he admitted he's wrong, because all he did was just kind of wait to hear more for a day on his show before he commented on it, because it was his friend, and then he did. And yeah, to warrant that, like
a family
embarrassing.
His family, his own family, not even his in-laws, his family was at the house. They had been at the beach all day. He had been putting up a fence, he said. He had spent any time with his family all day. He felt it was so important that he had to get on a stream at, I think it was 6:30 or 7 p.m. last night, and basically give a mea culpa and distance himself from Haley. That's how toxic Haley is. And I just want to give myself credit. I was ahead of the game. Because most everybody was quick to come to her defense. Oh, it's no big deal. It was 16 years ago. Oh, who cares? Who cares? I called out and Steel Toe did too. We give Steel Toe a little credit. I called out all the inconsistencies. And you know what happened? Within 12 hours, every one of these guys that was, other than Pat Dixon, because Pat Dixon is going to double down. He's going to go to the end of the world with Haley.
Now, did you hear him?
And he started walking it back. His sweeping. Buckman is walking it back. I guarantee you tomorrow, I would, unless he's stupid, Quad will probably do that as well, and Snake. Because you know what they do? Here's what they do. These guys all talk in their little Discord channels and their group chats, and they determine what who is in and who is out, who is in the, and this is the get along game. I'm talking about the get along game. Who is in the group and who isn't? You have to really fuck up bad to get expunged from the cool kids table, from the group. And right now, Haley is Melton is walking it back. Moody is walking it back. Everybody's walking it back because she is the most sanctimonious hypocrite that I think has ever come across this whole niche of the industry that we've been in.
But with that, Dan, when you hear people say like me that I don't care about the controversy, what's your reaction to that? Pretty nice.
Well, first off, the question I would ask you is how much of her 7-hour cope stream did you watch?
I can happily confirm that I have not watched a Haley show for more than 40 seconds in at least a year?
Okay, so there's your answer. For any of us that watched more than about 5 minutes of the Haley, and I call it the Griftathon, the Cope stream, whatever you want to call it, it was the stream that we were all waiting for. The stream that she made $1,000 off of, that she had 1,700 people watching. I don't know how many of those were bots, but she had probably her largest audience that I can remember, and I don't really watch her regularly. And she, instead of and she had 2 days to figure out what she wanted to say. She talked to Moody apparently for 3 hours on the phone. We wanted to all give Haley the benefit of the doubt. I really did. I wanted her to come out and say, and I even, if you watched my little silly show that I did yesterday, I said, what she should have done was she should have turned on the camera and said, listen, some things have come out this week about my past. It's a long time ago. I made a lot of mistakes. I'm not the same person I am that I was 15 years ago. The things that you're hearing, some of it is true. Like these legal documents, they're real, the stuff on Kiwi Farms. Instead of saying, oh, it's Kiwi Farms, it doesn't matter. It's real, honey. Just fess up. You're busted. Don't keep doubling down. Don't fight it. Just kind of say, hey, I made some mistakes. Here's how I've changed. Here's what I learned. This is why the Haley today is not the Haley of 15 years ago. I was a very different person. I made a lot of mistakes, but I learned a lot. And this is where, no. But what she did was, she spent 3 hours blaming everyone but herself. My trauma. If you have a problem, you're making fun of my trauma. It's like, no, sweetie, you sold heroin 4 times and you got busted. And it's all there for the world to see. Own the fuck up to it. And she eventually, later on in the show, started to peel back the onion a little bit. But she spent 3 hours blaming steel toe, blaming this, that, and the other thing, making all the excuses in the world. And you know what people do? You know the kind of people that do that? Those are people that are addicts that never got over the addiction. That they just transferred their addiction over to something else. They lie, they finesse people, and she lied directly to her fans. She's got all these hundreds of fans that give her all this money every week, that have created this career for her, and she didn't have the wherewithal, just the common sense to just fucking admit to it. People want to give you a redemption story. People want to have sympathy for you. People want to turn the page. We wouldn't probably be talking about it right now. She could have either done that, or she could have just shut up for a couple of weeks and it probably would have blown over. But instead, because Haley, she's holier than thou, because she's sanctimonious. And she can criticize you, she can pull up your legal documents, but when it comes back on her, she's very thin-skinned, and she fights it, and then it's, oh, steel toe, oh, my this, my that. Such bullshit. She came off as a phony. She looks really bad. And I don't know how she gets over this. This is a really low moment for her. And really, I don't know how she gets out of it.
Do you really think that if she would have said what you said, Dan, that you and Penny would have just been like, oh, okay, that's fine? It seems like everyone is so angry with her that no matter, there's no good way to do it.
People would have you can't walk it back. I mean, you dealt heroin. I mean, people are going to bust your balls. You're going to be heroin Haley for as long as you want to be part of this community. There's no getting around it. But you wouldn't have disenfranchised the Shmuel Buckwoods of the world and the Aussie guys and the Meltons. Now she's scrambling like, who are still on my side? Who are still my allies? Because they stuck up for her, thinking that what she initially said was, oh, it was pills and Gildo's lying and all this. She couldn't even be honest with her supposed allies and friends. That's the problem that she has. Not the Dan Nice Podcast Stupids of the world. It's the Meltons and the Shmuels. When you lose a competition, you lose the war. I mean, he's got to go. He is as get along as anybody. So if you lose Shmuel Buckman, you know he's doing something.
I gotta ask this when we finally get off the Haley topic. This is one mostly for Dan, because I always see people talking about the Gavilon gang and all that stuff. The genuine question I have is the real question is, what does that specifically mean, and why is it a negative that there are people who get along?
So let me explain what that means. Well, I mean, it can mean a lot of things. I've heard the term used by a lot of people to talk about a lot of different groups. what I think, at least the way I think what it means is, and I can't prove any of this, right? I don't have all this inside information, but I believe that there are private chats that go on where people coordinate what their little talking points are and who's in their clubs. This is like the Discord people. This is other private chats, loosely aligned groups. So Shmuel and his crew, and then there's probably Melton and some of those people. They all have little private chats. Because here's why. Here's why I think this. And it also was validated in the last 24 hours. Haley, so the Haley situation, right off the bat, you saw, go down the line, Shmuel Buckman, Spurg Snake, Quadfather, Aussie Guy, Pat Dixon, Melton, So Thorough Joe Burrow even on Twitter, all came out huge support of Haley within like 24 hours of a lot of this stuff coming out. And were like blaming it on Steel Toe, deflecting, all using very, very similar talking points. Then all of a sudden, yesterday, fast forward 2 days later, I drop my episode, Penny drops her episode, Melton and them did like a Piggy show or whatever, and they were sort of like, kind of stepping back a little bit. And then all of a sudden, Shmuel Buckman does a 180, as well as an Aussie Guy on his show. He did a show as well. And suddenly they were distancing themselves from Haley, the exact opposite of what they had said 48 hours before that. All synchronized the same day within hours of each other on a Saturday, on a weekend, when people were all doing kind of things. That leads me to believe, and I can't prove it, but it leads me to believe, because I started putting everything, all the dots together, is that Get Along Gang is all of these loosely aligned people that all congregate together. They support each other's shows, act like they send super chats to each other. They go in the audience, and they're all aligned, and they close the ranks, and they come up with whatever the talking points are. They push their agenda, and then whatever the other thing is, they push against it. I'm not aligned with that. That's why nobody's going to come defend me. But they're going to defend NJ. They're going to defend Echo. They're going to defend Shmuel. And they're going to defend Haley because Haley gives them clout. Now Haley's toxic, and word got out. Melton and Moody, they gave the nod. It's like, it's okay to distance yourself. It's probably not good to be, Team Haley. So now the only person that's really supporting Haley that I've seen is Pat Dixon. That changed in one day. That's Get Along Gang. They all are aligned, and they all take the same marching orders, and they all agree on who's in the group and who's not in the group. And poor Haley, she's getting thrown to the wolves.
Yeah, I remember me and Don did a lot of shit for this, specifically around Christmas time, where the observation / theories going around that there was a behind the scenes agreement by the bigger shows to basically control the streaming times, because none of these big shows ever clashed with each other. And it was like they would all continuously stream, like, you'll go for 3 hours, we'll go for 2, then you go for 3. And nobody, like, Shuli and the WATP never went live at the same time. So, in a way, that felt like, there's a conspiracy. They're trying to shut down.
They carve up they know there's a pie, and they carve it up, and they try not to, step on each other's toes. So there is absolute 100% collusion among the self-appointed gatekeepers of the Dabbleverse.
Joe Burrow, go fuck yourself.
For a name drop, Brian Landon, an executive producer of my special, possibly director. I don't know. I don't know anyone anything. Except a wood shop. Oh, that would have been great if I hit it. I just got a text saying, send Clearwater Chat the link. Not today. Not today. I have too much going on. I'm doing a million things. So, bear with me. This isn't going to be the smoothest show. I'm going to let you know that real quick. So if you're looking for a smooth show, this isn't the one for you. We are not doing a smooth show today. It's going to be all over the fucking map. And I'm going to do my best, though. Please Hang with me, guys. Very first super chat of the day. You could again. You don't have to do the super shout. You could still super chat. That's fine. You guys like the old way? That's great too. It's just another thing. It's just another fun thing to do. I'm gonna have some fun with it. Smoke weed every day. You know what's so funny? I don't have it loaded up. I don't have it loaded up from StreamYard. It's not in the Roadcaster. There's a lot of stuff I got to be doing, so bear with me. Thank you, Chillin92. We'll get you next time. That's a fact. That is a fact. I'm all over the map. And again, Evie Mux's comment section is in the middle, so it's like I'm trying to figure this out as I go. But the opening worked out. Everything worked out in the open. That was a smooth transition. But I want to make sure I don't forget anybody. We got D Waver here. We got KK here. All the.
What was Mr. Big's real name revealed at the end of the series? Shine! Yes, I'll accept it, wouldn't I?
I want to do this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sorry. Thank you, KK.
That was nice. You were the first person to gift during the new era. I'm gonna have to figure out the milestone chats. I gotta figure those out because those don't like show up in the color in the screen. Peter Brennan, what did DeRosa say about Brian P. McCarthy? Do they know Eddie Ift? Everyone knows Eddie Ift. Eddie Ift is a famous comedian from Maui, originally from Pittsburgh, but he lives in Malibu. I said Maui, and what he doesn't like to tell people is he lives on the outskirts of Malibu, like the shitty version. But he's famous. DeRosa, I'm not gonna go and say what he said because it'll go back to Brian and he'll get all butthurt, and then DeRosa will go, "Why'd you tell him I said that?" So I'm sure you'll make something up and tell him. Just go make something up and tell Brian McCarthy. That's your homework assignment. Your homework assignment is simple. Make something up, and when Brian McCarthy streams on Friday, super chat him. Basically, super chat him anything and say I said it. Joe DeRosa told me. It could be anything. Just make it up. Okay? Let's have some fun with Brian P. McCarthy. Since he was such a dickhead to me at Rodney's, he was a dick. I was cool as fuck. I went up to shake his hand, and he was very dismissive. He wouldn't even look me in the eye, even though he can't see me. And then immediately went on stage and just started shitting on me, and then he made a beeline out the back door like a bitch. Sorry, guys. I'm a little all over the place today because fucking Rocco, I woke up, I saw what he said about me. I saw he played that 911 call, and it says I'm fucked up, man. I don't know how he could do that to me. Like, how can he play that 911 call? It was the most embarrassing thing I've ever encountered. It's more embarrassing what Haley went through. That's a fact. It was way more embarrassing than what Haley went through, was that 911 call.